Where's our talent? What? Wait, excuse me. Who are you? Excuse me. Hey, kid. Hey, you. Hey, what? Who are you? What are you doing here? We have a show. We're live right now. Who are you? Hey, does anyone have a 10-1 on any of our talent? Cassim was supposed to be hosting this show. Hello? Who are you? Hey. What's up? Hey. Are you our special guest?
I live here.
No, you don't. This is G4. This is G4 Studios.
What's a G4?
It's a gaming network. We used to be around, then we disappeared, but now we're back.
I saw something interesting.
No. Hey. We have a show.
What is that?
It's decoration. It's backdrop. Hey, can you host a show?
Can I host?
Yeah. Can you lead a show? We got talent.
Host?
There's our guest talent right here. Hey, I need you to interview Austin Woods. Xavier
Woods.
Woods.
Like a forest.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
I'm going to the closet.
No, we have an interview with you. If I can have you go ahead and take a seat. We have, what's your name?
K91 Delta 2D.
Sure, K9's going to be interviewing you. He is they are one of our hosts. So
since when? I know all the hosts.
Now. Okay, we're running the show.
You have small brain.
What?
You have small brain. You can call me Kid 2D.
What is that? What do you mean I have a small
Ds.
brain? The size of
Kid
my
2D.
cranium would say otherwise.
For humans have small brain. I have knowledge beyond compare. So you can call me Kid.
How come with your knowledge beyond compare, you can't finish the words that you're using in your sentences?
Human language is hard for me.
All human languages or just English?
Humans are hard for me to understand.
But we have the small brains.
You have small brain. I have big brain.
Well, I'm so sorry, but
Who is Kassam?
What?
Who Kassam?
Okay.
He's one of our hosts.
Host?
Just like you, you're a host.
I'm
for today.
host.
Yes. You get to chat with this lovely gentleman right here.
Okay.
I'm very confused. I'm not gonna lie. I was coming in
Okay.
here to go into the streamer's closet thing over here because I was gonna play Halo.
Closet. Why would you want to be in the closet?
There's
it's
a computer
better to
in there.
be out of the closet.
Okay. Yes. I also agree. What are we doing? You said you live here?
I've lived here for many years.
They just finished building this place.
But there was a lot of noise, so I came to inspect, and now I'm here. In your office.
Yeah, the G4 offices. We're streaming
G4
live to people. They're talking to us in the chat right now. You guys okay in there?
Chat? What's a chat?
Okay, so here we go. So G4, we play video games here. We talk about video games. There are people who are watching us on the internet right now. Twitch, YouTube. They'll watch it again later on YouTube. They'll watch on TV as well. What's I'm not interesting enough?
This is interesting. It's a hand. You have hand.
I have two hands.
I too have hand. G4?
Yeah, G4.
G4. You play video game?
Yes, we play video games.
Video game. Like this?
Essentially, yes. That's not, so we can't play that right now, but this is
You
like
can't play that right now?
No, we can't play this right now.
Oh.
This is just a piece to see on the table.
You hear that noise? That's what I was hearing. Footsteps. Because you have feet. You have large feet. You have big feet.
Thank you?
You have big feet and it makes a lot of noise.
I mean, not a carpet. These are sneakers. I mean, we got these, the Pumas, the Sonics, and the Robotniks. No big deal. But you don't know what these things are. So let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. I'm beyond confused, and I feel like a lot of this chat is confused. So the chat, people are watching other humans, as you would say, us tiny brains, are watching.
Tiny brains?
And so we want to know, so you said your name is Kid?
My name is Kid. I'm from planet Delta 69.
Talk into the mic.
This is Mike.
Yes.
I'm from planet 69.
You're from Planet 69?
Planet Delta 69.
And how long have you been here?
I escaped.
From?
I escaped from what you call Area 51. My planet, I haven't lived in my planet for years. I haven't been able to 69 in years. And so I came here, living here. I live now in what I call a dumpster, what you call Burbank, California. I brought gifts.
What are these gifts?
One of my contraptions I have from 69.
So you got that when you were at 69?
In 69, I got this. Very helpful.
What is it for?
For my job at 69.
What is your job when you're at 69?
It is a high skill job, which you call job. High skill job that requires many people, and what you call on Earth you call garbage man.
So
I take the treasures of others that they throw out. And I take the treasures and I put them into a bigger bin that I then push into space, because our planet has no more space for what you call garbage, but what I call treasure.
So again, we got people in the chat here, and I see that some of them have questions. So Scantronicon says a bum.
What's a bum?
Essentially a person who does the things that you are talking about.
Oh, that grab treasures?
Yeah, because one man's trash, another man's treasure.
They are called bums?
Sometimes.
Okay, interesting. I did not know that in my human dictionary.
Okay, well, you're learning words.
I want to become human like you.
Well, I wouldn't. I think you're doing just fine as you are.
I've got skin now.
You have skin. Yes.
I've got skin now. Your skin a lot darker.
Yes.
Richer.
Yes. This is called beautiful chocolate skin.
I would like to have that skin.
It's great skin. But no, you cannot have my skin.
How do you put that on?
I grew this myself.
You grew skin?
Yes.
You grow skin?
Yes, I grew skin. I grew skin when I was a baby inside of a belly.
So you did not have at the beginning. There was no skin.
I assume not.
But it grew over time?
Yeah, over time I got my skin.
I would like to become you. So I would like to know more. What during the days when you have hours to spare, hours, minutes, days, weeks to spare, what do you do?
Besides growing my own skin?
Yes.
Replenishing it. So I, by trade, I work here at G4. I work in this building that you have lived in or lived under for quite a while.
It's nice here.
Thank you. Thank you. We feel like we all, tried to.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
This is called clapping.
What is that? It's loud.
You could try it. Put your hands together. Well, try it with your skin hand. Yeah, look at that. And then we go. Hey, hey, hey. So yeah, that's clapping. But when I'm not here working at G4 talking about video games, I am what's called a professional wrestler.
Wrestling.
Yes, wrestling.
Okay. What does that entail?
You don't have wrestling and in D69?
On D69?
D69?
I don't understand what a wrestling is.
Is it D69 or D69?
It could be whatever you small brains think it is. But I want to make it as clear as possible. D69, that is the numerical number of my planet.
Okay, D69.
D, planet D, and that is the 69 planet. Every time I say 69, there is laughter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why is there laughter?
Because here on planet Earth,
yes,
there are certain things that are funny. We have humor. And 6'9", when you put those numbers together, some people giggle. It's funny. We call those people children. As I am one.
Yeah, the small humans.
Yes.
The small humans that are squishy.
They're very squishy.
Yeah.
But they're developing more skin. Huh?
They have skin. So
yes.
they get skin before they become small humans.
Yes, you have your baby skin, and then you have your adult skin. It's much tougher.
Adult skin.
Yeah, it's great.
I have baby skin.
You think so? Very, very soft, easily broken?
This is skin that I was able to put on a couple weeks ago. A couple weeks I had paler skin and things were easier.
Where did you get the skin from?
Well, there was a human who walked by and I asked to borrow skin.
And they said yes and gave you skin, or
Yes.
you didn't have to take it by force?
I don't think you need to take things by force. You just ask and then they give.
So there's a lot going on here. So I like you asked, I am a professional wrestler. So wrestling is when 2 or more people enter a wrestling ring. So it's an elevated surface with a bunch of ring ropes that you can run around. It's a very fun time. But then we essentially fight our friends for money in different cities every night. And that is how I make a living.
Friends.
Friends.
You don't love friends?
I love friends.
Why fight?
Because we get paid to.
You get paid.
Yeah, in dollars. That's the
That is your human currency.
Yes.
That is how you buy and purchase items that you would like to enjoy.
Exactly.
Like this.
I don't think that I would buy or purchase that.
This
but yes.
is helpful in any occasion, like grabbing items.
Oh, and I was waiting for that to not work. But wow.
No, things work at 69.
Can you pick this up? This cup of hot chocolate
course I
with
can.
no lid? Well, and there's lots of electronics.
Let's not do that.
We're being told to not do this.
The other human has a job too.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
to make sure that you don't break things. What is your job?
I take treasures from people that leave them on the street.
Oh, that's still here. That's your job here. I thought that was your job on D69.
I don't have job. I escaped.
Okay, so what was your job on D69?
D69, I had many skills and I had many things that I had to do, which included picking treasures up from this is why I'm good and this is why I have this. I pick up treasures that are left on street. So I grab them as so, and then I take them.
So you just have a collection.
I collect.
So sometimes in our stories that we tell people, sometimes there's dragons and they collect treasures like you, and then they hoard them. You know what
Yes,
hoarding
I've
means?
heard of dragons.
Okay, so do you hoard your treasures as a dragon does?
A hoard?
Like you hoard your riches? You
I
keep
hoard.
all of hoard?
I hoard.
Hoard?
I hoard.
Hoard?
Rich.
Riches. So do you hoard?
Do I hoard?
Hoard your riches.
Hoard?
Hoard.
I don't like that word.
Why not?
Sounds
Hoard.
Hoard.
Hoard. Hoard.
Do you hang on to it?
I do keep my items correct, yes.
Okay, so yeah, so you hoard them.
Hoard.
You hoard your items.
Okay, I hoard.
So you are a hoarder. That is your main objective
Yes,
is to
with
collect
this.
things. Okay. Only one though, because how many? I feel like you can't pick up a lot of things with that. You have another.
I have another one. This one has hand just like you and just like me, as humans do.
Mm-hmm.
This I can get away with on Earth. This is more helpful.
That is also louder too.
It's louder. It's to scare off the predators.
What kind of predators that are trying to hurt you?
Oh, at 69, there are predators everywhere. And I need to defend myself at any point and at any cost.
Okay. On that note, chat, we're gonna get to the bottom of this, and we're gonna cut to a commercial. Do you know what that is? We'll be right back.
Transmission.
Yes. Be right back.
Transmission.
Yeah.
Transmission.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, got some information. Because I'm supposed to be in this streamer room over here anyway, but I'm out here now, and I want to let you guys know we got the loop coming up after this. I'm going to be a guest on that. We're going to talk a little bit. And then the after show, essentially. But right now, we're learning. And more people are coming in. Come on in. All right, so.
That man's skin is paler.
It is. Would you mind showing your skin?
I wouldn't.
Okay, come on in.
Okay.
It's okay. Kid here.
Smaller human.
Smaller.
Smaller. You big human.
A little bit bigger than average.
Yeah.
Maybe. So okay, so this is my skin. And there's your skin. That's his skin. And check this out. We can all be friends.
Yeah.
Even though we have different skin.
Yes, but why is that something you have to say?
Because it's 2021, people need to hear it.
He's right. Very right.
If we all have skin, I think that is the good thing.
It's a good thing that we all have
Because
skin.
we don't
yes.
look pretty underneath the skin. Okay, I found this. I was told by a producer.
Good. There you go. There you go. You're learning.
That I might have came off too strong. But that's what we do in 69. We come out strong.
You come out strong at 69. Does everybody or just one?
Yes, very
person?
straightforward, and we come off strong. And what we usually do is just like what they do is if they're strong, they put themselves on top of the other like this, and the head goes the opposite side of the other person beneath them, and they come out strong like a handshake. But I found this, and I'm really interested to see what this is.
It's an orange. This.
Kid, can you interview Austin?
I am being told to interview you.
Yes.
Questions.
Yes, questions.
What are you?
I am a human man.
Yes.
I believe I am. What am I? I am flesh. I am blood. I am what are bones made out of? Marrow? Calcium. There we go. There you go.
It's with calcium.
My degrees are in psychology, not anatomy. But that is what I am. I am a gamer. I am a father. I am a friend. I am a wrestler. I'm many things.
Wrestling. You tried to explain to me what wrestling is. A bit confused because if you're friends, you don't want to fight, but you seem to want to fight them.
Because it's fun. Being able to go out and fight in front of other people. We are performing. For many people. We're performing for people inside of an arena. And then those people are essentially on our television show. There are many cameras. So you see this camera right there that we're looking into?
This one.
There's tons of people on the other side of that camera. So if you want to wave at them and say hello to the people, I'm pretty sure they'll say hi back to you. Just a nod. You can say hello.
No one. Oh.
Say, introduce yourself.
Greetings. My name is Kid.
There you go.
Kid.
And so people are saying hi, kid.
2D.
There you go. They're saying hello to you. So just like there's people watching here, when I'm at my other job in wrestling, there's lots of people on the other side of the camera who are in their houses and they're watching us perform. And hopefully we do a good job and they enjoy it.
Do you also wrestle like we do in 6ix9ine, like this?
Not
like
on TV at my other job.
Ah, okay. Okay. And when you fight, what is the reason for it?
The reason for fighting is usually to try and win some sort of championship so that you can be the best and everybody knows it.
You are not the best?
I am the best. I'm currently the king.
You are the king?
Yes.
So do you have slaves?
No. Nope. No
slaves?
We did away with that. I have followers in my kingdom.
Followers.
Yes.
So slaves?
Nope. No. Followers. I don't force them to do things. They do their own things. And they
follow you to the ends of the earth.
Into battle.
They're friends that he doesn't know.
Yes.
Friends that he doesn't know.
Yes, that's a great way to explain it.
Interesting. So when you wrestle, what is your favorite thing to do while wrestling?
My favorite thing to do while wrestling is to win.
You win.
Yes.
You are a competitive person.
I am very.
You like to win.
Yes.
And you like to also wrestle.
Well, you keep doing that, and that's the hand motion you use for the other thing. It's a different. I guess that's kind of wrestling as well.
This is wrestle.
Essentially, where we're from.
Does it hurt?
That?
Wrestle?
No, that's not supposed to hurt. Wrestling does hurt.
This hurts sometimes.
That's not supposed to hurt.
Oh.
If that does hurt, it's not being done correctly.
But when you wrestle, does it hurt?
Yes. So
Okay.
I can tell you my injuries. So these two front teeth right here, these are not real.
Mine either.
All of your teeth?
All my teeth are not real.
What did you have before?
I'm essentially what you call a gummy person.
What does that mean?
I'm just squishing gum.
Like chewing gum?
I'm
or
like
teeth gums?
Beneath this skin and teeth, I am just gummy. Purple.
So I'm trying to understand.
Purple gum.
Just to make sure everybody understands. Gummy person, are we saying like a gummy bean?
I am like a gummy being person.
Understood. Okay, so but you got bones, you're able to move around, you got muscles and whatnot.
I had to insert them myself. This helped. This is my arm.
So that's how everything's moving around. So is there a smaller person inside of you right now, like in Men in Black?
This is just a facade.
Okay, this is just a vessel for you, but are you actually tiny?
No, I'm big. I squeezed in here. Yes, another question. You wrestle. You
Yes.
say gamer.
Gamer.
What?
Big gamer.
What
So
is that?
video games, as you can see around here, there's tons of video game stuff. This
This
is
is
a
where I
video
found
game
the
channel.
orange.
Yes. Okay. So there's lots of things
Is
that
this
play
a
into
video game?
That is not a video game. It's not a video game. So video games, you got them on your phone. So this is a phone. I shouldn't have said that because that's another thing to explain. Video games are games that people play on screens with controllers. You have fun with your friends.
I have this in my spaceship.
Oh, okay. Where's your spaceship?
Area 51.
Oh yeah, you escaped.
I escaped with the alien you might know of as Alf.
Oh, you know Alf.
I know Alf, but he left me. And now he doesn't talk to me. Just like you said, too many followers.
Yeah.
Too many
Oh.
slaves.
Nope.
And he doesn't talk to me anymore.
So are you saying that he got too famous and he doesn't talk to you anymore?
I don't know what famous is, but just like you said, you have followers that will follow you to end of earth. He has followers that will follow him to end of earth, so he does not need me.
So do you know all the other aliens in entertainment?
What's entertainment?
Do you know the other alien?
Other aliens that have a bunch of followers that will follow them to the end of the
Yes, that you may have been friends with before. Let's say maybe, do you know E.T.?
No, we don't talk about him.
Why?
He's like what you call terrorist.
What? 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 How so?
He is not good person. We don't talk about him.
What did he do to become a terrorist?
They say that we shun him when we go in Planet D69. He's not wanted there.
I thought he was trying to phone home.
Yeah, to phone home to destroy it. Thank God, you brought him back.
No, y'all did.
We took him.
Yeah.
Well, he's in jail now. What you call jail?
Okay, so what's the alien's name in Aliens? Did they name that alien with the mouth coming out of it? Xenomorph? Xenomorph? Do you know Xenomorph?
Xenomorph. Oh, that one. I've had a long history with Xenomorph.
Okay.
We had a connection because I enjoyed when the Xenomorph did the tiny thing that come out of mouth.
Okay.
Well, ladies, chat. Do you guys know any aliens that kid might know?
Someone asked about Paul.
About Paul.
Paul, he's an alien.
Paul.
Who is Paul?
He was in the movie with Seth Rogen.
Paul. What movie?
Paul is not a name I know of.
Paul? Yeah,
Roger.
Roger. There we go.
American Dad.
Do you know Roger? He's gray. He's got a big head.
Is his name really Roger? Or is it something else?
I don't know. We got Invader Zim. He's an alien.
Invader Zim. I don't know.
You don't know
Invader
Zim?
Zim? Possibly. Maybe.
Ooh,
I
somebody
know
said
many aliens.
Gary Busey.
I know Gary Busey.
Yeah? You guys
Great
friends?
guy. Yeah, I don't. No, friends is a light term. I don't really talk to him, but I know who he is.
Okay.
But I do know my really good friend is in Earth, which I would like to meet him. But in Earth, you call him Mark Zuckerberg. That is a great friend of mine. We go way back. Way back.
What about Kal-El? Does that ring a bell? You know him?
No. Maybe. There's all these aliens. There's like so many. There is an amount of aliens that your numbers cannot explain the amount.
Okay, well then so you have to know this one because yes, he became very famous, so many followers. So Marvin the Martian.
Marvin the Martian. He's a bit of a complicated one.
I feel like you
Because
have
I
complicated
don't-
relationships with all of them.
Well, they all have problems.
But you don't.
No, I'm perfect.
Gotcha.
I am
Okay.
perfect alien. That's why they put me Area 51.
And nobody else.
No one else
Gotcha.
except Alf.
Alf, yeah, he got out.
He got out. Yeah, but yeah, no, I mean, I don't. Marvin Martian is not. I don't think he really is alien. I think it's just a little human.
Whoa!
Yeah, I think
Really?
it's just a little human in a costume.
I feel like that might be slander.
I'm sorry that that is.
You guys
the
don't like each
truth.
other.
I don't know who he is. Have you had an orange?
I have. They're delicious.
So you wrestle and
Mm-hmm.
you do video game. So what is video game is what you play on screen, big screen?
Mm-hmm.
What is the game that you prefer to play?
Right now, digging into Halo Infinite.
Halo.
Yes. Oh, this is
Interesting.
another thing we have to explain. So, when you play these games with a controller, you are looking through the eyes of someone else. And you're running around with a gun.
Yes.
Trying to shoot
I
them.
have video game in 69. I know what that is.
Okay, so you know about video games.
Yes, I know what video game, but what you are talking about, Halo?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I have Leisure Suit Larry.
Different game.
Ah,
Different game.
that's the game I play
So
at 69.
is that the only game that you play? That will explain a lot. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's how I have such a grand vocabulary.
So we gotta branch you out. We gotta branch you out.
Okay.
Because there's other games in Leisure Suit Larry.
Okay.
But I mean, there's probably people in the chat right now who know about Leisure Suit Larry and played it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So you like these older games? That's an older game. Do you
Older
do you play any newer games since you've been on Earth?
Since I've been on Earth,
Yes.
no, I've been in a hole.
Just collecting.
I've been in a
treasure.
hole collecting things, just like these things, and now I would like to take this home to my hole. I'm very interested in this. What is this?
Do we have a commercial coming up?
What is this?
This,
Hey, remember what we talked about?
you gotta catch the button.
What was that?
And you say we'll be right back.
I'm going to also take this.
I,
No, please, please.
So you got your orange. What I want to do right now, because you're learning about a lot of things.
We're back?
Yes, we're back. We're back on, so people can see us again. Recently, and some of you guys watching might know this, you saw people on social media who received. I got this fluff in the hair. What is that?
Hair is fluffy.
It's a little bit going on.
It's good.
People received boxes, swag boxes from G4 Studios.
Okay.
So here is the G4 logo. This is a sticker. I'm going to give you that to begin with. Start you off hot. In these boxes, there was a bunch of cool stuff, and we are going to unbox these items. Unbox these items. You ready, kid?
Okay, yes.
Unboxing means we're
Unbox
gonna
items.
open this and take out the things inside to show people.
I used to unbox items in my old planet too.
Okay, so you get it.
Yeah. Because there's boxes, they leave boxes in front of other people's homes, and so I take them.
No. That's stealing.
But it's out there.
Yeah, for them to come and get.
But no, it's not theirs.
But when someone leaves a box in front of your place, you want to go get it,
I
right?
have never received one box. No
So
box.
you've just been
for
stealing
me.
boxes.
No, but on my planet, I think it is okay.
So if it's okay to steal, why is ET in jail? Why is he a terrorist? If you're stealing.
E.T.'s not a good person. He's committed genocide.
Well, let's see what's in the box. Okay, do you guys in the chat want to see the inside of this box? Yeah.
Yes, I would like to see what's inside box.
Space.
We never stop playing.
Look at that. Yeah.
What do you not stop playing?
Video games.
Video games.
And we never stop playing around, clearly.
Playing around?
Yes.
I like to play around. We do a 69.
So first up, we have, you know what? Here, I'm going to give this stuff to you and let you explore it. So that, I believe, is the robe. So, boom.
USB.
Yes, you know that one.
I know.
How do you know
USB.
that one?
We have many of these, but this is old technology.
So here, I'll tell people while you're opening what I want you to do is you open things, tell me what you think they're for, and then I'll explain what they're really for. And while you do that, you figure it out. This is the hieroglyph. So, or the metaglyph, excuse me. But there's just no G4 logo on it. But you pop it open, we got the USB right there, so you can put all your crazy things from your computer in a safe place. Boom. What you got, kid?
Blanket?
Almost.
It's like a blanket that you put around.
Almost, but you got armholes in there.
Armholes?
Yep. So you can wear it like that, but if you wear it the other way, so put that on your back and put your arms through.
Why would I do that?
Because then it's a robe.
Robe.
Yeah, and you
for
can
what?
For your body to just wear.
This keeps me warm.
It does, but it'll keep you warm the other way too. It'll keep your back warm too.
My back's sweaty.
Perfect. So just wear it like that.
Yeah.
There
my
we
back
go.
my back has two. In our planet, our backs have many little holes that it's too hot. It's too hot, so we have the holes to get rid of the sweat.
So how many holes do you think you have on your back?
We have about 6.
About
Six
you know?
big holes like this.
And it's more like a release valve. Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll dig into that later. Here you go. Here's your next piece.
Okay.
So inside the box, we got the G4
Too much
robe.
plastic. This is bad for your environment. Not my planet, but this is bad for your environment.
I very much agree.
You have many dying things in your planet.
This is very true. Okay, so what do you think that is?
I don't know what this is.
Do you guys have champions on your planet?
We have champions.
Yeah, and
but they die. Because if we have in our planets, if we have a champion, everyone has to conquer that champion.
What? Everyone is conquering the champion?
If someone is champion,
Yes.
then someone else needs to get champion.
Yes.
And so we have to conquer that champion
So when
until we find the next champion.
So it's a fight to the death.
It is a fight to the death.
At
so
all
they
times.
die.
Okay.
They die.
Does your champion, when their champion, have anything to show that everyone knows that they're champion?
They get food.
Gotcha. Well, this is an up, down, down championship.
Up, down, down.
Yes, up, down, down is a YouTube channel that I used to be in charge of.
YouTube?
Yes, YouTube is a place
We
where
have
people are watching
YouTube.
this. You have. How do you have YouTube?
We have YouTube.
But you don't know
YouTube
what
is everywhere.
You don't know what any of this stuff is.
No, I don't think no, but we have YouTube.
So you can go on YouTube and just watch everything and learn. You can learn everything.
It's
about
not.
YouTube.
It's not something we use. YouTube is something that we know exists, but we don't really use.
Oh, okay, it's just kind of there.
Yeah, it's for humans.
And it's known, so you guys know about humans on your planet.
Oh, we love humans.
Okay, but you still
We know about this planet. We love humans. YouTube is not. We don't want to be on that.
What about TikTok?
TikTok. I don't know what TikTok is.
Okay, we won't go into it. That's another
Okay.
story. All right, so check this out.
Okay.
Got a bag for you. So inside this box, this swag box, we had G4 robes, which feel very nice. We got up, down, down championship with the color swap on it, and then we got something else.
Too much plastic. This will kill your planet. What is this? Why is there 6 bags of plastic here?
That is a lot of plastic for that, but those are dice.
You know you have animals that die?
I didn't package it.
That's weird.
I literally just work here.
That's weird. Okay. What is this?
So those are dice.
Okay.
And there's actually someone who you may be wearing her skin. Her name is Fiona Nova, and she's part of a show called Invitation to Party that airs
Fiona Nova.
Fridays on G4, where they're playing it. Yeah. Boom. And they play a game called Dungeons and Dragons. So they roll dice in order to figure out what they're going to
okay.
do. Do you
They
have
roll
Dungeons and
dice.
Dragons on D69?
No, there's no. We know about dragons, but the dungeon?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any dungeon. The only dungeon we have is like my mom's home.
It's okay. We've got something else in the box.
You don't want me to finish unraveling the amount of plastic that will kill baby turtles?
Well, I feel like you've got the gist of it.
Okay.
Unless you want to roll them and see what kind of rolling you got. Boom. And so then when you roll them, lands on those numbers, you add them up, and you do whatever it is you're going to do.
89.
89. Very close to
69.
Yes. Obviously. Check this one out. So there are certain things that we do on this.
Oh!
What's the problem?
Oh, no, it's not bad.
Yeah. This is a candle. Do you have candles?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, it smells okay.
Yeah. So this scent is supposed to help on the last day of a convention, because we do things called conventions here. Do you guys have
Last day of
conventions?
convention. No, I don't. What is a convention?
So a convention would be something like let's say Dragon Con. That's my favorite convention.
Dragon Con.
Yes.
They're dragons?
Sometimes people dress as dragons or
You
dinosaurs.
dress up as dragons?
Sometimes.
Okay.
But you can dress up as anything. So Dragon Con is a big event in Atlanta. Those of you in the chat who understand, talk about it. It's the best convention ever. So everybody goes, they dress up as characters from, and any word I'm going to say you're going to question. So do you know anime? Okay, so they're essentially cartoons. There we go. Boom. You get some people dress as cartoon characters. Some people dress as characters in movies, which are moving pictures that we have on the TV. YouTube. They might dress as YouTube characters.
They dress up as YouTube?
Yeah, that's the easiest way to say it. And on the last day of these conventions, everyone is usually a little stinky because they've been going hard, and you have this candle.
They smell bad.
Yes, they smell bad.
Humans do smell bad.
Sometimes they smell like your treasures that you collect.
No, my treasures smell great. Humans are known to smell bad.
So the stuff that you pick up is garbage? And you think garbage
Treasures.
smells better than...
The issue I am confused about is you're humans. You are human, and you watch cartoon, which is not real. It is not what you see in real life. So you dress up as a not real life person.
Yes.
And you go to an area with many other people who do the same thing.
Yes.
And then you ask me why I call you small brain.
Wow. It's a way to stay involved with what we call our imaginations.
Imagination.
You have imagination
Yes.
on D69?
I do love imagination.
So sometimes people, when they become of a certain age, they go, oh, I have to get rid of my imagination because it's not cool anymore. Those of us who are adults that go to conventions never let go of our imaginations. We still have our bing bongs. So
you have your bing bongs?
Bing bong. It's your imagination. You never seen this movie? It's on YouTube probably. It's
Big bing bong?
Bing Bong. What's the movie? Inside Out.
You have bing bong that's imagination?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what? After this, I'm going to show you that one part of this movie without showing you anything else, and you will cry.
Okay.
Yes.
I like crying.
Yes. So we
So
use our
Bing
imaginations. Yeah, Bing Bong is our imagination.
Okay.
They're one and the same. We use our imaginations to dress up as something that we are not, and then go talk to other
Do
people.
you not like yourself?
I love myself.
Then why don't you dress up as yourself?
I dress up as myself every day. You have to change things up a little bit. Why did you come out of your hole in the ground you were living in? Because you wanted to see something different.
Because I couldn't breathe.
Okay, well. What do you think this is for?
I don't know. This looks like something I have on 6ix9ine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
That back. This is a body pillow that you can hang out with, and I'm just gonna put that back in the box. That's the swag box that went out to a bunch of people that are essentially in some way, shape, or form related to G4. And so if you didn't see those pop up on social media, you got to see it here with Kid.
I'm Kid.
Yes.
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 I like these items. I will be taking them.
You can have them.
Yeah, I will be taking them.
Well, actually, this box is mine because I didn't get one. So I'm going to
Then
actually
why did you give it to me?
We're just showing the chat.
Oh, I will be taking them.
We'll talk. We'll talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna go ahead and figure that out.
Transmission. A transmission will be entering into the chat.
We need the thing though. Where's the button? The button. You've got it. Kid has the button.
No, I don't.
Can you? You have the button, Kid. Can you press
Okay.
the button, please? Commercial. Okay. We've gone through this box.
Yes.
We talked a little bit.
Box of treasures.
Yes, it's a box of
Yes.
treasures. I'm curious about the your diet, your food intake, since you are an alien,
Yes.
definitely not from this planet. You are not born here. You have been visiting for quite a while. You escaped
I
Area
escaped
51.
Area 51.
Okay, so what is your diet like? What do
Well,
you
my
eat?
diet hasn't been much recently because I live in a hole and it was hard to breathe, so I had to get out.
How long were you in this hole?
Probably 20 years.
20 years. So you didn't
Yes.
eat for 20 years.
20 years, but that is nothing for me.
Okay.
I've lived many years. So
Without
you
food.
can- No, I've had food.
Okay.
There's in Earth. You guys have insects.
Yes.
I like to eat insects.
Okay. What about things to drink?
I produce liquid from my mouth that I then drink.
How much are you producing?
A lot. Let me show you.
Can you do it close to the microphone, please, so we can hear the sounds? Because I feel like there's something going on.
A gig of water in my mouth. And then I swallow it.
That's okay.
So I noticed you have many foods here.
Would you like to try an actual drink?
I love Dr. Pepper.
Here you go. So you know what Dr. Pepper is. How do you know what Dr. Pepper is?
Dr. Pepper's everywhere.
So this is a normal thing on D6.
Oh yeah, we love Dr. Pepper. This is a treat.
Do you guys have all the 23 ingredients?
We have
on-
more. We have like double. We have 46.
You have 46 ingredients on D6
Mm-hmm.
9. Is it the same? Does it taste the same?
Yes, exactly the same.
But there's more ingredients. This is okay.
Yes.
Interesting. So since you know what Dr. Pepper is, let's move on.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to some
Yeah,
snacks.
what's the I would like to know more about the foods you eat.
Okay. I have Cheez-Its,
Cheez-It.
which you all know and you all love. Cheez-Its are little tiny squares full of flavor.
Okay.
Here you go. That's for you.
Squares.
I opened it for you because I wasn't sure if you had these bags.
I know what bag is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you feeling right now? What are you tasting? Give me some descriptions.
Hard.
Okay.
It tastes hard and old.
Okay.
Is this something you eat? Do you eat this a lot?
Yeah, I love Cheez-Its.
Protein 4G?
4 grams of protein. What else?
4 grams.
Here we go. So you like Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its,
This is
thumbs
not
up.
bad.
We got a thumbs up for Cheez-Its.
I got cheese. That's good.
There we go. All right. We have gum. This is Trident gum. Boom. Try some of that.
Okay.
And before we try the next thing, we'll take that out. So you just chew on it. You don't swallow it.
Oh, you don't swallow
Just
this?
chew it. You
Okay.
chew it for fun. You are practicing masticating. It's a big word for chewing. There you go. Yeah.
Burn mouth.
Yeah, it's
It burns the mouth.
it's making your breath smell good.
Oh.
If it's burning, that means it's working.
And do you eat this?
No, you just chew it.
You just chew.
You just chew it for a long time.
I like this.
Okay, you like Cheez-Its.
Yeah.
So do you want to try to mix the gum and the Cheez-Its?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. In the hand? In the hand? Here. What's done is done. What's done is done. Good Lord. Okay, next bag we have, because Cheez-Its plus gum didn't work, we have Welch's fruit snacks.
I know. There is a Welch in my planet.
A Welch? So what is a Welch?
A Welch is a thing that you eat similar to that, but they scream.
There you go.
Is this a Welch?
So Welch's is the company that makes them. They're fruit
No
snacks.
scream.
No screaming. So these, when you said you had a gummy body, this is what gummies are. Is your body like this?
Yes, they're like little tiny me.
So you're eating you, essentially.
That's why they scream. When they scream because they're alive. Oh, this is good.
So you are eating Welch's, and Welch's are just tiny versions of you.
You seem confused.
Yes, because as we stated earlier, we on this planet have children. They're little, essentially small adults, and it sounds like
Right,
what you
you're
just
small
described.
humans.
What you described is just small versions of you, and you eat them.
Well, we produce a lot of those small, what you would call small humans.
Yes.
We don't need that many.
So do they come out of the holes in your back? Because
No.
you have about 6 holes in your back.
They come from our, when we talked about our champion, they come out of our champion, but they come out in an astronomical amount. We can't have that many people. It's what we call population control. You know who did it well? Thanos.
Do you know Thanos?
Oh yeah. He's a hero.
A hero. So you guys are eating tiny children.
Yeah, but we have many of them.
So just because there's a lot, it's fine. Okay. So how do you pick which ones don't get eaten?
I don't know. We grab what we can, and the ones who are left are our people we use.
I will agree with you in one setting. I do agree that Thanos maybe could have been, maybe possibly could have been right. I mean, it hurts to say. It hurts to say sometimes because it's a thing, and now I feel like people are going to talk about it. But honestly, he was there to help.
Thanos tried his best, and I really do appreciate what he did too. But I understand that some people don't like his ideals.
Yes, I understand that. We don't like the ideals, but the end result, helping people to be in a much more nourished planet, not using as much plastic to put
Absolutely.
dice in.
This is why we eat the children.
That's a good one for you to walk in on, huh? Yeah.
A lot of people are confused as to what's happening. Do you mind explaining who our new friend is?
Yes. So
Who
everyone,
is confused?
the people on the other side.
More people watching.
So everyone who's watching, who's just
the
tuning
little
in.
people on camera.
Yes, everybody on the other side of their cameras, whether they're watching on their phone, on their computer, they are curious as to what we are doing because they're not used to seeing you. You are new here.
Yes.
So can you introduce yourself to the new people?
Hi. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. I am K9 1 Sigma D2. And in human terms, my name is Kid.
There you go.
2D.
You have lived underneath the building.
I have lived in this building for many years, and recently this building has shown up and I have been wandered in, and now I don't know what I am doing. But I am talking to you. You are a chocolate man. And I really do like talking to you.
I like talking to you too.
And I hope there's more people that we can talk to later on.
Yes, I think there's actually many chocolate people here in the building.
I love them all.
Chocolate people, vanilla people. I don't know what other flavors.
Yeah.
Mocha,
Mocha.
all kinds of flavors.
What flavor would you think I am?
I'd say a mocha.
A mocha?
A caramel.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and let me shout out the Puerto Rican Dream. What a beautiful chocolate man. Do you know what that's from? Do you have that movie up? It's called White Chicks.
White Chicks.
Greatest movie ever made. You can fight me on the street if you disagree, and I'll beat you up.
Okay, so what is this movie? What is this movie named White Chicks?
It's great.
Okay.
I don't have enough time to really go into it, but essentially, it's a comedy and it's very funny, and everyone should watch it if they haven't watched it
I like to
yet.
laugh.
You like it?
No.
Perfect.
And on 69, we don't have white chicks. We have black guys.
This drink that you should try is called a Red Bull. Do you have that on D69?
good. The problem with black guys is that you said I don't think because it seems on Earth you have conflict with skin.
Some people do, yes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't think black guys would be good here then.
The movie? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I was gonna say we are here and we're quite good.
Oh, absolutely. I see.
So okay, so what do you think about Red Bull? That's your first time drinking that?
I like it. It seems like it tastes salty.
It gives you wings.
I get wings?
Yeah.
For what? To
For
fly?
drinking, yeah, to fly.
I can fly?
Yeah, that's their ad. You drink it up, and you get a lot of energy. So you seem like you're high energy already, so this is gonna give you that extra little boost.
Extra energy. Ah, I see.
Yeah, it's good for you.
You get wings. There's things like this in my planet. We call what you would call cocaine.
Where's that button? So did you? Wow, that's a good chunk of drink. So okay.
It's good. It seems like this is easily something that you will drink and continue to drink and want more of.
Yes.
And you keep drinking it until your body won't be able to sustain without it.
This is very true. I have friends who drink so many energy drinks that they now need them, and they have to take they drink so many that they have to take a break from them.
Ah, you're right, because it's just too addicting.
Yes. There's some people here in this building, actually, who I believe they have an energy drink pact to not drink them right now because they got to reset their bodies.
Ah, okay. Because is it bad for you?
No, I think Red Bull is pretty good for you.
Oh, okay.
As far as we go in energy drinks. So you can just drink those all day.
I think I will. I like this one.
There we go.
Do you do that cocaine?
Nope. I do not. I never have partaken in it. I don't think it's very good for you. I think it's actually quite bad for you.
Well, maybe for your human bodies.
Yes.
For us, it's like vitamin. It's vitamin C.
That orange that you had that's our vitamin C.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Oranges are very different from cocaine. They're much better for you. I highly recommend eating oranges, and I highly recommend not doing cocaine.
Orange.
Now we can go to that, and there's your ad break. Can you hit the button? There we go.
A small human appeared and almost killed other small humans.
Yes. with a drink in her hand.
What
Yes.
happened?
Oh,
Okay.
she tripped over something. Okay, so at this point, we would like to open up the floor to all of you guys in the chat.
Use exclamation point Q.
What?
Have them use exclamation point Q. Like just tell them. Tell chat.
You tell little people.
Oh.
I can do this. Little people in camera. Little people in camera use exclamation point Q for questions that we then will answer.
Yes.
Because this is an interview.
Yes.
Okay.
Hard air quotes. Ask questions.
There's questions. Will you be answering these questions as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Questions for you, questions for me.
Questions for you.
General
okay.
questions about G4. Maybe you can give them some information about how the building process went since you were underground
The
whole
building
time.
the building process was very noisy actually, and it was bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't, rest.
Yeah.
But then a lot of people started coming in and were knocking on the doors, and then I got scared, so I went into my hole, but then I couldn't breathe, so now I'm out.
And now you're here.
Yeah, it
I love
happened
it.
very fast too.
We have a question. Where is it? Does the hole have surround sound and air conditioning?
No, it's a hole. Have you ever had a hole? Have you ever seen a hole
I have seen a hole
in the ground?
before. In the ground, yes, I have.
That's where I squeeze in.
Ooh, it says, Xavier, can you show her a suplex?
What's a suplex?
Suplex? Do you want to see what a suplex
Yes.
is? All right. Well, let's get fun. Come here.
What is suplex?
So, I'm going to put my arm around you like this.
Okay.
And I do this.
Okay.
And then we go up in the air. Cool.
Okay.
And then we fall down.
And then
Ha!
you fall down.
Y'all thought I'm not suplexing an alien? No way.
Production thought
Yeah.
he was going to suplex an alien.
Yeah, I'm not doing that because I'll get in all kinds of trouble at my other job too. It's a good false though.
Well,
Okay.
suplex sound fun.
It's mainly it's because your feet will hit the ceiling. Once I realized that, we had to
I
sit back
am
down.
tall alien. I am a bit taller than your average human.
Yes,
Okay.
and if I were to suplex you, then I feel like someone from your home planet from D69 would then come and get me.
No, they
because
don't know. They don't even know I'm here.
They don't.
No, because eventually I want to become like you. I want to become human like you. So I am learning.
Oh, it's like the Little Mermaid when she gets legs. We have a question. Kid, what is the meaning of life? From John G-Man 5.
Wait, what was question?
What is the meaning of life?
Well, you go onto your, the meaning is you go to your planet, you serve, you do what you can to survive. You possibly become champion, just like on my planet 6-9. You wrestle at times, just like you say.
Well, again, that's different.
And then you die. And you also eat little kids.
So I would say the meaning of life is to essentially have a good time, because for humans, we don't know why we're here. Some people think that they know, and maybe it makes them feel good to have an idea of what's out there, but no one really knows. So I think that the meaning of life is just to enjoy the life that you have while you're here, and to try to make sure that other people around you share in that fun. Because if everyone's doing that, then everyone's just having a good time.
Humans are very what is the word? They don't seem to understand that things are serious. And they have a hard time understanding that they just kind of want to live like in a dream.
Mm-hmm.
But really, they are there and they will die. Humans will die.
Yes, we will.
So, do you have a purpose?
My purpose? Yeah. I think my purpose currently is to provide a good life for my children. Mm-hmm. That's my main purpose. That's my
okay.
That's
You have
my,
small children.
I have small ones.
Okay.
But I do not eat them.
You do not eat your
I very
children?
much want to keep them alive.
Okay.
And see them grow.
Humans don't produce as many babies.
Yes, babies
as
would be the word.
they do in 6-9.
This is, yeah, I assume true. How does your we had a question in there. How does your species procreate? How do you reproduce? How do you make new?
Well,
new-
everyone can reproduce.
Everyone.
Everyone can reproduce.
Okay.
Because it seems like here only a handful can reproduce.
Yes. Half. Well,
Weird. Very
some,
weird.
yes, okay.
Very weird.
so
Not effective. It's very
I mean, it's
weird.
been working out for us.
Has it?
I guess not. I guess you're
I
right.
don't think so.
So can humans and aliens from D69 reproduce to make a human alien?
No.
No.
Don't do that. Have you seen the end of the world
No.
or the universe?
No.
That will be the end of the universe.
Okay, fair. Then let's
And you don't want to do that because you don't want a human. They're not clean.
You're
Human's
wearing
not
human
clean.
skin, aren't you? Didn't you say that?
I know. I want to become a human because I want to understand what you and what other people do. But humans, we don't really want to like be a part of that. That's why I got kicked out of 6ix9ine.
You got kicked out.
Oh yeah,
You didn't tell that earlier.
I did not.
No, you just
Oh.
said that you escaped from Area 51.
Well, yes, I ended up in Area 51.
So ET is a terrorist, and you got kicked out. Were
Yes,
you also
because
a
I want
terrorist
to
with ET?
understand you, and they don't like that I want to understand you, so they kick me out.
So would they call you a terrorist for liking that information?
No, ET again it's a very bigger subject because ET was doing very awful things to many, many aliens and humans alike, but no one knows. And it's really a problem, and I don't understand why you all talk about ET like he is some cute little.
It's a movie. Here he's kind of revered. We don't have the same background, so maybe he is bad, but we don't see that side of ET.
We don't like ET.
Question from B52L66BP35BM.
That's the planet. That's another planet next to mine. That's very funny.
This is a good joke. Said, and now I lost it. Now I lost the message. Oh, it was do your antennas work?
Oh no, they can't work, or else they will find me.
So what do they do?
I turn them off.
You can switch them off.
Yeah.
Are they attached to your head, or is that a hat with a
No,
rope
they are
attached?
attached to my head.
It's not attached to your head with rope or twine or not at all.
Nope.
This isn't like an outfit.
Nope,
Okay,
this is real.
got it.
They come out of my head, but I can turn them off. Just like you can turn off your. You can't turn off.
Can't turn off anything on this.
Oh,
This
interesting.
is all go all the time.
Interesting.
You know, we have a question from GM Sec. Is that how I'm going to say that? So what kind of show would you like to have on G4, kid?
What's G4?
The sticker?
G4.
Yes.
Ah. Oh, are you? What do you do? What do G4 do?
I am a host at G4. So
Well, what does G4 do? You make shows?
yeah, we make shows. We talk about video games. Sometimes we use these streaming times before our bigger shows go on
Okay.
to try things out and see if they're hitting, see if they're working, see if we want to expand on them.
Ah, I see.
So would you like to do something like that?
Is this one of them?
Yes.
Oh, this would be. I would like to see myself on G4,
Okay.
but I don't have a lot of time left on this planet.
Or you're leaving soon.
No, I mean I can't. I have to become human soon,
Okay. Or what?
or they'll find me.
If they find you, what happens?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. So when you say they, do you mean people citizens of D69? But I thought they kicked you out.
They'll find me because they know I am here.
They kicked you out and now they want to come and get you?
Because they know I'm going to infiltrate you all.
She's here to infiltrate you, ladies and gentlemen. Well,
Okay, I would like to see. Shows. What are some shows that? Well, I would like to see you all do black guys. You
Can I
have
press the
white
button?
White chicks.
Can I press
but
the
there's
button?
black guys.
do you have a favorite Earth movie? Because mine is White Chicks.
I don't know any movie on Earth.
None.
No. I have heard of a Magic Mike.
Yeah. Magic Mike is a movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be probably your favorite one?
I've never watched it.
Okay.
I've just heard of it.
Okay. Well, we can show it to you if you're so
Magic
inclined.
Mike?
Yeah.
Is he a magical man?
Some would say yes. That it's a group of magical men. some would say. People like Channing
interesting.
Tatum. Great dancer.
Channing Tatum.
Yeah, is that
Okay. How does he look like?
he? His skin is not as dark, so he's a little bit lighter.
Privilege.
How long till I can press the button? Okay. Ooh, Fognack says she's pulled up pictures of Channing Tatum to put on the screen. That's him and Magic Mike with the tie on. There, that's what Channing Tatum looks like. And there's Kevin Nash in the background.
Interesting.
This is a very valid question. Why are you on live TV if you don't want to be found?
Why am I on live TV?
So you're live on Twitch and on YouTube. So lots of people are watching this. And the number of people watching this has actually been increasing while we've been doing it.
Okay, so I walked in here because I couldn't breathe in my hole. And then I got put into this chair. Very comfortable, by the way. Very comfortable chair. And now I am on live TV.
Essentially, yes.
So they will find me?
Yes.
I have to become human soon then.
But when you become human, they can still get you, can't they?
No, they won't. They will not recognize me. I have to change. I have to become one of you.
So do they see you? They wouldn't recognize you right now.
They would. My antennas are out.
So we just need a big hat to cover them, like a top hat.
Maybe.
Like a Abe Lincoln type of hat.
Maybe.
Do you know? Are you familiar with Abe Lincoln?
Who?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham
The only
Lincoln.
president in the Amateur Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Amateur Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I just said too many things that you don't know.
Yeah.
Question for you: is Kevin Pereira from your
Oh
planet?
yes, Kevin Pereira is a great friend of mine.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Kevin Pereira.
How long have you known Kevin?
Oh, for many years. He has infiltrated you all, and you have no idea.
So are you taking your cues from him on how to infiltrate? Is he helping you?
No, he doesn't. I don't think he knows I'm here yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep
But
your secret.
he's, as you can notice, he doesn't age.
He does not. Just gorgeous flesh on that Pereira.
Yeah, he is an amazing alien that we all. He was very close to becoming a champion.
Oh, he was, and then he would have had all the babies.
Yeah, and then all the babies, but he didn't. He couldn't succeed.
So Kevin Pereira can procreate by himself.
Yes.
Nice.
Hey, Austin, aren't you going to talk to Kevin Pereira?
I am going to talk to Kevin Pereira a little bit later today on The Loop. Very exciting times.
The Loop. What is the Loop?
The Loop is a show that will air shortly after this one.
Ah, interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
But there's a very interesting question that I'm very excited about. Oh, actually, that's a good one.
Producer says
gonna-
transmission.
Okay, transmission. We have a break. And
Transmission.
you're going to find out Kevin Pereira's real name.
That's how we speak on our planet.
Oh, that's language. we had a very good question right before we went to a transmission. You've known Kevin Pereira for a long time. He's from your home planet, D69.
D69.
But Kevin Pereira is the name that we know him by. But since you've known him for a long time, like you said, your name is Kid, but it's a longer name that what is it again?
K9I Sigma D2.
Boom. So what is Kevin's real name?
Kevin, if I say his real name, it might be a problem. Because I think it might be something that you all call a gamer word. Do you know about a gamer word?
Gamer word.
I saw it on Twitter.
Okay.
There is a man that said a word that was, they said a gamer word.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
Okay, I don't think I can say it.
No? You sure? Do you guys in the chat know?
Producer is telling me I can't say word.
Gamer word? I have no idea. So, okay, question for you then. From Arthur Reyes. Is the alien going to be a reoccurring character on G4 taking over the bodies of other hosts in their quest to become more human?
There's more hosts?
There's lots of hosts. I'm one of many.
Okay, who are more of the other hosts?
So you look currently like one of our hosts named Fiona Nova.
Okay.
Yes, she's very talented, very funny. We've got Kevin Pereira, who you said has infiltrated.
Yes, you need to keep an eye on them.
Do we need to keep an eye on Kasim? Kasim G?
He was supposed to be here.
Oh.
Right? He was supposed to be here.
And he's not.
No.
How do you know he was supposed to be here?
Producer told me.
Ah. Okay. So if Kasim was here, I'd be curious to see, because I feel like you might know him too.
Kasim?
Yeah.
I don't think I know who he is.
But we got a ton of hosts.
Okay.
And so they're asking essentially, are you
who
going to
is
be...
your favorite?
I love everyone equally.
There is not one that is a little bit better than all the other.
Better at what though?
At everything?
At everything. I don't know. I know I just brought his name up, but I'm gonna give it to Kasim again.
Kasim. So is he the champion?
He's the.
Of
I think he's the.
G4?
I think he's the comedy champion.
He is the
of G4. He's
so
the
he
funniest.
is the champion of G4.
Yes.
Kasim.
Yes.
Okay. And you do not want to take his title.
I have a different title.
You have a different.
So I'm king.
Title? You're king.
I'm king. He's champion.
And what does that mean? Who is better than who?
In what respect? Because again, you have to figure out. So I'm king of the ring. So I'm king of the wrestling ring. Kasim, I think, is the comedy G4 champion.
Ah, okay. So he's champion of funny.
Yes.
You are champion of or king of ring of wrestling.
Yes. Yes.
If you two were to go into battle, who would be champion?
I don't know. But I'm sure that we could maybe do a stream where the two of us are figuring out who would win in that fight. Maybe it's a battle of fisticuffs to the death. Maybe it's playing gin rummy against each other. Who knows? But you don't have gin rummy, so gin rummy, it's a card game. Or like mahjong. Do you have mahjong? Nope.
What's a mahjong?
Question for you.
Okay.
From BMOP. Is it difficult to get PS5 on D69?
Oh no, we all have PS5.
What?
Yeah.
What?
We all have PS5. That's how we played the video game Leisure Suit Larry.
You played Do
you not have PS5 here?
We have PS5, but we don't have Leisure Suit Larry on PS5.
Oh, why do you not have PS5?
We have it. I have one. I have one across the hall.
Do people not have it?
Some people don't have it because there's not enough to go around sometimes.
Not enough of PS5?
Yeah, because
why not?
Because we use all of the we focus more on putting dice in plastic bags.
I see. Is there a shortage?
Yes, there is. I think something to do with some microchips.
Microchip. Why is there not enough microchip?
Where do we start? There's this whole thing going on. COVID. People can't travel. People can't
we
do a lot
have
of things.
COVID. On D69, we have COVID.
How long have you had it on D69?
Oh, for years. But what we do is we do this thing which I think you call vaccine.
Yes.
We all take vaccine, and now we don't have to worry about COVID.
Oh, really?
It is not an issue anymore.
Kind of like with so we had this thing called polio, and everybody got vaccinated for that, and now
Yeah.
we don't have to deal with polio
No
issues
more
anymore.
polio. Well, that is the solution.
Yeah.
Is to get a vaccine so you don't get the disease anymore.
Got you. So you guys are all good.
We don't have COVID. And why do you still have COVID?
Well, I don't know how much longer we have, so I can explain this to you.
Why do you still have COVID? It's very easy solution.
There's a lot of things that are going on. Very
okay.
instant.
You
Yeah,
just got it.
we just got it.
We immediately we did not have it anymore.
Wow.
It came and we fixed it.
Wow. And so that must have been a while ago, and then they kicked you out.
They did.
Wow. But at least
Yeah.
you got that taken care of, so now you don't have to deal with it.
No, I don't. I can't get COVID.
Nice. Good.
But that's very shocking. Interesting.
All right. We have another question from Amalik. Said, do you want to take over G4, or are you just trying to live your best life?
No, I want to become human. So I don't think I want to take over G4, but I do want to become you
Well, I don't understand why you want to become me.
because you are the first human I have interacted with since I have escaped Area 51.
So you want to wear my skin.
Yeah.
You cannot have my skin.
Okay.
So what do you do then? Because you said that if you ask for something, you get it.
Well, I have my skin. I don't need someone else's skin because I took skin already.
Okay. You have
But
skin. You're good to go.
I'm good to go. But I would like to start to become you and become more normal.
I'm the furthest thing from normal. And I think anybody in the chat who knows me, they know that I am very far from normal.
You're not normal?
Not at all.
Why are you not normal?
For many reasons. So first of all, people think that it's very weird that I have I guess some people think I have a strange diet. So I don't eat vegetables because they're not good to me.
Vegetables. Is that the
Yes.
plants?
Yes. Yes.
You don't eat vegetables. Why is that?
Because they taste gross to me.
They taste gross.
Yeah.
Is that not the thing that has the most vitamins that your body needs?
Yeah. But I feel like I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm all right there. I feel good. My cholesterol is fine. And so vegetables, nah. Meat and cheese for me.
Ah, okay.
So people
Just
say
like
that's
how I
weird.
eat my little gummy
Yes.
kids. You don't need to eat vegetables.
Exactly. Like you ate screaming gummy children. I don't eat vegetables.
You don't
We
eat
are
vegetables.
one and the same.
What is something else you eat?
Okay. Someone said I've seen me eat broccoli. I do eat broccoli. That's the only thing. Other than that,
Broccoli?
broccoli. It's like little green. It's little trees.
Okay.
Little trees. I do enjoy little trees.
You like little trees?
Yes,
Okay.
very much so. They're
Okay.
fantastic. But yeah, I don't eat vegetables. I wrestle, which is a weird profession to go into because you're essentially just asking to get beat up all the
Yes,
time.
you get paid to go into fights.
Yes. So I feel like lots of
interesting.
people would be like, well, that's interesting.
It is very interesting.
Yeah.
Usually you go to fight to get something you want,
Yes.
or something disrespected you,
Yes.
and you want to keep your pride.
Yes. It's all
But
about
since
pride.
this is not pride and it's just for money,
Yes.
it seems like they're using you.
Well, the thing is about pride, I cannot use pride to feed my kids.
Ah, okay.
So
you use your body to feed kids.
I use my body to make, we say like that's, I use my body to make money, and then I use that money to feed my kids.
Okay, so
Yes.
you use body to feed kid and to also live life.
Yes.
Interesting.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Another question from Jeff Fool. To help you fit in, what do you imagine humans do to fit in?
Well, you all are very good at talking, which I've noticed. You like to wear those blue things. Jeans?
Yeah.
And you also let you just smile. You smile a lot.
You don't like smiling?
Well, it's something that humans do. They smile a lot. What's up with that?
You guys don't smile? The things aren't funny to you or amusing or make
Well,
you
I
happy?
just got my face recently.
Oh, this is true. So you're learning how to use it.
Yeah, I've never had like a face. So I will be using. So what I have to do is smile more.
There you go. Show all the teeth. You guys, can you guys help me out really quick? So, our friend here is learning how to smile. Kid, everybody who hasn't said hello, say hello. Can you rate Kid's smile as she learns how to smile? I'll give you a 1 for horrible smile, 5 for incredible smile. For the first try. Here we go.
Too many teeth?
Is it too many teeth?
Too many
There we go. We got 5 in the chat. Boom.
Okay,
Ooh,
why?
5, 1, 3. It's all over the place.
Showing your teeth. Okay, 69? That's my planet.
69. Well, if it's a grade of 69, then there you go. You
How
end
do
up
you
winning.
talk if you smile like this?
Some people are able to. We call those people ventriloquist. Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Not that hard.
But unless you have a sound with a B, then you gotta.
you
know, it's a thing.
You talk. Okay.
Okay, another question from Stormu Jones. When will you be giving Fiona her body back? Because, like we said, you look like Fiona, and so we assume that you have jumped into Fiona's flesh.
I don't know who Fiona is.
The person whose skin you're wearing right now. That's
Did
Fiona.
I jump Fiona?
Yeah.
Did
yeah.
I absorb Fiona?
Yeah.
I will give skin back.
Okay. And
She's in the hole.
so skinless.
She has no skin and she's in the hole.
Is there a tarp down, or is she getting covered in dirt?
Tarp.
Like something, because if she has no skin, it's just exposed muscle and blood and veins, and that will get very dirty, and then she'll get very sick, and then she will no longer be.
I did not think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like maybe we should go get her.
She also smell bad.
She smells bad in the hole.
Let's probably find Fiona.
Yeah.
And we'll go to it.
Okay, so we're gonna find Fiona. Do you want to press the button?
Oh yeah.
See you in a few. Yeah, I mean, well, she's got to be out there. There has to be a way from underneath the building to get there because this alien thing got in. Oh. Hey, okay, so we sent Kid to go get Fiona to give her skin back so that we could actually talk to her. So I hope that she goes and finds her and brings her in, that she's not just rotting in this hole skinless. But everybody who stuck with us in the chat, wherever you're watching, thank you so much for being here with us, because obviously you understand we're trying things out, seeing what works, seeing what you like, seeing what you hate. But Kid has been giving us some very intense information. So I'm curious, because we got a little bit of time, because she's got to go find Fiona. Talk to me. Ask some questions. What are you guys playing? What are you guys rocking with in the pop culture scene that we can spark a conversation about? Because I already kind of jumped into this idea that Thanos was right. Oh, I see. John Cena's the host because you can't see him. I get a ha ha ha. You got to put in the corrective lenses and then you can see him. What? Oh, I thought Fiona came in. It's like, hey, it's Kevin. So Kevin, hey Kevin, would you mind sitting down for a second? Just want to ask you something real quick. You okay?
What is okay? What is Kevin?
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm looking for more of that alien vitamin C.
So
There was I just felt the cold coming on.
yeah.
I should keep some distance, but those alien vitamins are real spicy.
Yeah. I could see it in your eyes. I could see it in your eyes.
Did I get it in my eye? I know I got it on my gums.
We got some information about you that I was completely unaware of.
What?
That
Okay.
that you.
Okay.
And maybe I'm blowing up your spot.
Should I run?
But you are an alien.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Bye. See you in the loop. See you in the loop.
What?
See you in the loop.
We're gonna I'm gonna be on the loop.
If you blew my spot.
What did I do?
Blew my spot?
Are you okay? Can you sit down? We have to talk to you.
Sure thing. I just want to say hi and I'm looking forward to the loop. Sorry. Bye.
Kevin Pereira, ladies and gentlemen, alien extraordinaire. We'll be on the loop with him in a few. Okay. You have been.
Yo, you've been munching.
No, it was not me. It was
You've
the
been
alien that
munching.
jumped into your flesh. Do you have any idea what the? How long has it been? The
Alien
past 90 minutes?
Jumped into my flesh.
It's been 90 minutes. What?
Been 90 minutes.
What?
I'll be honest. It went dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, it went very dark.
It went dark. Like I just didn't. I don't really remember, but it turned black.
You
And now I'm here. And now I really am craving Cheez-Its.
can have some, please.
Yeah.
So this is what happened. An alien jumped into your flesh, left you in a hole with
An
no skin.
alien jumped into
Yep.
my flesh.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what happened. You can go back and watch it on the stream. Everybody else, tell me one if I'm telling the truth, 2 if I'm telling a lie.
An alien jumped into my flesh. It's
Yes.
2021. An
Yes.
alien jumped into my flesh,
An alien that was living underneath the building.
living underneath the building.
Wow, some of you are putting 2s. When you sat here and you watched this whole thing, you're just blatantly lying. How dare you? How dare you? Now people are putting 3s as well. What? Yes, number 1, it went deep inside. So essentially, I've been talking to this alien named Kid for the past 90 minutes.
How does it feel to maybe like be crazy? Like imagine like you just had a whole episode live on stream. Were you even talking to someone? There was someone here. You're telling me there was someone here. There's an alien that took over my body. What was this alien's name?
From the planet D69.
D69?
Yes.
D69?
Yes.
An alien
She kept
from
doing this.
D69?
Yes.
Took over my body?
Yes.
Okay. Am I on pranked?
Yeah,
Am
Ashton
I on
Kutcher is
pranked
coming
right
out.
now?
Oh.
D69 and you believed everything?
Yes.
Well,
And then we had the creamies out looking for you.
the creamies.
The creamies, yes.
Yeah. I miss my creamies. Love Dr. Pepper though. Love Dr. Pepper.
This
So-
is painful. You outed the alien outed Kevin Pereira as an alien. Said that they
Kevin
had
Pereira's an alien?
yes.
Yo, you had a roller coaster of things happen to you in the past. Well, how long was it?
90 minutes.
So weird. I was eating Mendocino Farms, and then all of a sudden, dark.
Well, it's been a weird ride the past while.
Okay.
No, we are not trolling Fiona. Stop that. Fine. You know what? Fine. Ask
They are
Fiona some
trolling
questions. Ask Fiona some questions because she's back now.
I'm back, but also like I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you in like a week. What's up?
I saw you before we came down here, and then all of a sudden I see an alien. So what?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, I did see you, and then it went black, and now you're here, and I'm here, and I'm craving Cheez-Its. Jesus Christ, my breath smells awful.
You have literally ingested all of these things on the table right now. You ran through the gummies because the alien said that the gummies that they ate were small gummy children on their planet.
The gummies they ate are small gummy children that they ate.
Yes, because they have too many, so they ate the kids. You have
ate the
6
kids.
holes
They have
in their
6
back.
holes in their back.
Yes.
Okay.
None of.
Yes, and
Here, Hypnolama ask Fiona, have you ever played a video game?
oh my gosh, yeah, I play a lot of video games. What is this mess here? Austin, what is this mess? What is happening? Yes, yes, I do play video game, and if you guys are interested, I voice in a video game that's coming out on December 16th, so called The Gunk. That's something you wanna. Why is Austin trolling if you wanna? I don't know.
I am so upset, not because you don't believe me, but because like 3/4 of the chat is just lying.
Yeah.
Savagely about the last 90 minutes that they have sat and watched.
Interesting.
They are now lying about it even happening. How dare you?
I think it would be really cool if he sat with Ollie. Do you know who Ollie is?
No.
It's right. Hey, cheers. Ollie is my D&D character.
Which you're doing great, by the way. Can I ask you about Invitation to Party?
Yes,
there
absolutely.
we go. There we go. Okay.
That's why I'm here.
So since the chat just wants to be filled with lies, Invitation to Party, we're going to talk about it. Fridays on G4, what, 3 p.m. Pacific?
3 to 6?
3 to
No, or
6.
Yeah, 3 to 6.
3 to 6.
3 to 6.
So I can't catch them while they're live because I'm at SmackDown. I'm at my other job, and we're doing our show. And then I watch them either that night after or Saturday morning throughout the day, because then they come up on YouTube.
Oh yeah, you wrote it on Slack. You were
Yes.
saying how much you liked it.
It's so
I'm
refreshing.
so happy you liked it.
Because so I was once a person. Now Dungeons and Dragons is what Invitation to Party is. Oh, somebody wants a pepper. Yeah, get that good Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Peps.
So Invitation to Party is you and who else? Can you give us a rundown?
Me, Kasim, Iffy, love Iffy,
Great.
Frosk, love Frosk, and then B. Dave Walters, who is our DM. And then we get guests every week. Last week we had Jasmine, and she was amazing. And these people have played D&D before. Kasim and I are very noobish to this. Iffy's like a king when it comes to D&D. You see him in all of the D&D shows. Frosk, it feels like Frosk is just really good at everything, so it doesn't really matter if she didn't do it or not, because she's just amazing. But yeah, no, that show is honestly, it was something where we were really scared about, because this has never happened before, and then all of a sudden people liked it, and we were very happy about the response, because we were very worried at the beginning.
Yeah, it's a
because
lot.
it is scary.
It's a big undertaking. And so for those of you who haven't seen the show yet, so obviously it's set up like any other D&D setup. They've got the DM, they have the players, but in the middle of the studio, there's a huge circle. And so when big events occur, the players get to come up and they improv what's gonna go down. So how has that been? Because you're essentially first time jumping into D&D like this.
Yeah.
And one thing that kept me from playing it for a long time was that I see all these books and all these rules and all these magic spells, and it's just so much. And I thought it was so overwhelming. So how has your experience been doing that and then doing the improv stuff too?
Well, we had to rehearse. I mean, we had to rehearse a bunch before the show launched, because we didn't really play D&D before, and there's a lot to learn. But I feel like with this, at least, we didn't have to learn every single thing about D&D. I think we kind of are loose, and we're still. I feel like while we're in the show, we're still learning how to play D&D, because there's times where I'm like, I don't know which dice to roll.
Yeah.
And it's always like D20 or like a D4 or whatever. But I'm like, they all look the same sometimes. So I'm like, I don't know which one. But yeah, we're still learning, and there was a lot of catching up, but I don't think we needed to learn everything about D&D, which I didn't want to, because I felt like that was also a way for people who haven't played D&D to kind of learn from me.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person that they learn from, because I also am asking questions and I don't know what I'm doing. But it feels like, I know, like, there was a comment on the first video. It was like, it feels like, whose line is this anyway?
Yeah.
Whose line is this X, like D&D?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what this is.
It's so great. I saw somebody really quick. They said they don't know what D&D is. So D&D is Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So essentially, you've got your DM, who's your dungeon master. They create a story and a world. You have your players. They build characters, and they roll dice to figure out what their stats are. For instance, charisma, strength, agility, things like that. And then when the DM, dungeon master, goes through the stories, he'll tell them, oh, you're all in a tavern. And then you kind of talk, and they say, oh, but there's a shady figure in the corner. And so then the players, it's on them to go and explore this world and figure out where to go and what to do next. And so it's really just embodying a character and seeing what you can do with it.
Yes, and it's kind of scary because, and I was doing like an interview about it, because usually when you play a video game, it's like you can do like an open world game, you can kind of do what you want, but you still have rails to it, and it's been really tough to actually be like, you can do anything.
Yeah.
You will have to roll for it, but you legitimately can do anything.
Yeah.
You can make any kind of choice. So it's really tough to kind of think that way, that you're free to do essentially whatever. So yeah, it's been tough, but it's a lot of fun. Have you played D&D?
Yeah, I love D&D.
You love D&D?
So I used to have a show called Rollout, and it was like we get a bunch of the wrestlers to play. And at one point, Freddie Prinze Jr. was a DM that we had.
Okay.
So like
Oh
he
my
came
gosh.
through. I'm actually gonna be at PAX Unplugged.
Okay.
Not next weekend, but the weekend after, because I do a D&D game, Dungeons and Dragons game, with a group called Acquisitions Incorporated, and they are like top-notch D&D group. People know them, people love them. They've been
Okay.
doing it for years, and I am just like crazy honored that they allow me to sit at the table with them, because
Yeah.
I essentially came in as you. I
Like
played a
noob?
couple times.
You were playing a couple times?
Yeah, but they've been playing for years, and they're so into it, and
Interesting.
they know everything, and so I just kind of came in, and it's a stage show, so you're on stage live with a bunch of people, and it's like, oh, I'm not sure what to roll, and so like they're just kind of helping me along. So I've been the one
Right.
in the past couple of years that's been that voice.
Like, you've been that voice?
Yeah, and so people
Okay.
that don't know it. So for me personally, like there's wrestling fans who would maybe be at a convention and they see my name and they go, oh, I'll go check this out. But I don't know D&D.
Yeah.
And then they come in, they're like, oh, this is kind of complicated. And then I go, hey, what die do I roll and why do I do this? And then they explain it. And that person goes, oh, dope, this is easy. I can now
Right.
watch and understand this for 3 hours.
Right,
You know?
okay, I
so I
see.
think the way that you guys are doing it really leans into that type of player, which especially in this day and age, yes, there's a ton of people who play in D&D and a ton of people who are very knowledgeable about it, but there's such a huge base of people that don't have that knowledge
Yeah.
that would love the game when they see it played
Well,
like this.
yeah, I think it's a little bit intimidating, the D&D, because it feels like you need to know every single thing about D&D, but really the way you learn is you play it.
Yeah.
And you learn while playing it. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun, and it's been like it feels different than every other D&D kind of one shot I've done, because I did do D&D live, and that was like just straight D&D. But this is a little more different, and I just love being funny with everyone, and I'm like getting into character now. Like our improv teacher is like, where we're doing improv character work. I'm like, what? How did I get in this?
It's crazy,
what
right?
happened?
Because like doing
How
improv
did
work is one thing, because you know
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yourself, you can do whatever. But then improv character work, like real improv character
Yeah,
work, like
it was,
you
like,
gotta
cool.
understand. Okay, what did this character do on their
I
6th
know,
birthday?
it's
What
tough.
motivates them?
It's been tough. I've been I've been trying to learn everything about character. Like it's a tough craft. Not everyone can do it. I know maybe it looks easy to just be a character, but when you're faced with decisions or things that you don't know are gonna happen, and you have to answer as your character, it is tough, because you have to think, okay, not me, I'm not making the move, but what is Ollie thinking, or what is Ollie gonna do?
And that's the name of your character.
That's yes, Ollie is my character. Like Ollie is a Haragon sorcerer, and she's essentially SpongeBob.
Perfect. See, I thought, and this is what I like about this, because you interpret it a certain way. When I saw it, and then I saw you transform. So when she plays, she's got bunny ears
I have
on.
bunny ears.
I
when-
do like a voice like this.
It's so good. I thought you were doing the bunny from what's the movie Pets?
Oh, Kevin, the one with Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no. I'm not like that at all. Essentially, Ollie is kind of this character who has a tough time. She wants to really do good, but always like messes up.
Yeah.
So very much SpongeBob-like, of like always somehow he has a good heart, but somehow it's gonna be bad. It's like he's like bad luck or something
Yeah.
like that. So yeah.
Do you find that it's so, like we were just talking about, difficult to do character improv? So you've done what, 2 weeks of the show?
2 weeks, yes.
Coming up again on Friday, and you
third
guys,
episode.
yes, you guys can go back and watch the episodes on YouTube, just like I do. Leave your comments and stuff too, because like we've told you a million times before, we are trying to figure out what works best. And so each of us as hosts, we feel like we have our strengths, and we're all learning the strengths of everyone else. So if you guys are letting us know what's working, what's not, we really honestly appreciate it when it's
We
constructive.
appreciate it, but also we don't care. We'll do it. We'll do it if, like, I know, we'll do it. Even if you hate it, we might still do it, because we want to.
Yeah, because you're having
And
a good
it
time.
keeps us sane,
Yes, which is the name of the game.
which is the name of the
And so like I said, if you guys go check out Invitation to Party so you'll be caught up. And then they got this Friday coming up. What has been your favorite thing about it? Because like you said, really just entering the D&D world.
About the D&D, like the show. My character has this alter ego called Chuckles, and everyone asks me every time, "Will Chuckles come back?" And I'm like, Chuckles will come back when Chuckles comes back. Because if I overuse Chuckles, then you're guys like, no more Chuckles.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want that to ever happen.
Yes.
So Chuckles will come back when the time is needed. But that's been my favorite part.
And Chuckles is also, Ollie is also, well, Ollie and Chuckles is in love with another one of the characters on the show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Frost's character. But I feel like everyone's in love with Frost's character.
I think
To
everyone's
some
just in love with
degree.
Frost.
Yeah, in love with Frost,
Yeah.
period. Chuckles don't buckle.
Just the one above it.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's like Ollie has this very huge crush on Frost's character, and is possibly the reason why, essentially the story starts, we're in jail.
Yes.
And we're in jail because
And this,
my
sorry,
character.
this is a full, you're going to get like the story so far.
No. Just essentially like a backstory to
Okay.
understand the relationship between Frost's character and my character. Is essentially we started in jail, and we're in jail because of something my character did. And what happened was I pushed someone who was getting too close to Frost's character in hope, because Frost's character was in danger, which was absolutely not it. Frost's character is a very can handle herself, but my character obviously wanted to save the day, and then accidentally we're in jail. So that's essentially what had happened, and my character has a huge crush on Frost's character, and we'll see what happens. It seems like she keeps her character keeps calling me a dog.
It's just that's my dog.
Yeah, people keep saying like, yeah, I'm like this, but also I feel like my character is just, if any attention, if I can get any attention, she'd love it.
Do you enjoy that though, being able to embody something else? Because like you said earlier, it's not you,
Yeah.
it's not Fiona who's forced with this problem of,
Yeah.
hey, someone's approaching Frost. What do? You have to turn into Ollie and say, man, this is what Ollie would do. Now I got to roll for it.
I'm liking it more. Before it was really, I was very scared.
Yeah.
Because it's like scary, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna mess up.
Yeah.
Because you're not thinking as yourself, you're thinking of Ollie, and like you also want a character that people like, because so it's engaging and people like care about this person. But like, yeah, I was terrified. Now I feel like I'm getting the hang of it, and it's getting better and better and I think this is for everyone. I think everyone's kind of getting into the groove of it. But yeah, it was tough to get into that. You know?
I think that it's one of those things as well. So for people who are just wait, hold on. Chuckles is like the McRib. Cherish it while it's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you see Chuckles, you know things are gonna go down. Can I answer this question?
Yeah, please.
Well, I'm curious why Fiona made Ollie a sorcerer. The reason why was actually I liked the fact that a sorcerer can actually do wild magic, which is an uncontrollable source of magic.
So you're just.
And I think there's times which I feel like for Ollie's character works so much better for her, is if she has this kind of thing that is wild magic. She might try to do what she can, but if it's wild magic, who knows how it's gonna end up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We got more people coming.
We got more peeps coming in.
We're getting a word from producer.
Yeah, we have a few minutes with you, so we gotta send you over to the loop.
I have to go to the loop.
Anything you want to tell the audience before we go to break?
Yes. Before we go to break, this has been fantastic. Thank you for having me. For this
yeah,
part.
I mean, like, hey, thanks
I
for
guess.
like being here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you experienced lunacy.
It's okay.
But like, I
It's okay.
don't even know. Yeah.
When I came in at the beginning, I was very confused.
I think you might have gotten pranked.
The thing is, if I got pranked, I got pranked by you. D69.
Come on.
And kept doing this.
Weird. That's weird. Doesn't make sense.
Really?
But,
Really?
I hope you have a great rest of your day thinking
Thanks.
about that.
Appreciate it. On the loop, getting some good talks in with Sir Alien that we now know, Kevin Pereira. I'm gonna try to figure out his alien name and see if he's been dealing
That
with
wouldn't
that.
shock me if he is.
Right?
Nah.
He doesn't age.
The guy doesn't age, so
His
if he is
skin
an
is
alien, that
tight.
makes total sense.
When
But,
we got a man with face skin that tight,
yeah, it's toit.
he's winning.
He's got toit skin.
So come over there and watch, because it's gonna be good.
See you guys. It is me, Fiona Nova, and I am here. We had to break Austin earlier because he's, doing the loop. So I'm going to be here just for a little bit to entertain you guys, even though, Austin's not here. I know you were all here for Austin, and now it's just me. So here's the thing. We've got the loop. We've got loop with Kevin Pereira and Austin Creed. What else? Then we have After Dark, the stream G4 After Dark, which what goes on in After Dark? Whatever happens. Debauchery happens at G4 After Dark, and it's going to be with the Black Hokage. And it seems like Golden Boy won't be here for it, but Frosk will. And we all love Frosk. You know that. I know that because I see every time Frosk is up, you guys are all just like loving on her. We all love Frosk. And then what's next? Then tomorrow we have the 3-ringed circus of Attack of the Show. And it's going to have me, Kevin, Gina, Will. Is Austin going to be in it? I think so. And Ovally too is gonna be in it as well. So you don't want to miss it. That'll be tomorrow at, gosh, what time is it? It's like, is it at 4 p.m.? Black Hokage is going to be playing GTA 2 tomorrow. GTA. He's going to be playing GTA as well, so you don't want to miss it. This is going to be the second episode of Attack of the Show, and I'm really excited for it. And you're going to be seeing a lot, and we're still workshopping some things, but you guys are going to love it. And so I'm very excited for this to happen. What else do we have? And then Friday we have Invitation to Party, which is our D&D show. And it's going to be awesome. And you guys have been giving such great feedback and such amazing positive comments. So we're going to keep going and doing it strong. And what else? Is there any other updates we need? Let's see. Yeah, we'll do a couple questions. Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to Fiona talk about Ollie and Invitation to Party. Can we have one-on-one interviews with all of the cast? That would be awesome. I think having some interviews talking about each other characters. I know we have some like art actually coming of our characters, right? Who knows? Maybe. Keep an eye out. You might see some art of our characters so you can actually see how we look like. Kudos, Fiona, for your alien skit earlier today. You might not remember it, but we have it on film, and I was genuinely entertained with all the subtle digs. I don't know what you're talking about, and if that is the thing that Austin was talking about, I don't know what he's talking about as well. And I cannot believe he believed something that said they come from a planet called D69. Come on. What are we? Children? Are we in middle school? Question, does Kasim smell? He actually smells amazing. It smells like he actually smells like my dad. Because he's old. He's an old man. And otherwise, yeah, merch maybe? For what, like merch? We do have Attack of the Show merch. If you go on shop.g4 and boosted. Wait, is it shop.g4.com? Shop. Mods, please, need your help. Drop that link down below. But yeah, we do have like Attack of the Show merch. We have boosted merch. We have do we have X-Play merch? I think. If we don't, we will. I am still trying to get Creamies on a shirt. I promise I am. They keep not answering my phone calls. So yeah. There it is. Shop.g4tv.com. Yeah, so okay. Put some hashtag Creamies in chat. I also guys, we did a vibe check yesterday, so if you guys want to check that out. We were doing a vibe check. It was Kasim, Kevin, and I, and there was some very good meme material actually in there. And some shocked faces because Kevin and Kasim are incredibly and disgustingly horny for each other. And all I have to do is sit there in the middle and watch. So, with that being said, we're good. We're good. Enjoy the loop, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for playing with us. And we'll see you guys. When's the next? Just after dark? Right there. All right, after dark. So we'll see you guys in the loop. Mwah. Bye, guys.
Well, hello there, lovers and lovelies. Welcome today. We have an in-depth, elbow-deep dive into the topics and trends which we find fascinating. You know, I didn't say it out loud when I wrote it. This is the loop. Today, lined up in our mostly harmless crosshairs, we have freshly minted royalty. He is a professional wrestling superstar, a gaming influencer, an Uno grandmaster, a father, and a tromboner. Also, I hear he's still in possession of the launch codes, which means he must be stopped. WWE superstar King Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed. Hello there, sir. Oh.
You know what?
Wow.
You know what?
And this is
the chair.
I'm
already breaking the set.
You're breaking the set,
You know
and
what?
that's
I'll just
fine. I'm glad we hid the folding chairs.
I think that did break.
Oh no, you really did. You did a number. You did a number. That's okay.
I did a oopsie.
okay.
I did a oopsie already.
That's okay.
Here we're good. I'll
We'll
sit
fix
like
that
this.
again. Are we live? Great.
Yeah, no, we're not on yet, right? Do you like my robe?
I love the kimono.
Thank you.
I love the robe. It's very nice. Fast fashion is totally here to stay.
Yeah, long sleeve, like sleeve of wizard.
What did you actually order, and then what did Wish deliver? There's no way this was something you saw and clicked purchase.
I got
You got the care pack?
a little jealous because I saw people getting this care package with this delicious G4 robe. It feels incredible. Have you worn?
I have one still folded up and covered in like packing peanuts.
Oh, fair.
But I will don it at some point.
Yeah,
I will.
This is the kind of material that like I want to wear naked and just feel it on my flesh.
Feel free to explore, friend. We'll pixelate half the screen. Go for it. I'm not going to say which half, though. You're going to have to dodge it. How many robes do you have now, though?
I have many robes.
There are way too many robes in your life.
I like this robe. I've got a robe, at work with my kingly duties. But I have many snuggies, which I do count as front robes.
Yeah, they're full robes.
100%.
Any hospital gowns?
No.
You ever just cut a slit in the back of a Snuggie to let it ride?
Yeah, because the back doesn't close, so I like a full back out. Not with a hospital gown, I feel like it's tied and the butt is out. I want full back out as well.
Just the torso? Or are we talking full?
Butt as well. The full back side of my body.
Can we get a tasteful Photoshop of this? Can someone in chat arrange that real quick? I want to address everybody in chat, too, before we hop in to your world, which I'm fascinated with and honored that you would plug us into that insane schedule that I saw on your Twitter. We'll get to that. Ooh. But chat, if you have questions, comments, or you're a MS Paint wizard and can work on a full Snuggie front, but rear exposed something of our King Xavier Woods, then please go ahead and do that. You can interact with us using !Q, followed by any comments or questions that you have. And producer Vanessa, who is on the ones and twos right over there. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello. !Q, as long as it's in the same line as your question and you're not being weird or asking for our home addresses, I'll make sure it tries to get in the show.
You're asking for a lot there, Vanessa. But thank you, chat. We can't wait. And we've already hit level 1 of undress, and I'm already so much more comfortable.
I like that 3-shot they had.
We can go back to it anytime. Just look at that.
It's like Action News Team.
Okay, wait. High five. Wait. Let me high five Xavier through you, Vanessa, if that's okay. So I'm going to come from this side.
VR conduit.
And then here comes the hand. Yep. And then.
And then.
Wait. This is exactly as we rehearsed it, everybody. And this.
Are you voguing?
2 hours of this. Don't worry, fans. Here we go. No. So your right arm will become my arm when I
can't. I have to push to talk.
There we go.
So, wait.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this working? All right. Anyway.
I'm proud of us for trying.
We did it.
I promise we have actual questions and actual comments and everything. But anyway, it's a pleasure to have all of you here. Why? I saw your schedule, man.
Yeah.
First of all, congratulations on the coronation and everything. I know it was an emotional moment for you. That it was a big deal, and we'll get to that. But you gotta stop.
Stop what?
You got all of it. Did you see your schedule?
Yeah, I live it.
Do you know what your world is?
I live it. It's very intense.
It's intense is one adjective for it. I was winded just scrolling it. I was daunted for you.
It's one of those things. So for me, and I don't know if this is something that we'll jump into later, but I'll just get heavy right off the jump.
Please.
We've been streaming for 2 hours already. The scariest thing, well, I'll say third scariest thing on the planet to me is finishing wrestling and not knowing what comes next. Because there's so many people that I've been lucky enough to learn from in wrestling in my time, mainly Devon Dudley, my mentor. If it wasn't for him, I would have quit in 2010 and quit wrestling and just gone into whatever using my psychology degrees.
Was there an incident that happened, or were you in a rut? Or
yes.
What happened in 2010?
So how do I do quick version? Well, we got 2 hours.
We have plenty. I mean, we just killed 15 minutes trying to high five through Vanessa. I don't think time is that precious around these parts.
Essentially, I'll just go story.
Please.
17 years old, finally in a position where I'm about to graduate high school. I know that I want to become a pro wrestler. I've known that for a long time. That my whole senior year, I want to say it was early in the year, I would always hang out with my buddy, Andrew. And so like he lived on the street and we were inseparable from like 3rd grade on. Just saw him yesterday. Shout out, Drew. Hope the kids in your class are doing great. One kid said, oh, he was a G4 host, and the kids, they're all, 14, 16, whatever they are. And they go, do you know what G4 is? And all the kids go, no. And there's one kid, he goes, I know what G4 is. They used to have a show called Icons, and he went into the whole thing. So I was like, this is so cool.
You're not a student. You're a 67-year-old janitor. And they shocked him back into his cage.
Get out of here.
Perfect.
But anyway, so I'm at his house and my mom calls me and it's like 10 a.m. whatever. We're still passed out because we're teenagers. We don't have responsibilities on the weekends. And she goes, hey, there's wrestlers at Walmart. And they're talking about having a show that's close, so just letting you know. And I was like, oh, so we jumped in the car.
Is this like local wrestling kind of crew or someone that's touring from town to town?
Yeah, so like maybe the Walmart's like 10 minutes from where we are. Okay. So we jump in the car, we go over there, and they're sitting outside at a table like this, and it says like, we're having a hardcore match. You bring your weapons, and it's like, what? So I'm 17. I'm so excited. And
Walmart greeters out there with a chain.
Yeah,
Let's
dude.
go. Let's get it going.
Like, bring whatever you want. And so we ended up going to that show, and it was across the street at a place called US Play. So US Play for us, it was like Dave & Buster's, right? Up on this big hill. They seem like very majestic. So we get our stuff together. We go that night, and they have the match. And the only thing that my friend Billy has in his trunk, he played baseball. He had a wooden Louisville Slugger baseball bat. And so we're like, okay, we're bringing it in.
He also was a barbed wire collector, and he had several severed cattle heads.
Yeah,
he was
some
an
brass
odd bird, but
knuckles.
yeah, whatever he had, we brought. So you take the baseball bat out of the trunk.
Yep, we go into the show.
Go to the US Play.
We're inside, and then they're like, a main event time. If you have a weapon, get it ready. And so what would happen is the wrestlers would come and take the weapons from us and use them in the matches. And so the good guy came around, and I had my bat, and I'm thinking like, not for you. The bad guy comes around, I give him my bat, and he like beats the crap out of the good guy, and I'm losing my mind because this is the first time that I've been this close to wrestling.
Right.
So I've been to big WWE shows, but I just had no idea.
This is close-up magic. You know that bat was real. That was probably used at a cage.
Yes.
It,
like legit.
Yeah.
So I didn't know anything about independent wrestling, and so a quick background: independent wrestling. There's independent wrestling every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, like somewhere in the world, in towns everywhere.
If there's a gymnasium in your area, if there's a YMCA.
Yes, a veterans hall. And like there's wrestling.
There's an Elks Lodge somewhere where an oxygen tank is being used to bludgeon someone who fought in some war. And thank you for that. But
someone jumping off a ladder through a table that does not break.
Exactly.
And so I just didn't know about that world. And so this is my first foray into it. And so those guys just made me feel like, they made me feel important. Because after the show, I had the bat, and they all came out. And it actually, to get even deeper, this was called Ultimate Christian Wrestling, UCW. So the guy who's in charge, Rob Adonis, he was also a pastor, and he would use the ring as an altar for people to come up and if they wanted to be saved or become religious or anything like that. So that was the first time I'd seen anything like that. I was like, this is a weird mashing up of things. But seeing people begin to change, like doing stuff like that, I was like, oh, okay, this is his way of bringing his gospel to people to see if they want it. And so at the end of the show, all the guys come out and they all sign the bat, and I'm telling them how excited I am. This is so cool. And they're like, we're going to do shows once a month here. So I'm looking at Billy. I'm like, this is great. We'll just come every month. So we come every month. Later in the school year, I was in band. I played trombone in the symphonic band. We played in Carnegie Hall.
Okay, now he's breaking his hand, patting himself on the back.
I just got carried through. I was the only kid in that band that wasn't in marching band because I played football.
But what short straw did you draw to end up with the trombone? Not to derail the story, but what happened there?
6th grade, they bring us in to figure out what instrument we want to play.
Isn't that a weird practice?
So strange. So strange.
Is this a music teacher who's like, hit the drums for a second? It's not for you. Is
Pretty
it one
much.
of those kind of things?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they go, okay, percussion. And then people get up and they go in this room and they close the door and they're doing stuff. I really wanted to play drums, but I had no clue what percussion was. I don't know that word. I'm 11 or however old. And so maybe 20 minutes passed, they're going through instruments, and I raise my hand and say, hey, I want to play drums. When are they doing that? Like, oh, they've been in there for a half hour. You can't go in. It's too late now. And so I'm confused. I'm like, you're in charge. What do you mean I can't?
Oh, we got like 2 woodwinds and I guess this thing. Yeah. And now it's your trombone?
Well, they gave me a mouthpiece because I was like, what do you want to try? And I was like, I think girls like saxophone. So let me maybe see if I can get a little smooth, because I was very little, just like pudgy, awkward kid, played video games. And so I tried to make a sound on the saxophone and I couldn't. And so they gave me a mouthpiece, which I later found out was a tuba mouthpiece. And they go, just go and buzz. And I made a sound. They go, cool. Take this one. I tried on a smaller mouthpiece. You could make a sound. They gave me the smallest one. I couldn't make a sound. They go, dope. You play trombone. And I said, what? Well, the big one was a tuba mouthpiece. The smaller one was a trombone mouthpiece. So you play this. And they go, what is a trombone? And the teacher was a trombonist. So he goes,
oh, child.
Yeah. And I was like, oh! And I was like, it's a big slide whistle. I'm in love. And so he instilled into me that you are not a musician unless you can read music. So I could play by ear pretty quick. And so we'd do our scale test. And I'd always go last because I could kind of hear it and figure it out. And so maybe week 3, he goes, scale, 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 and you play the B flat scale. And I was like, we're playing the D scale. He goes, they are. We're checking your last week's. And I go, oh no. And I couldn't play it. And it got in this debate. And he's like, do you think you're a musician? You've been playing for a few months. And I said, yes, I can play music. He goes, "You're not a musician because you cannot read music."
Oh.
And that
The gatekeeper.
cut me in my soul.
Yeah.
But it turned me into this little savage trombonist who would walk the mile and a half mile or so from his house to school every day at like
Uphill
6:30.
both ways on shattered glass.
You know what? I'm gonna take a video of it. It is uphill both ways, actually. But I'd be in there like 7 a.m. every single day, and he would give me like 10 pages of music, and I would sight read one and do it terribly, move on, sight read, move on, until I could do it. And so like that motivated me to want to understand my craft. And that was the first time that I really understood you can have a top level knowledge of something and it's okay, it's cool, do you? But if you want to be a master at something, or you want to excel at something, you want to make money with something, you want to feel like you have involvement with something, you have to understand it. And so I love that lesson because it made me understand that not just about music, but about life.
He took you past that surface knowledge and understanding and made you respect the core.
Yes.
And made you work for it.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the montage is not as cool as punching raw meat dangling in a freezer or anything. It's just you walking to the teacher's house and sight reading music.
Yes, just going constantly.
But the paper cuts as I flipped each page, the Visine drops I needed from staring at the... Is this staccato? I don't know!
A crushendo!
That was a literal crescendo. And when we come back, we're going to get back to the Christian wrestling that may have been the gulch or might have been the moment. I don't know how this particular story is ending. I want to know, can you pin somebody with a crucifixion in this? Or is that, I don't know. We'll find out more. We'll get to your questions and actually more stuff that we have planned right after this. This is Loop. We'll be back. We are to Rumble with Royalty. King Xavier Woods joins me, and we were mid-tail.
Yes.
Monthly wrestling competitions happening in your area. You feel like you can taste it. It's right there. It's within your grasp. You have an autographed bat.
Yes, it's signed by everybody who was on
with
the show.
Sharpies, blood, maybe some tetanus on it. Who knows? Just it's a real cast iron skillet of gristle from this match.
Melting pot.
So you've got sparkles in your eyes. And what happens?
So, like I said, they're doing the monthly shows. We fast forward a few months, and I had a band concert, and I want to say it had to be December-ish because I'm in full cummerbund and bow tie as we're playing the songs, but it's the night of the wrestling show. So I'm like, oh, I got to get out of here. I have to get, so we get done and I jump in the car.
You're trying to push the tempo of the songs.
Oh, yeah, just.
Get to the coda!
They're like, what are you doing?
Let's go! No encores!
I jump in the car. I drive there as quickly and legally as I can.
Of course.
And as I walk in, I've got the bat. And they're like in the middle of the main event, and it's.
I thought you walked in with the trombone and the cummerbund.
I wish.
Guys, I'm sorry.
I wish.
I'm overdressed for this, aren't I? So you have the bat.
Yes.
At the show.
Yes, fully dressed cummerbund bow tie. I walk in, and the announcer goes, "Oh no, it's the Batman."
Yeah.
So
of course.
I'm instantly like, oh, hell yeah, I have a name. And the bad guy had just started like winning, and he like reaches for the bat, and I'm like pretty close, and I toss it to him, and everyone starts booing me. So now I'm in a cummerbund, bow tie, 17 years old, at a wrestling show, just got called the Batman. There's booze.
You're
I'm
Batman and the Penguin.
Yeah.
You're simultaneously.
But in that moment,
you're soaking it up.
yeah, because I'm loving this. This is exactly what I want. And so after the show ends, Rob, the guy who's in charge, comes out and talks to me. He goes, hey, I'm starting a wrestling school, and you clearly want to do this. So this is my first time doing it. I've been doing it for X amount of years. If you're interested, here's my number. I said, yes, I'm interested. And so months pass. I got to finish out school and everything. And I never had a job while I was in high school, because my parents told me, as long as you're playing a sport in that season, you don't have to get a job. But if you don't have anything to do, you got to get a job.
Yeah.
But we'll essentially be your sponsors, because that's what you're trying to get when you are an athlete. So we'll start
that's a fantastic outlook on it. Yeah.
And so I'm finishing up track season, graduate, and I go back to the daycare that I went to when I was little. And the woman who was my teacher when I was a kid is running the place now. So her name is Miss Elizabeth. It's funny, it all goes with wrestling. So I said, Miss Elizabeth, is there any way that I could have a job? Because I'm going to start going to Furman University, the Harvard of the South, and I'm going to be studying psychology, child psychology, and I want to like work with kids. She goes, of course, come on in, gives me a job. And in reality, I was using that money to pay for my wrestling school and gas money to get around. And so I'm working at the daycare that summer. I'm learning how to wrestle with Rob and the other people who have come in, and all these guys who previously, like a year prior, had signed my bat. All those guys helped train me. And so they each have a piece of this.
Amazing.
Because they're my basis. Like without those guys, without those guys, I'm not sitting here. I don't find my way in life really without that group of talent. And so I'm in college, and when I get up there, I switch to the daycare is called La Petite Academy. So I transfer my stuff to a daycare up there, La Petite, and so I'm working there during the school year, wrestling.
I'm laughing, trying not to interrupt. I really am. But just you wearing a sweater that says La Petite on it makes me giggle.
Oh, we had pop collar polos.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
So I'm going through college, and we have school Monday through Friday. And I am wrestling, so I'm driving to Athens, Georgia from Greenville, South Carolina every other week to go do shows. So I'm doing a show with Rob in UCW, where since I'm a new guy, I'm helping build the ring. I'm working the cameras for the whole show. Besides when I have a match, I'm doing all that stuff. But then I find a show up near my school that's on Tuesday nights. And he starts telling me how to kind of better get around to get more work and more shows. So it turns into school Monday through Friday with a show Tuesday night, 10 minutes from school. After school is done Friday night, I jump in the car and I drive from Greenville, South Carolina to wherever on the East Coast, do a show, stay there in that town. Saturday, find the next town, do a show the Saturday night, stay there. Sunday, if I can find a daytime show, I'll hit that, and then hit a nighttime Sunday show, and then drive back to school for an 8 a.m. class on Monday. And that was my 4 years of college.
So your profession has got to be your passion.
Yes.
If that was the schedule then, and it still seems reminiscent of your schedule now.
Yeah.
It seems like while the modes of transportation may have changed, and maybe instead of you keeping track of your schedule in a spiral bound something, there's maybe a team doing it, but it's still the same.
100%. It's never, and this is the weird thing that I was talking about with a friend the other day. They're like, why don't you stop? And I was like, I don't know. I've never only done wrestling. I've never given like my full attention to it. I'm always like, it was either wrestling school or wrestling in video games or wrestling in a podcast or wrestling in something. Because I just feel like there's so many things that I want to do and that I feel like I can accomplish. And I'm a very big believer in the idea of you make time. So people say, oh, how do you have time for this? How do you have time for that? You make time for the things that you believe are important.
Right.
So like I want to learn Japanese, and I've wanted to learn Japanese since I was a kid, and I would always tell my mom, and for Christmas she'd get me some sort of, beginner Japanese book or CDs or tapes, whatever. To this day, I can't speak any Japanese. So being truthful with myself, I like the idea of being able to speak Japanese, but I'm not willing to put in the work to learn Japanese. So once you learn that about yourself, then you quit saying things like, oh, I wish I knew Japanese. Like, no, I wish that I had a job at G4 because I know I'm going to hustle and work my ass off to get that. I wish that I was king of the ring in wrestling, and I know I'm going to hustle and work my ass off to get that. But if I'm saying those things and not working to get them, then I don't actually want them, and I need to figure that out about myself.
You got to find a Japanese tutor who has a house that the only way to get there is uphill both ways.
Exactly.
That's what you need so they can flashcard you to death like the trombone days and make it happen.
It would work.
So how do you actually, it's one thing to say you make times for the things that are important, which I understand, and I agree with that, but there are only so many hours in the day. So do you ever feel that push and pull of, I want to make time for this, but I can't? Like, how do you manage to prioritize, and how do you navigate having to leave certain things by the wayside?
Yeah, I guess it's a prioritizing thing, but again, you have to ask yourself that question, like, what do you want? What is your end goal? So my end goal is to have a life. So this is my Instagram quote from whatever. I'm trying to do my best to build a life that I don't want to take a vacation from. I saw that and I was like, that's very heavy.
Yeah.
Because you think about like the rat race that we're always in, whether it's a job you don't like, whether you're in a relationship you don't want to be in, but you don't have the balls to actually step up and get out of it, or anything, any issue.
Or all of the above for some of us. Yeah. I love you, sweetheart. She's not watching. She doesn't support me. But I get it.
If Sessler was on.
Oh, man. I love that. So your parents sound a very particular type of supportive to say, look, we recognize, like, I'm assuming you had to get good grades. You had to pay attention in school and do your best there. But for them to say, like, we're sponsoring you as an athlete, we recognize the commitment, the time, the struggle to be a professional athlete in any capacity, even an amateur one in high school. For them to give you that support, amazing. Were they that supportive with things like the love of video games?
100%.
Really?
Yeah, because I made good grades. I had good grades. I did well in sports. The only thing that I ever asked for was video game stuff. That's the only gifts I ever wanted. Like, I want the new Sonic game, or once I learned that, hey, instead of a long Christmas list, have a Christmas list with one thing on it. Right. So, like, for my birthday when I was 16, I wanted a camcorder, like a handheld, and that's the only thing I asked for. And my dad was like, you don't want anything else? I said, nope. Just this $600 camera.
Oh, got it.
And I haven't asked for anything for months. I'm pretty self-sufficient. At that point in life, I would actually play a game till I beat it.
And I guess your parents are like, well, he hasn't like cut the faces off of dolls and set them on fire, so I guess let's get him a camcorder?
Literally, like, that's what it is. Like, I put in enough.
What was the most trouble you got into in your youth? I'm ashamed that you have to think that hard.
Well, with my parents, or like...
Well, the statute of limitations is out unless they're going to hold it over you for the holidays.
They caught me in the garage doing something.
Tromboning.
Yeah.
I bet.
That might not be the most trouble, but that was the scariest thing. I was like...
Were they disappointed with the movement? That's not my boy.
No, it was you're
hey, not in my house. You go to the neighbors for that. Leap over their fence,
spraying us with the hose. No, it's probably that. But because honestly, my sister, she's 8 years older than me, and she taught me. She was like, "Hey, you're gonna want to do this, 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 and this. Take my advice and don't just do something else." And so I just listened to her, and I don't know. I had it pretty good, honestly. I'd read my comic books. I'd play my video games, which is all I wanted to do in the first place. Hang out with my friends, and they knew that we weren't like gangbanging or doing drugs or vitamin C. So
that's a callback that most won't get, but I love it.
That's why you got to watch all.
You got to watch G4 holistically, friends, or else you're not going to get the vitamin C references.
But yeah, that's kind of how it's always been. They were always super supportive of me and what I wanted to do, because once they realized it wasn't a fad and this was exactly what I was trying to do with my life, then it became, okay, well, let's figure out a way to make sure that he has the tools that he needs, and let's see if he can do it. So the one thing was, you have to go to school. You have to go to college. We do not care what you do, but we're not going to pay for wrestling school. This is something that you want. This is your dream. So you work for it. We will help you pay for school, get this education. So if this doesn't work out, you're set. But if you really want this, show us. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, we're not going to stop you. We're not going to get in your way, but this one's on you. Yeah. That's the sprint you have to run.
Yeah, and it was great. So all those guys who trained me, they're fantastic. I've got the wrestling schedule throughout school. And I'm wrestling like my first big match in like a bigger arena. It's a Civic Center in Gainesville, Georgia. I'm in a three-way tag match. It's me and my partner against two other teams, ladder match for the titles. And at one point, I've got a guy in a ladder, and I look around, and I start smashing him inside the ladder, and people are chanting, Austin, Austin, because I was Austin Creed then. And so we do the match. Then the guy who's in charge of the show, my parents are there, so he goes and gets them, or they're moving around, and he brings them to the back. And you've seen Waterboy?
Yeah.
At the end of the football game when she's like, oh, I understand all of this. Like, damn near word for word.
Yeah.
Like, I'm crying my eyes out because my mom and dad, my mom goes, I understand why you want to do this so bad.
When I saw you reconfiguring that gentleman's jaw in the ladder,
yes,
I realized.
Yes. She was like, I've never seen you.
This is his passion.
Yeah. I've never seen you like this before. You're so happy.
Yeah.
And I was like, she's like, this is your element. This is what you were put on this earth to do. And my dad said he was proud of me, and they hugged me. And then I went off to the stairs and I was weeping. And my tag team partner, Hayden Young, love you. I hear some footsteps. I'm trying to get myself together. And I hear his voice. He goes, oh, don't go over there. And the guy goes, why? He goes, oh, Creed's parents, they just said they were proud of him. And the guy goes, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Because even I feel like I should back away from the table now.
Yeah,
and this is past tense, but I just want to shout out to all my father out there. You can say that to your kids. And just because it's not about me, it's about you, Xavier, and we'll have more with you in just a second. Can we take a break? I need a break.
I'm proud of you, Kevin.
I thank you. Thank you, Vanessa.
We're all proud of you.
We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I'm Kevin Pereira, largely irrelevant. I'm here with King Xavier Woods. What? Austin. What?
Largely irrelevant?
Yeah,
Also,
I'm well aware.
you're why I'm
They
here,
used to
dude.
put it on the screen. No, I'm not.
Yes.
I'm here because you watched basically a barroom brawl outside of a Walmart one day and decided that's your passion, that's your pursuit.
Yeah, wrestling, but gaming stuff, dude. Like you're the guy.
Oh, you're confusing me for Adam Sessler, but that's very kind of you. I want to get back. So there's a moment where your parents let you in on the secret that they're proud of you, which is beautiful. You've just rearranged a person's face inside of a ladder. So we were building to a moment where you were done with it, though, where you were walking away.
So I'm in college at that point. When my parents told me they're proud of me, so I'm maybe a sophomore in college, and my goal is to get a contract to wrestle on TV before I graduate college. That's what I've told myself is happening. So we fast forward to about 6 months before I graduate, and I get a call from a guy by the name of AJ Styles, and he at that point in time is in an organization called TNA, and he says, "Hey, are you going to the pay-per-view, the event that they're having, like in 2 weeks on Sunday?" I said, yeah, I was going to go because like it's a wrestling show and I'm going to go show my face and see if anything pops off. And he goes, okay, cool. And he hung up. I'm like, all right, that's weird because he's like the guy at the time.
Yeah.
He's the guy now still.
But his cell phone plan was pay per minute and he didn't want to go over. They hit you with the charges. So I get it. He's But how does Vince answer the phone? Does he just grunt? Is that? I imagine
I've never
that's
called him. He's called me.
He's called you.
Yeah.
And does he just grunt?
Just a hello.
All right.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. just little raspy voice on it.
So you are you going to be there?
Yes. And so then a week passes maybe, and he goes, "Hey, are you sitting down?" I'm like, "I mean, I can. What's up?" He goes, "Do you want to wrestle on Sunday?" I said, "Where?" He goes, "At the show." Like, "Oh, you mean like in the pre-show?" He goes, "No. Do you want to wrestle against me on the show?" I said, "Of course. I'm 19. I'm in college. This is my goal is about to come to fruition. So I've got to be in a tag team match, me and a guy named R-Truth against AJ and a guy named Tomko. And we have our match. I don't have a contract, and I'm on essentially it's called Bound for Glory. It's their biggest show of the year. And I'm unsigned in a match. It's baffling. And so we have the match, and then a few days later, they offer me a deal.
But no contract for that match.
No.
And no waivers, no anything. It's just showing up. Let's see what happens.
Show up, put some of my gear inside out because my name was Austin Creed, and they're like, "Oh, there's too many Austins in wrestling, so you need a new name." So they called me Rashid Lucius Consequences Creed.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't know if you've met me.
That rolls off the tongue, but all right. Yeah.
Easy.
I'll go with it for now.
Yeah.
Achieve the dream, and then we'll renegotiate.
It legit was like, I don't care what you call me. I just want to wrestle. That's all I want to do.
You'd be like, turn that inside out. I guess my wrestler name is Haynes Beefy.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be Hannes Beefy T.
and grapes.
So the show went well enough that they then offered you a contract.
Yeah. So they offered the deal, and one of the hardest conversations that I had to that point, maybe the hardest, was they're like, "Oh, the schedule." And I was like, "I got 6 months left in college. Like, I can't do this schedule, so I can't sign this contract." And so I end up calling the guy in charge, Jeff Jarrett at the time, and I tell him, "Hey, this is great. I really love this offer. I appreciate it so much, but I've got 6 months left in school, so I can't sign this. I have to finish college." He goes, "Oh, you want to just get put on like a quarter schedule until you graduate, and then we'll put you on a full schedule the day you're done?" I said, "You would do that?" I said, "Of course, we want you." And I like, yeah, perfect.
Man, I should have asked for more.
Yeah, right?
I'm not good at this negotiating thing.
Can I get a raise?
Yeah.
So then I go and I tell all my roommates in college, we're in college.
Yeah.
"Hey, I just signed. I'm going to be on TV wrestling." Like, we are losing it. And so I'm with that company. I graduate. I'm with them a little bit longer till 2010. Lots of stuff happened, XYZ, and a big chunk of releases I end up getting released. And so in my head, in my young, immature mind, my mind is still very immature. I'm on a path.
It's all relative. Yes,
yeah.
but
that was maybe, I think, March 2010. And I remember because I still have the letter. I keep it on top and underneath it, or it's underneath my first WWE contract that I sandwich on top of it. But
is it incredibly formal, or is it very much, "We regret to inform you, goodbye"?
Essentially, in like a 2-paragraph form.
Okay.
And so in my head, I was shattered. I was like, how am I supposed to like come back from this?
Yeah, this is it. That was your shot. You got rugged. Your world is over, and now I hope you have that other plate spinning.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just didn't know what to do. And I was like, well, maybe I'm not for wrestling. Maybe that was it. Maybe I got as far as I was going to go. So it's time to use my degree. And I was going to be a school counselor. I was going to try to do therapies with kids that are dealing with autism. But my focus turned to, yes, helping those kids, but dealing more with the family dynamics that they deal with. So like if the kid dealing with autism has an older sibling, that older sibling might not be old enough to understand why their younger sibling's getting so much attention. And it causes problems that people don't necessarily always understand or talk about. So then they become problems in the long term. And there wasn't a lot of people in the field doing that. So that's kind of where I was leaning towards doing in an academic sense. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start my academic life. And Devon Dudley called me, and I told him everything, how I was feeling, and this like 3-hour conversation of him convincing me to stick it out and try again and keep going, and maybe I can get signed at WWE, and maybe I can have a career there, maybe I can continue the dream. And without that conversation, I don't send my stuff to WWE. I don't try to get a tryout. I don't send my stuff to Japan and get to wrestle over there. I don't send my stuff anywhere.
It's so fascinating to hear, because throughout the tale till now, it seems like you had no problem manifesting these checkpoints. This is where I want to go. This is what I want to get. And so obviously a big setback to be, sort of let go, released. But you'd think without that conversation, you wouldn't have had the courage to plant a flag and continuing it.
Not at all. Not at all. Because
interesting.
because everything
that doesn't seem in line with your character up until that point, though.
Well, the thing is, everything that I'd wanted, I had somehow figured out a way to get it. So I was a psychologist or psychology major, and I took a philosophy class, and I was like, I want to major in this too. Let's figure it out. So I got a double major. I got a double undergrad when I walked across the stage. So like in my head, if I want something, I'm going to get it. I don't care what it is. I will be mine. And that's my mentality. But with wrestling, I got what I wanted, and then I got fired. And so you have to put it into context. I've never been fired from anything before. The only other job I'd had was working at a daycare.
Right. I'm only going to be fired if I want to be fired.
Exactly.
I'm going to manifest my unemployment.
Yeah.
That's what I screamed at my last job as they were dragging me out.
And then you feel good about it.
Yeah.
And you go,
I wanted this. I was working towards this. I'll have you know.
You can't fire me.
This was on my mood board.
My mood board? That's the secret.
I Pinterested this months ago. You can't cancel me. I canceled myself. I'm really glad you had that phone call.
Yeah, he saved my my everything with that. He's like, I always give him the utmost respect. Yeah, like that's my guy. Like I'll do anything for Devon. He's the man.
And obviously you've had an illustrious career. You've wrestled in Japan. You've wrestled here. You had your gaming success, all that stuff. You win King of the Ring. And I watched a quick post interview with you. It was surprisingly emotional for me as the viewer. I guess you were going through something as well. There was a YouTube ad before it that caught me. You had said, with 20 some odd years in the business, you'd felt everything there was to feel. And yet that day, there were nerves, there were butterflies that usually go away when the music plays, but they didn't go away that time. What was happening that day? What was happening with this match and this title that made you feel something? Do you know? Like, have you processed it?
A little bit. It's kind of weird to verbalize. So
you can do it through dance. I'll move this table out of the way.
Everybody that watches wrestling or that wants to be a wrestler, like the goal is always, I want to be heavyweight champion. Like I want to be at the top of the mountain. That's what the top of the mountain is to.
Intercontinental. Give me all the belts.
Everything. Yeah, that's what I want. I want this prestige and that title and this title. But to me, ever since I was little, I love King Arthur and the idea of a king and his round table and jousting tournaments and fighting tournaments. And there would be situations where a king would have a tournament and he wanted to be represented, but he's not going to fight. He's the king. He's not going to joust. He's not going to get his hands dirty. He goes, I have a champion who does that for me. And so as soon as I saw King of the Ring, I was like, well, clearly that's the top title. It's the king. There's no books talking about champions who go, I'll have this king do it for me.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
Right. You've seen the org chart.
Yeah.
King's at the top. He has the crown. That's that.
Logistics.
Yeah.
It's very simple. And so that to me has always been my singles goal, to be king. But also because when you win a championship, you can lose it the next day and then you're a blip on the radar. You're king for at least a year. That means you're figured in and you get to figure out what this is and you get to flush out a whole new character.
That's interesting.
And I don't think that that's something that's really like focused on. That's more of like an insider way of thinking about it.
But that's I love hearing how this particular sausage is made, because do you get a chance to work with teams to figure out how that year is going to play out for you, or is that pretty much already set in motion for you?
It's
whatever you can share. I don't want to.
It's a fun journey and you get to figure out as you go along.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So it's less about what does this book say, and more of how is your story unfolding as you're writing it on these pages.
There's a red laser dot slowly moving onto your chest right now. I feel like I might have put you in a position to say something.
No, it's fine because people talk about this stuff.
Will you be discovering it as you go, or do you have an idea?
I definitely have an idea.
Okay.
But things happen,
right?
Because it's all improv. And so we might be going one direction and then somebody says something in the crowd that is hilarious to me that ends up popping off and becoming a thing. So we turn left.
Right.
But that's what it is to be an improv performer.
That's what, I have slowly but surely been understanding more about what it means to be in your business through tangential relationships and friendships with guys who do it. And it's so multifaceted, it blows my mind. Yeah. Like you have to, the physical presence and command of your own body, clearly something I'll never achieve. But then you add on top of that the, improv ability, the ability to project and be, intimate with that viewer down the lens, but also somehow play to stadiums of tens of thousands. The comedic timing, all of that. I think that wrestling superstars, I don't exactly know the term or what's preferred, but I think you have to be the most multifaceted entertainers out there. What a particular boot camp that is to set you up to do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's wild. And I've been trying to get more people to understand that, because when we see people like The Rock, for example, obviously human cheat code.
I've heard of him.
Big Jack a few times.
Yeah.
Once or twice.
Yeah. Tequila guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. He was in Tooth Fairy.
That's right.
But he's one of the guys who's been able to step out and be that shining example of a crossover performer, because there's so many stereotypes around pro wrestling, especially like from the 80s. Like people think, oh, it's just a bunch of meatheads who punch each other in the face. Yes, but we also have all of these other abilities, and some people are very smart and talented academically. Some are very talented, like with automotives, with makeup, with food, like whatever. Like there's something about pro wrestlers that is inherent within them where they have to be creative. Was
Dwayne Johnson ever king of the ring?
No.
Scrub. We'll be right back. I'm sorry. Just how dare you bring him in? He is not royalty. Good tequila, though. I'm sorry. More with Austin Creed when we come back. We'll be. It's fine. Break it. Hey everybody, welcome back to Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I gotta get a cool something
Hand
there,
thing.
because you're so good, just so natural, sliding on into it. This is your show now. You have so many interests, from the gaming to sports to you name it, but pop culture is something that permeates a lot of what you do. I've seen it in the ring, I've seen it outside of it. I've seen your Jackie Chan collection.
Yes.
So
My guy. I love Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan's the greatest pro wrestler of all time.
Okay, and that is, yeah, and that's an all play. We're all clapping at home. Chat would be erupting right now, but they're too busy.
Yeah, it's stuck
clapping
on the screens. We don't get to see them.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I think, so a reminder, if you are watching this live, friends, ! Q. If you put that followed by any question or comment within the chat, super producer Vanessa will pull that out, and we're going to get to all those at the end of the show, but any comments, fire away. Infusing, let's say, like with wrestling, bringing pop culture to your performance, to the ring, was there resistance to that initially, or did that happen overnight?
I don't know if there was resistance, because we just do stuff.
Yeah.
But
I got to imagine there's rounds of notes and red tape or something to even bring that to the ring, right?
100%. But at the same time, what people don't hear you say before you go out, they can't control once you have a live microphone in your hand. And that's
so you've ambushed.
really,
literally
literally every show.
Really?
You got to do something, because if you're just reading written words on a page from someone that doesn't speak your vernacular, it's not going to come across.
I have built my entire existence doing that.
But also, you have people like when we have the prompter reads, I feel like the people that are here, like we speak the same gamer language.
Oh yeah, they understand the voice.
So it's different. So like
sarcastic, insufferable. Give that line to Kevin. Yeah, you're right.
But
you're right.
You get that. Like if I wrote a script for you, it might be like, oh, this is. I mean, I get it, but I would say it differently.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
So it's more of that.
But so you're out there. So they have some written words for you. They have some guideposts, but you know where you really want to take it, and you bring your voice to it.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily like just wipe this whole thing. I'm gonna just say something different. Sometimes, yeah.
Now that you're the king, you get to do that. Wave the scepter, get these words away from me.
Then we're all good.
Yeah.
But most of the time for me, it's just like, it's references. It's like, what if I wasn't wrestling? If I wasn't a wrestler, I would still love wrestling. What would make me smile? What would make me laugh? And I feel like there's so many people on the shows that are just badasses, because we all grew up in that badass wrestling era of like Triple H and Stone Cold and The Rock. Everybody was so cool. In my head, now that we've got this generation of a lot of that type of character, man, this show is like 2 or 3 hours long, sometimes 4
You get
on a
really
show.
oversaturated with leather and Harleys.
Yeah.
You know, there's only so much sawdust and diesel I can take injected into my veins.
Yeah, and so it's like, well, this person has this lane covered. They got this lane covered.
Yeah.
There's like nobody, maybe like 1 or 2 people in this one. I think I can do that.
I haven't seen a lot of Power Rangers in here yet. Let's go ahead and do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because again, if I wasn't a wrestler and I saw somebody come out in Power Rangers themed gear, I'd go, that's my guy.
Right.
And granted, in that situation, I'm talking to like 0.03% of people every week doing something that's talking to a different 0.03%. Doing that for 7 years gets you to like 87%.
Right. You're moving the chains every single episode.
Yeah.
And I think that's a different sport, but I'm so athletic that I get it. But yeah, you're clawing that audience and broadening it out as you go.
Yeah.
And there's going to be crossover between the Power Ranger fan and the Jackie Chan fan or the anime fan, etc. So Jackie Chan is the greatest wrestler.
By far.
Statement that you just made.
By far.
You're backing it up.
Mm-hmm. Because watch his movies. He instantly, no matter what, makes you like him.
Yeah, he does.
Boom, he's a good guy.
he does.
He's
no
a good
matter
guy.
what. Yeah.
And then something terrible happens to him and you feel for him. You go, oh, how is he ever going to come back from this? And then you see his journey of beating the hell out of every single person who has wronged him till he gets to the big boss, and the big boss almost beats him. And you're like, oh no, Jackie, please. And then Jackie pulls it out and he wins and everyone rejoices. His movies are literally wrestling matches and he's the best.
And you are clawing your way through his collection, his whole catalog.
I think I'm only missing 28 movies. I have every movie Jackie Chan has been in.
I know, but I'm only missing 28 speaks volumes about his volume of work.
He's been in over
that
300 movies.
No. Yeah, no, that's small for him, right?
That's small for Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of Jackie Chan movies, and 28 is a small number to be missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love Jackie Chan.
But now, and not to get controversial, because we've had arguments on this show before, and I promised I won't do that with guests, like is a hot dog a sandwich? I'm not going to bring you through that. I'm not going to drag you through that gravel pit. But what's the latest Karate Kid movie, Vanessa? Was it the last Karate Kid, or what was it? Yeah.
The last one, not counting like all the stuff that they're doing with the show right now, was the Jackie Chan one with Jaden Smith.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Controversy. Not karate.
Kung Fu.
Kung Fu.
Yeah.
He's the Kung Fu
Can
kid.
we can overlook?
Yeah, because the people complaining about that don't do either. Like, if you're going to complain about...
You're not intimidated by anybody
No.
making that argument because you know that they just don't practice.
Yes, who cares? This movie is not real. What are we talking about? Oh, well, Thanos only had this infinity. Like, what are you talking about? None of this is real. So you really think that box office would have been 10 times better if it was called The Kung Fu Kid? No. No one cares. It was dope. I got to see Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith do karate, and it was sick.
Man can't stand, he can't fight. I don't have a leg to stand on in this argument. I didn't expect you to go that route and defeated.
It just makes sense, because like, if that's what we're arguing about, that means you don't like the movie. So why are you talking to me about it in the first place? Because you probably didn't even watch it because you're upset about, oh, it's a remake. And you know what? You're a remake of the people who made you. I'm not complaining about that. So can we just keep it moving? If you didn't like it, go watch White Chicks. Yeah. It's another great movie. Another great movie.
You have a love for White Chicks.
It's the best movie ever.
Well, but also Golden Girls as well.
Yes, I do.
You love white women.
All women are fantastic.
No, but let's talk Golden Girls now, because I've seen I've seen the shrine. I've seen the lengths you go to collect. I've seen how happy you look. Did we have the photo, Vanessa, when you were at a convention?
Oh, we
and I
have
think
the
you
photo.
stumbled across. Look at this. That is happier than I have ever seen you, including whenever I'm in your presence. You are a kid in a candy store here.
It was a good day.
Yeah, the kicks are phenomenal.
It was a good day.
What is with the Golden Girls obsession? Because I know, admittedly, and part of my ignorance, very little about the Golden Girls. I've only seen maybe an episode fairly recently. So enlighten me, please, King.
Golden Girls is the best written show ever made. There's no other show that holds up like Golden Girls holds up. At the time, they were tackling so many controversial topics and handling them well. You can watch those same exact episodes, and for some reason, as a society of humans, we're still dealing with these same dumbass problems. Sorry, I'm cursing. We're still dealing with these same problems, and you can still watch the same Golden Girls episodes, and they hit you just as hard.
And they had, I'm assuming, fairly progressive hot takes on topics for the time?
Very much so. And they had characters to make you feel comfortable if you're not fully comfortable with this subject. You've got Sophia, who had a stroke, and so she lost the piece of her brain that gives her a filter. So she just says whatever. So she's the old crotchety person who's watching the show, giving them a link to say, like, okay, I get it. I don't like it, but you do you. So like,
that's interesting. We hear you, character and also audience at home. We hear you. Yes. Your words are being heard, but here's how we're going to react to them or incorporate them into the conversation.
Exactly. Here's how you can be better.
Right.
So to me, Golden Girls is way more than a show. It taught me a lot about how people can be different and handle themselves better in society. And I don't think I realized that till like I was an adult. As a kid, I would just watch it because it was 4 old women in a house and it was hilarious.
Right.
We would legit that same uphill both ways from school.
Yeah.
I'd put my trombone between my back and my backpack like a Buster sword. And I'd like sprint walk home to get that hour block of Golden Girls. And growing up and still loving it, I got the chance to speak to one of the women who was a producer on it, Marsha Posner-Williams, one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. This was like right before pandemic, I think. She like made me breakfast at her house and told me all these Golden Girls on set stories and just like, it's like, she's incredible. But that show, like I said, it's timeless. And I think like if you sit down, and even people in the chat that haven't watched it, young, old, whatever, give it like the first 6 or 7 episodes and you'll go, okay.
I sense a watch with series happening,
dude,
either right here or Peacock or somewhere. Like we have got to make this happen.
Like Mr.
So I would love to deep dive through your eyes. Yes, into Golden Girls. Are you a super fan?
Yes.
Do you know Blanche's initials?
No. No.
Do you know
been a long time since I've seen
where
like,
Rose Nyland is from?
Yeah, St. Olaf.
See, I don't know any of this stuff. I'm gonna have to take your word for it because I don't have the answers.
Well, you said Blanche's. Blanche Devereaux. So Beatty, I don't know her middle name.
Yeah, well, apparently she was one of the. Well, I'm not gonna describe it that way.
Yeah.
Her initials were Bed. Blanche Elizabeth Devereaux.
Yep.
Yeah, and there were 2 spin-off shows of it. There's a lot.
Yeah. The one in the hotel with what's his name? Don Cheadle.
That's Golden Palace.
Yeah, he was like the front man at the hotel. I think.
So you're a fan. Will you help me when we come back from break to help contextualize the majesty that are these Golden Girls? Can you help me compare them to G4 Talent so I can understand the difference between a Blanche and a Rose? Can we do that together?
Yes, we can.
Can we do that, chat? I hope so. Exclamation Q and let me know how you feel. We'll be right back with comparing G4 hosts to the Golden Girls with King Xavier Woods. We come back. Welcome back, everybody. It's Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I'm here with King Xavier Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed, a.k.a. the What did I miss?
Why do they keep jumping during the breaks?
Oh, yeah, that's fair. So sometimes you see a commercial, sometimes you don't. And if you happen to not be watching one, you might be seeing us film some TikToks. So if you have the TikTok, go look up the G4TV account and see a side of me you didn't want to, quite frankly. It is not good, even in the shadow realm. All right, so before the break, we discussed your love of the Golden Girls. I am on your side 100% through this. I would love to figure out a watch with kind of stream or show or whatever, but to help me understand the difference between Dorothy and Sophia and Blanche and Rose, that is all of the girls, all 4 Goldens.
That's all 4 Goldens.
We're going to compare them to G4 hosts and network talent so that I can understand who's who and why that is. That is the premise of this bit, and I love it. I'm concerned. I have concerns, and I'm scared because I can already see you're already trying to do the math. I see the algorithms flying around your head, and I haven't even proposed some talent yet. So, Vanessa, who do we have up first?
Up first, we have Gerard. So let's get this pulled up.
Gerard the completionist.
I also have a little present for y'all since we're talking golden. Let's bring the boys some cheesecake.
Oh my. Very limited knowledge of the girls that are golden, but I know that they would always sort of break bread or cheesecake at the end of every episode.
They love some cheesecake.
To dish on the lessons of the day. So thank you.
I unfortunately don't like cheesecake.
Ah!
I love the way it looked. I love the way it smells, but the way it tastes, I think it's just because like
I could do without the drizzle down the cake. I could do without that.
I mean, that part looks kind of good.
Look at it. Was it?
The chocolate. I'll eat this chocolate though.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, that's real good. That chocolate's real good.
Is half the fun of training and working out and, I guess, chugging branched chain amino acids or whatever it is you may or may not do, is half of that getting to just enjoy that chocolate?
No, I work out because I want to look good naked. I'll be straight up with you. That's been my motivation my whole life. I want to look good when I take my clothes off.
Well, I have to confirm it. Yeah, because I can't. I mean, I'm gonna. I'll do a little bit. I'm just gonna hate myself after half a bite.
You'll be fine.
Oh, it's fine. I hated myself before the bite. You're right.
Dude.
That's right. It's only sadness behind these eyes. So Gerard the completionist. Gamer.
Yeah.
YouTubesman.
Yeah.
Right. Businessman.
Yeah.
Big family. Gregarious personality. Loved by all. We call him Flawless Jay around these parts because he is, in fact, quite flawless. The man is all pro. Folks in chat are throwing in there. I don't want you to be swayed by chat, but I don't know how you feel about him being a Dorothy, Sophia, Blanche, or Rose.
So here's the thing. Dorothy's got certain qualities. Sophia does as well. They all do, obviously. Gerard, I don't feel Gerard fits as one of them.
You're right. He doesn't belong. Let's skip it. No. Let's just put him in between two, and I'll tell him that later, and it will hurt his feelings.
No, I could put him in between two. I could put him in between. I could put him in between Sophia and Dorothy, but there's not one that really.
So, okay, in the spectrum that is Sophia and Dorothy, what lies in between? What are the characteristics of a Sophia and Dorothy that would line up?
So I say Sophia because he's very funny and he's quick-witted.
Very much so.
Boom. But Sophia's like kind of mean.
Oh, yeah.
But.
Oh, off camera, Gerard is a destroyer of worlds. He breathes fire. He's not happy unless someone is crying in the room, and you just hope it's not you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys don't know.
When his eye of Sauron looks towards you, you feel the heat. So let's put him in between.
Yeah.
And then who's up next?
Next, we have Adam Sessler.
Oh.
Sessler is Sophia all the way.
Yeah, Sessler's a Sophia.
Full Sophia?
Full Sophia. Like, look at him sitting on that couch. Do you have a picture of Sophia too? You could just put next to him.
Yeah, they just changed to it.
That's
the picture of Sophia.
But this is it. This is Sophia and Adam all at once. This is a Venn diagram that's a circle.
Yeah. Like, chat is backing it up 100%. They're like, that was instant, and you're correct. And I'm seeing lots of Q Sophia. So
he has a filter, but decides to not use it. He just goes in on stuff, just like Sophia does. He's somebody that we respect. He moves a little bit slower sometimes. All the qualities match up.
Okay, Sessler is full Sophia. Up next,
we have Golden Boy.
Oh, GB. Oh, what a photo for GB.
That's great. GB.
Not him hosting a network television show or a big esports competition, just him in the middle of the beach house, reflecting on all the mistakes that led to that moment.
Just the
and
saddest.
That frame.
GB is going to be a Dorothy.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Big
So,
Dorothy energy.
GB Dorothy because like
Dorothy energy.
Dorothy is a boss, but she doesn't like talk about being a boss. But she will kind of zing you if you're doing too much. So she's kind of like the ringleader in the sense of I understand everyone's qualities, and I'm gonna knock you down a peg or two if I need to.
That smacks a GB.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Okay,
That's
so
GB.
now I'm getting, okay, Dorothy is a GB.
Yeah.
All right. Chad is agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sweet Cassim G. Where's Cass on that?
I think Cass is a Dorothy too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They got similar energies, similar vibes. I think they're actually the same height too.
Yeah. Very tall.
B. Arthur is a tall gal.
Yeah. So, and I say that he's also Dorothy because he actually, I think, embodies Dorothy more than Golden Boy does because he is so dry with his humor.
But why would chat be spamming Blanche? Like I saw that several times, all caps.
Because they don't
Are they
watch
trolling?
the show.
Are they trolling Cass, or that you think they
There's
a lack of knowledge?
There's a very clear Blanche on our roster, and we'll get to her.
Oh, okay, okay. Up next.
Up next is who I think the clear Blanche is.
That's very clearly Blanche. Gina is our Blanche.
Gina, darling.
Gina.
Okay, so I know nothing about a Blanche, but I know a little bit about a Gina Darling.
Yes.
So please connect those dots for me.
Very quick to make a joke that has to deal with the body.
Yes. Oh, a Blanche then. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So she very much has Blanche qualities in that. She is a Blanche is a full Southern belle. She is all that is woman. She's actually my favorite character. I have a mural of Blanche painted on the wall in my basement in front of the Golden Girl Shrine that says, "Quiet, you trash." That is Gina to a T.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then, and I would also put that Frosk adjacent just for the "quiet, you trash" remark. But
Frost is coming.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Let's keep it moving.
Next up,
we don't have to. We don't have
our
to.
very own
Yeah. We didn't have
Kevin
to.
Pereira.
You're a Dorothy.
Oh.
You're definitely a Dorothy.
Okay. I'm in good company. I'm okay with that.
You're in charge. If people need a zinger towards them, you give it to them. But also, like, everyone looks to you for respect.
That's a huge mistake, but that's very, very kind of you. Thank you, and I will take that. By the way, chat, at the end of the show, we're going to figure out, maybe we'll do it with Discord, or we'll figure out how to give this away to somebody. This is, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Okay.
I was going to take this and put it in my shrine.
Well, I didn't know if you were going to laminate it and use it. They make good placemats, but I figure someone in chat should get this. This is already becoming artwork. So, okay, I'm a Dorothy. I'll take that.
Next up, we have, in my opinion, the Rose of the network.
Yep.
Leading the witness, Vanessa.
Yep. I mean, it was going there.
Okay. Why is Avali the Rose?
So Rose is from St. Olaf, and she's actually very smart, right? There's episodes that talk about how like brilliant she is, right? But she always plays this like, oh, I'm going to tell you this like dumb story and it's funny, but like there's actually like some good meaning to it. But she's always kind of like the butt of the joke, but takes it very well. But when they need a character to be like fully emotional and dig into something, Rose is our gal, because she's the one who can really draw that stuff out and make you feel that. Not that the rest of the group can't. But
but that's a defining characteristic of Rose. Okay, OM is going down there. Avali May is the Rose. And then I think we have
another Rose.
We have another Rose?
Fiona. She has different qualities of Rose. Where Avali doesn't.
I heard she's an alien.
Yes.
By the way,
apparently.
Spoilers. I heard she's an alien.
Some gummies jumped inside of her body and took her skin and left her skinless in a ditch somewhere.
Is that the backstory?
That's the backstory.
Okay, I missed that
The ditch is underneath the building.
Okay.
And so she was real dirty under there.
So Fiona is full Rose.
Yes, definitely full Rose. And I say mainly like Fiona and Avali have different Rose qualities, I feel, where Fiona very much plays that like, what's going on? Very well. She's very smart, and that's full Rose.
Love it. Love it. Anybody else, Vanessa?
Last but not least, rounding up the attack cast,
William
we have
Neff.
William Nefferson.
I mean, I know Will can go in dead center.
Yeah.
Because he can embody
everything.
All of the things. Yeah.
It's a very good one.
But I don't, again, this is your rodeo. You got to be true to your heart. This is your S tier ranking system.
Will's everybody.
Okay.
I agree.
Throw him in the middle. So the only one that really got bust today is Gerard, and I'm okay with that. If you knew the things he says to me, he whispers it so loudly right behind me. The DMs he sends, oh, if you only knew, sweet Gerard, you're banished to the in-between of Sophia and Dorothy. Good day, Gerard. To you, I say. Do you watch Golden Girls like today? Do you go and revisit episodes or anything like that?
So I have the box set and I watch it like when it's on, but I haven't sat down and like watched through. I think it's on Hulu currently. But I need to go back and recreate.
Is there a world in which you could chew through those episodes and do some watch with commentary?
100%.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
If there's a world where I can stream for 2 hours with an alien, then there's a world where I can stream for 2 hours watching Golden Girls. It works.
Touche. That's a fair point.
Oh yeah, they said where's Frosk and Hokage?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got these pulled up too.
Nice.
Let me pull them up real quick. But Frosk up next.
Yeah.
Okay. Frosk is a Sophia.
Frosk is a Sophia.
I feel.
Oh, big time.
Okay.
Look at those pearls.
Yeah. Yeah. She's fun. She's like cute, and then all of a sudden you talk to her, and you're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for bothering you. Oh, I didn't mean to bother you." And that's very Sophia.
Okay.
Very Sophia.
And then let's do Corey. Let's do Black Hokage.
All right, we got Corey pulled up here.
Nice.
I'm sussing it out myself. I'm getting Sophia energy with like a touch of Rose.
Yeah, because he's very funny and he's got zingers, but he very much at the same time understands like when to lay out and let somebody else be funny, which is a Rose thing, I think. So yeah, I like that between Sophia and Rose.
Okay, we're just gonna, why not? Let's explore the space. We got it.
Black Hokage. There we go.
And I was trying to be cognizant of getting out of the way of one of those good old-fashioned commercial breaks so you could watch us leap into the air, probably, or something else for the good of the TikTok. But that is, in fact, the Golden Girls ranking system of G4 hosts. I feel like I have a modicum of understanding of these Golden Girls characters, and I appreciate you.
Oh,
walking through that
and
with us.
I'm a Blanche.
Okay. Oh, let's add it.
I'm a
That's
Southern
right.
Belle.
Yeah. When we come back, we're going to chat video games. We have another game to play. We've got your questions and comments. There's so much more coming up. You stay right there because we're going to be here ostensibly. This is The Loop. Oh, cutting onions in the studio today. It's Attack of the Show presents The Loop with WWE superstar King Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed. We've touched on everything. We've gone Golden Girls. We Jackie Chan'd. We went to childhood. We talked about your amazing parents. We haven't talked about that just yet. we haven't gone there. Maybe we will. But I've been told that you are a fan of the electronic entertainment, that you enjoy the video games.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is there something that has your attention now? Is there something on the horizon?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a technology, VR, AR? Are you going to be in the metaverse? I want to hear it all.
I'm very excited about Final Fantasy Friday. So Final Fantasy 14, hell of a game. I don't play
Is this the MMO?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't get to play it as much as I want to. But
those are a grind, right? I mean, you getting to play it means like you don't have 400 hours to sink into it at the moment.
Yeah. And it is a game that you can spend like 20, 30 minutes, like do one raid and then be done. But I don't know. I feel so not unsatisfied, but like I get this weird itch of like, no, I can't stop playing. I just want to keep going. I want to keep going. And then it's like, oh, it's 4 a.m. Oh, I have a 5:30 flight. Oh, I need to leave to go to the airport. Like, it's one of those things that causes me problems if I allow it to,
right?
Because I just throw everything by the wayside.
It's almost like they design them to be that way, though, right? Like, isn't that the issue?
It's just, they're just so fun, and there's so much stuff to do. And this being the last expansion that they're dropping, so like the game's like, what do we do after this? But then you think like, actually, I've played through this for a long time, and I've only done like 10% of it.
Is that how much? That's the surface that you've scratched with this one?
If that.
Does it now? This is a bit of a tangent, but like I remember seeing like a GDC talk by a WoW designer ages ago, and they were talking about all the data that they are able to collect on any given player at any given time, like constantly scraping the screen. They know exactly how sparkly something needs to be and what position it needs to be in the screen so that you continue to look at it. They know exactly how many rabbits need to give you a pelt versus how many just give you a little rabbit's meat to complete that quest. And that, not that other games don't implement that data aggregation and scraping and machine learning, that scares me.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, what's not scary? I'm sure they were really scared before they went to the moon.
Okay.
We do scary stuff all the time.
I guess it's less scary than flying to the moon
Yeah.
and stepping foot on it and getting the terrifying moon dust.
Exactly. When we think about the things that we do in our actual lives, like waking up and leaving the house every day, that's scary.
Yeah.
We don't know what's outside.
Scary for anybody else sharing the road with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
You don't know who's in what car, like if a bus is going to hit you, whatever. Like, life is a scary thing, but we learn to deal with those things because there's things that we want more that outweigh like the fear of certain things occurring. And so I think that in a video game standpoint, because I know this is a large, grandiose idea, but
No, I get it. You're into edge play. I'm reading between the lines.
very much
Yeah.
so. Doing that in like a video game sense, it's like, wow, this is really fun to me, and I'm really enjoying it. And I know that there's a chance that I'm just kind of getting stuck in this grind and this hustle, but like, I could be stuck in one that's not fun.
Right.
So why don't I just hang out in the one that is?
In the pantheon of obsessions that could be unhealthy. And,
Yes.
and gaming, any addiction can be
Yes.
unhealthy, right? Anything. Everything in moderation. But in the pantheon of those addictions and pursuits, maybe gaming isn't the worst.
Exactly.
So let them grab you with the sparklies and
Let
the
'em eat
sound
cake.
effects and the,
It's fine.
Yeah, not cheesecake though.
No.
Too wobbly.
No. I just want to,
We
like,
found out.
3-layer chocolate cake.
No, too wobbly. So what is it about 14 that gets you versus any other MMO at the moment? Like, I don't know if you've tried New World or anything else.
I haven't tried New World,
Okay.
and I think I need to. Final Fantasy 14 was my first real foray into MMOs. So when I was in college, my roommate, he got into WoW to the point where he eventually had to drop out of school because he was on like academic probation. And it was a surprise to all of us. We had no clue what was going on. And then, this is going to sound so weird, we like found out he was silently suffering playing WoW. He ended up like losing his girlfriend, like his whole world collapsed. And so because of that, oh, we okay?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's a sign. That's a sign.
It's time to stop.
Yep. Nope. We're good.
So for me, that freaked me out about MMOs. So I was like, I can't play any of them because I have a very addictive personality, and if I like this, I'm in. But
Well, and if you decide I'm going to hit that level cap, I know you're not going to stop
I'm going.
until you do. Yeah.
I'm going. And so when it dropped on PS4, I was like, okay, let me try this, because I know like if I'm playing on a console and I'm on the road playing, then I'll be able to moderate it better because I know that I have to go to work. I have to go to the gym and work out or whatever I have to do. And so that got me through, I don't know, like level 40, level 50. And then I'm playing, I find out a bunch of my friends played. And so like, I'm in the guild with them and they're teaching me about things. And in my experience, the community of people that play Final Fantasy 14 is such a good and positive group of people. Like when I finally met people that I hadn't met before in real life, that were in the same guild as me. We all sat and like I stopped by and they were having dinner and stuff. And it's like, man, this is really cool because you know that those are your genuine people. They genuinely enjoy what you enjoy. There's no alternative, or what is it?
Like ulterior motive?
Yeah. You know, like, hey, I love this game. I know that you like this game and you're not as skilled at it. And I want you to love it as much as me. So I'm going to tell you everything I can about it. And that to me, like, that's the driving force of what we're doing with our lives is in some way, shape, or form. With this, I just use it in Final Fantasy 14, but that's what we're doing every day anyway.
Well, hearing that, I can save you the download. Don't fire up New World.
Okay.
I've enjoyed the game. I've had a good time with it, but the toxicity of the proximity chat or the text-based chat might not be the group that you want to fell some trees with.
Yeah. Okay.
Might not be the one you want to mine that ore with. Sorry, New World fans. Sorry, it's the truth.
No.
Now, what about virtual reality? Are you bullish on that? Have you spent time inside of a headset? Yeah.
Love it. I normally travel with my Oculus.
You do?
Yeah, because it's great. I'm playing Tetris constantly. Like I'll be in the
Tetris
bed.
Effect is transcendent in VR, and I keep trying to tell that to people.
Yes.
Like it's great on the console. Like you know, Mizuguchi did an amazing job. The way the sound reacts to as someone who wanted to be a percussionist, but someone who clearly understands music and music theory, you must react every time a little sound is triggered by a rotation, or the way the song grows and layers get added when you get a Tetris.
Yes, and you're controlling it, and that's the best part.
Yeah.
So I love that game because of the story behind it. There was a guy who wanted to essentially make Tetris Effect years ago, and they're like, nah, you can't make it.
You don't get to touch this license.
Yeah, he goes, well, screw you, I'll make Lumines.
That's right.
And I fell in love with Lumines instantly.
Yep.
And then they're like, you know what? Lumines is great, and it's been like a decade that you've been making it. Go ahead and make this Tetris game that you always wanted.
Falling block puzzler game that's music reactive. Okay, maybe we can trust you with the Tetris license.
Yeah. And so then once they put it in VR and you realize there's this world that you're surrounded by with dolphins and space and this gorgeous music and the vocals kick in.
I've talked about it, but I teared up in the PlayStation VR headset, which I went out and got specifically to play that game. And I remember tearing up as the first like whale went overhead, and I was like, "Oh man,
You're just in."
that wasn't a measured dose. that was too much." But I'm gonna play through it, and I did. Yeah, beautiful game. Have you played Rez or any of the same developer, same creator made Rez, which was like and there were other games, every Extend Extra Extreme, weird music EDM explosion game where you're just a single pixel. It's like a weird shooter, but you explode, and if you do it on the beat, the tempo quickens up, and he makes some beautiful interactive music games.
You know what that sounds like? Fantavision.
One
of my favorite games.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of Fantavision. Yeah, Rez has that a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll play it.
You ever play Amplitude as well?
Yes. So good. Love Amplitude.
Are they going to bring back, like, I remember reconfiguring living rooms, not just my own, but several for Rock Band. Like, it wasn't that long ago that we were pushing couches out of the way or putting down 2 layers of rugs because the kick drum would gouge the hardwood floor. Like, it wasn't that long ago. Was that a blip in time, or are we going to get back to that?
We have to.
We have to, right?
I don't understand how we're not still on the Rock Band, like, bandwagon.
Yeah.
It's so good. And I tried to find a full set, I think sometime last year during pandemic, and they're so expensive.
Someone in chat put the word blip in there, and I'm very disappointed. I'm very upset because I agree with you. I think one of the things that happened was that they started releasing separate expansions, and then it was, well, is this expansion compatible with that one? And then a sequel would come out, and you spent hundreds of dollars on a library for one title, but you couldn't transition that to the new one, or you had to re-download things, or it just started to become a little too cumbersome. And then I think I also know what happened, because if I would have heard Everlong played one more time in my living room, I was going to drop kick everyone.
See, you sound like me with Green Day and Crazy Taxi.
Yeah. Offspring.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I had to turn that soundtrack off. So it was like, I'm playing this game 9 hours a day. Like, I can't listen to this.
It was GamePro magazine that I think had like the ranking faces of how good a game was. I think it was GamePro, where it was like a 5.0. There was just a super excited face with the hair all spiky, and then it went full like dour at like a 0.5 review. And that was the experience of playing Crazy Taxi when that song would come on. First time loading it up, Yeah. 15th time, this is, hide the cutlery. This is not gonna go well. Please. So you're bullish on VR. I like that you bring the headset with you because I think there was a stat, and I'm gonna make it up now and hopefully not be hyperbolic, but it's something like high 80% of people get VR, are immersed in it and addicted to it for the first like 72 hours, the first week or so. And then they hang it up and they don't go back to it. Yeah. That hasn't been your experience.
No, so I go through phases where I'll play it a bunch and then not play it, and then play it a little bit, and then play it a bunch and then not play it. So we're in a phase of playing it right now, and we have been since like mid-pandemic.
Is there a title that you recommend, or is it just Tetris?
Tetris is fantastic, but so with the Oculus 2, when you use the link cable essentially to link to your computer, then you can use your computer's power to make it like make the game look better. But in some games, you can only play when you're linked to the computer. The best one, in my opinion, being Medal of Honor. So legit that like World War II experience.
Yeah.
You got the gun, you got to cock it, and you got to pull the ammo out and put it in. You're throwing grenades, you're pulling the pins. One of the issues that I had with VR, especially with motion, is that I get motion sick ASAP.
Really?
If I'm in like one of the roller coaster games, 5 seconds and I'm puking. Like I can't do it. And one of my friends told me, you know that you build up a tolerance the more you do it. And I was like, really? And so I spent some of the
I can
pandemic.
train this?
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, well, I'm in. So then I would spend like 30 minutes a day doing whatever, like motion games and all that stuff. And it's still not great, but they're in the game.
Now they're gentle purges. You just got a series of buckets around you. You're like, I'm going to train.
That's it.
You know, mostly liquid diet for this week.
It'll be all right.
You build up the tolerance.
Nothing but water and power bars, and we're okay.
Well, friend, I have a game for you when we come back from the break. We've got a little game. I'm not going to give you the title of it. I'm not going to spoil it. Well, you might have seen it. It's been on the card in front of me the whole time. So it's really not that much of a surprise. But it will be to you, dear viewer, if you sit right there. When we come back, we've got a little game with the WWE King right after this. Welcome back, dearest friends. Thank you for hanging out. This is Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I'm Kevin Pereira, joined by WWE superstar King Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed. We know the man is a gamer. We know he has the skills, but we're going to see if he can tackle today. This one's a tough one, buddy. I don't know how to break it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This one's tough, but it's time for a little game. Today's little game is Finish This. They're going to affect my voice. They're not. That's as good as it's going to get. But you've played the Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
Remember the finish?
Once or twice.
The finish thing that he says?
Yes.
Kids love it.
Finish thing.
Abacab. Okay, the game is Finish This. I'm going to give you a sentence. And we're not going to put a ticking clock on it, but we're going to try to get through this.
Okay.
Your job? Finish the sentence. Oh, it sounds so simple. It sounds
It
so
doesn't.
sweet,
It
but
doesn't. I know
no,
it
no. Like a kitten hanging from a branch. That's where you are right now, my friend. We're gonna get through this. You ready?
Daniel Bedingfield.
Go on.
I gotta get through this. I gotta get through this.
Hasn't popped up on my Spotify, but your face did. You popped up. Mega Ran.
Oh yeah, he did my theme music.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
really
just
cool.
driving down the old I-5 and I'm like, hey, Austin. What the? What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get him to do my theme for like a decade, and WWE finally gave me theme music. The first time I've ever had my own theme music, and I've been with the company since 2010.
Can I tell you? It slaps.
Thanks.
He gave you a banger.
He's the best.
Shout out to Mega Ran. It's very good. Okay.
And Sazy as well. He's on the second part of the track.
It's time to finish this. Finish this. The best Power Ranger is...
The Black Ranger. Zach.
If I could only play one game for the rest of my life, it would be...
Mario Kart Double Dash.
Whoa.
Easy.
Oh, okay. Not going to follow up then. I wish I was as strong as...
Kevin Pereira.
That was... I appreciate that.
Of course. I know where the bread's buttered.
Every time I look to the sky, I always yell...
I wish I had sunglasses.
And then do you sneeze? Are you one of those guys? Do you, if you look at the sun,
Not with the sun.
do you sneeze? You don't
No,
have that.
If pepper gets in my face.
You know, that's a genetic thing, right? If you're
Pepper?
No, the sun thing.
Oh.
Like a Viking reflex gene or something like that. If you 23andMe, fun fact, it'll let you know. Which is also it's the silliest thing in the world. My wife did the 23andMe thing and was astonished that a website was telling her things that a mirror could have told her.
Yes.
According to this, I've got brown hair. Oh my word!
It's a thing.
The machines!
I will say that I did it and I was so excited, but then you realize, oh, they're just like maybe collecting everyone's genetics so then they can figure out a way to make money on it later, but
and integrate it into Final Fantasy 15.
Which I'm down with.
It's all about big data. All right, I can't believe I actually did this when I was younger. Did you go right back to the garage?
I did.
Yeah.
I already talked about it. But then I was like, no, I'm not ashamed of that.
Yeah, exactly.
I was proud.
Yeah. It wasn't the act, it was the audience.
A guy was really mean to me. So mean to me.
Okay.
Like he deserved this, but I still felt bad about it, and I apologized profusely years later.
It is?
I hawked a loogie in his milk and let him drink it.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't COVID. We were in middle school. He was always...
Yeah, this was pre-pandemic when it was really chill to spit in people's drinks, okay? You guys wouldn't understand with your hoverboards and your vape pens.
It's a thing.
You kids don't have it.
Avali said cancel him.
No! Avali, that is such a Rose thing to say.
He was very mean to me. He had it coming, but then it felt...
He did. And you apologized, and that's fine.
I did
That's
apologize.
We grow.
And then he admitted he deserved it.
Oh, well then look at that.
So we're good.
The world would be a better place if people didn't hawk loogies and no shit.
If Adam Sessler was president.
Whoa, that is a platform no one is going to get behind. When I'm alone, I like to...
Play my bass guitar.
Man, and that is a euphemism and a half. I have an irrational fear of... And you said the third scariest thing to you would be quitting wrestling and then not knowing what to do next.
Yes.
So number one must be spiders. Number two, mannequins with realistic genitalia.
No, number one is like death of my kids.
Oh, that's
Number two is
I
like
guess
death
that should
of
be
my
up there.
parents.
Oh,
and then
okay.
it's like, so it's all just...
So, but that wouldn't be an irrational fear. Do you have an irrational fear of anything?
So, I don't like panda plushies.
Stop the music! Stop the music! Please! What?
All right.
Dude, yeah, Chad is with me on this one. Chad is never with me.
Okay. I'm gonna be... Listen, yeah, give me this one.
Yeah, Vanessa, pull up a picture of a panda plushie if you can.
I'm furiously Googling panda
I'm
plushie.
going to be very vulnerable with you right now.
Oh, and this is a safe
something.
space. You trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Trust me.
The internet's always the safest
No,
space.
this is the Dorothy at the table is going to guide this.
Okay.
I keep having to look.
So when I was a kid, we lived in Inglewood, California.
Mm-hmm.
My sister and I shared a room. She's 8 years older than me. She's the greatest. I had a wall full of plushies. It's tons of stuffed animals. I love them. They all sat in a big thing to the side of my bed up against the wall. It's like 3 a.m. I know I was awake. All right? I was awake. I heard my dad in the bathroom. He was like shaving because he's getting up to go to work or whatever he's doing early that adults would do then. And I look at the plushie and I see that one of the pandas has a knife. I was awake. The other panda has like a cookie sheet. And the one with the knife looks at me and he says, we're going to kill you and we're going to eat you. And the next 10 seconds of my life was figuring out how to get out of the other side of my bed, run around, out into the hallway, into the bathroom where my dad was, so he could save me. I was awake. This happened. Because of that, I told my dad, obviously, right then,
right,
whatever, go back to bed. I'm not going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bed.
How can there's a murderous panda in there.
Yeah.
They're going to cut me up and eat me.
So I tell him, get rid of these things, please. Like, throw them away, whatever. He goes, fine. He takes them. I can go in the room. I go to sleep. Weeks pass. Months pass. I go to get a jacket out of the closet or whatever. And what do I see up top in the closet? I see those pandas. And I lose my mind. I am screaming.
What, did their heads slowly rotate towards you and their eyes started to glow? They were just hanging out up there because that's where your dad put them.
Yes.
Well,
and I made it a very intense point that I want them put in the trash. I want them cut to pieces.
You want them turned into raccoons.
I want them out.
Trash pandas.
Whatever. Just cover them in acid and destroy them. Like, I need them gone. I do not like panda plushies.
We now have the kryptonite, my friends. We have the keys. We have the launch codes. If you ever want to troll royalty, you got to have. And I'm sorry. Do we have a caller? Can we cut to the? Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Anything you want to say?
Okay.
Your knee is shaking. Austin, are you okay? Do we need to? Oh, we need to cut the panda. Let's cut the panda.
Okay. Okay.
Do you know how many panda bears there are going to be in the stands?
Don't let me find out.
Do you know how many oversized pandas there are going to be?
Don't let me find out anything about you.
There's.
I was vulnerable.
You were.
I shared myself, my most
and believe me,
self.
if we had the prop closet up and running, there'd be a plush panda over your shoulder right now. There'd be an intern wearing the costume right now.
And I guarantee you that intern would burn alive in the suit because they wouldn't have time to get out when I threw him in a fire.
I appreciate the vulnerability. Still have to laugh at you. Please. We're going back to the game.
How did you get the picture of the panda so fast?
That was, it's the internet.
Are you just Googling and putting...
Oh, we very quickly found a cleared for television
Creative
panda
Commons,
photo.
cleared to go. Did it say Shutterstock across the panda's face?
Fast.
Yeah.
It did. Somewhere up in a watermark.
We're
We
gonna-
are that fast.
We're going to round out a little game of finish this with our next question. Please stop staring at my...
belt buckle.
I am inspired by...
Jackie Chan.
It's good draw. And I didn't write this one, but I'm going to ask it. My first impressions of Kevin Pereira were... Oh, no. Audience, just fill in something nice there, please.
Are you saying first impressions like seeing you on TV or meeting you in person?
This is the Rorschach test of finish this.
Okay.
This is why it's not a simple game. This is 4D chess. What were your first impressions?
So seeing you on TV, holy crap, you can make money doing this?
Wow, they'll let anybody do that? Wow. Okay. You could monetize mediocrity? Wow. New direction for me. Okay, how about in person?
It was inspiration.
First impressions in person.
I honestly, it was very hard for me to not freak out. We're doing the Thanksgiving thing.
That was the first time?
That was the first time we met.
You were great.
I have a very long history of eating my emotions to not show them so that I can, I'm cool.
You swallowed it down very well, sir. Because you owned that set, and it was a delight to work with you on that one.
Being there with all you guys for that Thanksgiving special, like you guys are so good at everything that you were doing, like leading up, and I mean obviously still
talking about ourselves. We're all very good about talking about ourselves and patting ourselves on the back.
But I mean, you get it. Like,
Very
you
sweet
guys
of
were
you.
inspired a complete generation of people that wanted to do this, and so being able to be on set with you guys was a lot for me, because even like just meeting one of you at a time would be like, okay, cool, like I can kind of do this, we can chat, but like meeting all of you at once, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And I had to.
You navigated well. You navigated brilliantly. I'm going to give you two more. Dear God, look at the size of those.
nipples.
Yes! Yes!
I was gonna go areola.
Is it Sophia that doesn't have the filter?
Yeah.
That was pure Sophia right there. I hate the taste of...
It was a nipple.
Yeah, I figured you would.
But I don't. I love
And that would have been the... Okay,
when they're
and that is...
clean nips. Come on.
Okay, well, friends, that's just a little game. It's called Finish This, and we finished it. And when we come back, we've got your questions and comments for the king right here on Attack of the Show presents The Loop. Well, hello there, dearest dears. Welcome back to Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I am Kevin Pereira, but I'm joined today by Xavier Woods, a.k.a. Austin Cree. Oh, get it.
Moist lips.
And for this one particularly, because this segment is all about the dearest viewers, and you got to have the moistest of kissers for them. So all show long, you fine folks have been sending in your questions and your comments with exclamation Q, followed by some words. Super producer Vanessa has been aggregating them, clawing through them, sifting them, allowing the creamiest of the cream to rise to the top. Vanessa?
All right, now that I've gotten through a sea of panda questions,
No panda questions.
no panda
pandemic?
questions. I will be not reading any panda questions. Actually, this first one is one I'm really excited to ask because I feel like everyone's very passionate about this answer. Spike TV wants to know, and that's Splike, which
When
is
am
your
I coming
favorite
back?
Jackie Chan movie?
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. What was it?
Oh no, it was which is your favorite Jackie Chan movie?
This is a very difficult question. So, I don't like picking one. For this conversation,
You can cheat and say, I like this one because of this and that one because of that. We
Okay.
can wiggle.
Yeah, my answer's two always. I can never give one.
Yeah, right. Can I give like a little intro story to?
By all means.
Okay, so when I would go to Blockbuster Video,
Oh, man.
to rent movies, I found anime because I was like, playing games, whatever, and then I saw anime Akira. What is this? Got it, and then I was blown away.
Genuinely did not know they had anime at Blockbuster until right now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
They had anime, and so when I got through, I rented every single anime on the shelf, and it was like 20 different things. So it took a while. But the next thing was I don't remember what the title of it was, but it was like karate movies, and there was a Jackie Chan movie, and I remembered seeing Rumble in the Bronx, right? And I'm thinking, wow, this is an incredible movie. I love this guy, but not in a space where I go, okay, I should like research or check this out. It wasn't like that, but it was just like, this is a really cool karate movie. And then so the first thing was a Jackie Chan movie. I want to say it was like The Old Drunken Master. And I rented it and was like, hold on, this is that same guy. He's obviously like 20 years younger or whatever he was. And that then led me to so many things. So I probably would give the love to the old Drunken Master, just because it legit, it opened up. So someone's saying Enter the Dragon.
Vanessa, agree with that?
Movie, but
Definitely, yes. Absolutely no one does drunken boxing as good as Jackie Chan.
No one.
For both the first and the second movie, there's not been a single martial artist that can touch how good Jackie Chan does drunken boxing.
Absolutely insane. And yeah, I'm seeing some stuff in chat. So Project A is another really good one.
I have the Slash Film top 15 best Jackie Chan movies ranked.
Yeah.
And they have Project A at number 3, Drunken Master 2 at number 2.
Really?
And Police Story from 1985 as the number 1. Yeah?
Mwah.
That's the chef's kiss?
Yes.
Okay.
Police Story is so good.
Chan plays a cop pushed to the brink by villains outplaying the legal system.
It's Police
Those
Story.
villains.
Police Story is the one where he's in the mall and does that stunt with the Christmas
Police
lights,
Story
right?
is the one with the mall
Yeah.
and that huge chandelier stunt that almost killed him.
So he essentially is on the top level of this like 5-story mall.
Sure.
And he just jumps off into this sea of Christmas lights and like rides them down to the ground.
Whoa.
And it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
My own stunts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
He has so many injuries just from
Yeah.
doing those things. But so, yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. I love it. Next question, Vanessa.
Sorry.
Oh.
Wheels on Meals. Incredible
Wheels
movie.
on Meals.
Wheels on
Wheels
Meals.
on Meals?
Yes, not Meals on Wheels.
Wheels on Meals.
Wheels on Meals.
Wheels on
So
Meals. Okay.
essentially, in this movie, it's an incredible movie. But the coolest thing about it to me is there's a stunt where he's hanging from a clock, like a big tower, like a Big Ben-esque clock. This is Wheels on Meals, right?
It is Wheels on Meals.
Okay.
It's the one where it's like Spain or Italy
Yeah,
where they're
so-
in. Yeah.
I'm frantically searching this.
He's holding on to the the hands of the clock, and when they get down to the bottom, he's sliding off. And as he slides down, there's 3 tarps he has to fall through before he hits the ground, and those are essentially there to break his fall. But any person who knows like fight mechanics or whatever understands that when you break through a surface, it then rotates your body in a way that you have no clue how you're going to end up.
Right. What's your orientation going to be? You don't know, and you're tumbling.
Yes.
So good luck.
So he goes through the first one, goes through the second one, goes to the third one, then hits the ground. So you can't like flat land on the ground. You're landing on a shoulder, whatever.
Right.
And I want to say that he shot that stunt 3 times and just ate it every time.
And the other 2 were just for safety.
Yeah.
They got it in the first take.
Yeah.
Jackie, get back there. We just want to, we're going to check the focus.
But it's him, because when he's doing movies in Hong Kong, he's got all the money behind him and all the studios. So it's not like in America when he makes movies, they got to rush. So they got to do fight scenes, not
Right.
fully what they want. But when they're in Hong Kong doing them, they do whatever.
Okay. I failed to Google the clock stunt, but I'm going to take your word for it. It sounds...
That was a mix-up on my part. Clock stunt was Project A.
Okay.
Benny the Jet was Wheels on Meals
Got
because
you.
he's got that great scene where he's kind of losing, but then he like loosens up a little bit.
When
and
they're
wins
in the room,
fight.
when Benny the Jet swings at the,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he goes to roundhouse Jackie and he like moves out the way, and there's a candelabra, whatever, and his foot is moving so fast, all the fire goes
Blows
out on
it
the
all.
candles. It's that might be my favorite fight scene that Jackie Chan.
And that's a
has.
practical thing that happened?
When you're Benny the Jet.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Jackie
So-
and Benny, oof.
He fights him in that movie, then they fight in another one, and they're just the chemistry is incredible between them. So good. So
For the next one, we have from Chef Mike Harax. What is the next tattoo you want to get?
Oh.
so I was supposed to, when I tore my Achilles in October 2019, which was disgusting, I was going to come back.
This happened in the ring?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we flew to Australia to do a show. We landed, we got off the plane, went to the hotel, dropped our bags, went to the mall to do an appearance, and then went from the mall to the show. Our first match, I do a backflip, I land, I fall down. I think that the referee has clicked feet with me and I've fallen down. But sorry, shout out Chef Mike. Hello. So I look back and I'm mad. I'm like, we are in like an incredible crowd in like Melbourne, Australia. Like, what are you doing? And I go to get up and I fall back down. And I go,
That's weird.
there's no way.
I usually know how my feet and legs work.
Yeah.
That I should be standing right now.
Exactly. So the first thought was, there's no way that I tore my Achilles. That could never happen in this situation. And then we get in the back and they're like, yep, it is torn. So one of the things I was,
Did the match immediately end?
Oh, yeah.
Or, yeah.
Yeah,
Because at that point you're,
I went to the back and they finished it out. But again, that's that physical improv. You have to be able to keep going. And so I'm out of the match, leaving Big E out there by himself against 2 guys. And they have to now figure out how to fix this match, because this is the first match on the show. These people in Australia have been waiting for us for like 2 years to come back, and we finally came back. I have a blowout injury immediately.
And now 50% of all your planned everything is out of the equation.
Completely out the window. But that's what's fun about wrestling, is having the opportunity to possibly fail. Because if everything goes perfect, like as a host, if everything goes perfect, it's fine.
Sure.
But your blood doesn't start pumping and boiling until something goes wrong. And then Kevin Pereira kicks in and you go, well, let me handle this, guys. Anyway, what we're going to do here. And like,
I'm always that suave too. The way you played me just now, man, I thought it was a mirror. Do more me, please. No, so when you had the Achilles injury, you had maybe thought, oh, while I'm rehabbing and recovering, get a tattoo?
Yeah, because in my head, I don't like it when, in any profession, but wrestling specifically, because that's the one that I'm in, is when you're gone for a long time, whether you like get fired or you leave on your own terms or you get injured and you're gone for X amount of time. When you come back and you're the exact same, what did you do on your time off?
Right.
You had so much extra time to change something, to add something, to take something away, whatever.
Put some new books on your Kindle? That's not impressive.
Anything,
what do you got?
Right? And so mine was going to be a half sleeve that, so my basement is, the aesthetic is galaxy. So it's all space and pinks and purples.
I thought you were going to be like wood paneling all across the arm and maybe a little shag carpet right above the elbow. No,
Just really dig it in.
So galaxy, because it's the arcade kind of, your basement is like,
it's very much skating rink from 1997
totally.
with the star carpet and stuff like that. And so I was going to do galaxy on my arm because I found somebody who can make colors like pop on darker skin. And then on my tricep, I was going to do a Buster sword along the backside with the hilt up here with the Mega Man helmet hanging off the hilt.
Oh, nice.
And Buster sword's got the 2 materia slots. So I was going to put my kids' footprints in there because they power the weapon. And so I was going to have that complements the Dragon Ball tattoo and just kind of fill it in with things that I enjoy. So I was going to put 7 Chaos Emeralds all around it. So when I came back, like, it's a tattoo that if you don't know what it is, it's like, oh, there's a sword and there's like gems, whatever. But if you go,
if you know, then you know. Yeah. There's something deeper there.
Yeah. But
might that tattoo still happen?
Oh, 100% it will be happening. But COVID hit and it was like, oh, I probably shouldn't get a tattoo during COVID.
Probably not the safest activity.
No, not at all.
No, but now I'm sure they're making up for lost time. I bet there's like a big stabby convention, a super spreader event. You just get together and go. It's like, I'm scared of needles when it's science, but for tattoos, let's all get together. Yeah.
So also people watching, if you're a tattoo artist and you can make pinks and purples and blues and all those hues pop on dark skin, I will fly to you if you're going to do it for free.
Chat might not be the best place to solicit that, but that's fine. You know what? Hey, you know what, chat? We're going to take a commercial break. If you want to throw your name into the old hat, by all means do it. We come back. We're going to finish out your questions and ride the promo pony into the sunset. This is Attack of the Show presents The Loop. I can't. Oh, hello. Where? There you are. Hi. Hey, it's me, KP. Let's get back to the questions for Xavier because we are almost out of precious time. And I know people had a lot of questions and comments. I want to try to get to them. So Vanessa, please.
Elijah 1066 wanted to know when Austin and Kevin are finally gonna jam together on stream.
I mean, I got my bass in the hotel room.
I've been threatening this place because there is an empty sort of concrete room that is going to need some blankets and sound padding, or else we're all going to really feel it. I got an acoustic kit, so I'll just bring it here.
Yeah.
Okay. The answer is soon. And do we stream the fail, or do we do a couple first and then stream the fail?
We do a couple.
We do a couple.
But I mean, they could use that for interstitials.
What type of music? Like what gets you going?
Funk.
Oh, okay.
The funkiest.
Okay.
I want to smell it when I'm in it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can play in that pocket, my friend.
Oh, perfect.
I can play in that pocket.
We're gonna be.
You ever do any jazz or any thrash metal?
I mean, granted, yes.
Yeah. Because I'll unnecessarily put double kick into everything.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm so I've only been playing since February, but I mean,
Guys,
I'll follow along.
I've been playing a lot longer than that, and you wouldn't know it. So don't worry about it. We will have this jam soon. That's right. We should. I'll bring the kid.
That and some yacht rock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Give me some Michael McDonald and I'm gold. Some Steely Dan.
Woo! Okay.
Robert Dupree. Yeah, less of a woo. He's Steal Away. It's whatever. Okay.
Another question, Vanessa.
Insane how much Michael McDonald I listen to.
He's the best.
Jared Paval wants to know if Kevin tag teamed with Austin, what would the tag team name be?
Oh, Funk Stank.
Ooh, I like that.
Right?
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Coming to the ring, Funk Stank.
Yeah, you smell. What is that? What is that?
Ooh, it's funky.
But the smelling gag, I think, has been done before, right?
The Rock he'd like a slow.
Who
sniff.
is this guy you keep talking about?
Dwayne Johnson. He does.
Oh,
things.
that same.
The actor
Okay,
guy.
got it. Well, that's
Yeah.
fine. We can do this.
Scorpion King.
Okay. Finish him.
Yeah, can I ask a question to Kevin?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
I think you have to submit it in chat. But you know what? Go ahead. We'll go through it. We can.
Okay, so one of my favorite questions to ask people is: you're on a deserted island.
Sure.
The only thing that you can have with you is one musical artist.
Oh.
But that musical artist can play literally any song, but they play it in their style. Who do you take?
I am a very, very particular fanboy of an artist named Casey Crescenzo.
Mm-hmm.
His last name is Crescenzo.
That's fantastic.
And he is the frontman for a band called The Deer Hunter, DEAR Hunter. I am a super fan of his work. His body of work is phenomenal. The output is incredible. He can do orchestras because he's orchestrated many pieces. He can play metal. He can do jazz. He can do blues. He does it all. So he has all of the stylings within his wheelhouse, and he has a voice that is my chef's kiss.
So then, not by him. What's your favorite song?
Not by him. My favorite song, Sandstorm.
Okay, so now
That's a cop out. I don't know. I was like, I couldn't pick one that quickly. I'm sorry.
But imagine him.
Yeah.
You're on this island. You go, hey, can you do Sandstorm? Does that sound incredible to you?
No, it doesn't.
See?
So I failed.
What I'm saying, like, there's somebody because
Yeah, you know what? I'm sure he could make Sandstorm amazing. You know, I would love to have him cover. There's a track called "The Nurse Who Loved Me," covered by Maynard in a band called Perfect Circle. Not originally by him, but that track I would give plasma,
right?
Blood, anything else that is probably an unwanted fluid. I would give it all to have Casey cover "The Nurse Who Loved Me" because that is a
jam.
Yeah. Now, okay, can I turn the tables back on you? I'm sure you've thought of it.
Mine is Michael McDonald.
Really?
Him singing,
it is him, yeah.
Oh, 100%. Him singing anything. But it's that has always led me to, I don't understand why artists don't link up with someone that makes, it doesn't have to be similar music. It would be better if it's complete opposite. So like, I want to see a double album, Michael McDonald and T-Pain, but one album is the greatest hits of Michael McDonald, and they're all done by T-Pain.
Right.
And then the greatest hits of T-Pain done by Michael McDonald.
I tried to pitch this as a show, as like a summer music stunt spectacular on Fox. I mean, it's like you get the big stage, you get the big bands, but they have to cover each other's catalog. Because I don't know if you heard Miley Cyrus singing. Was it Fade to Black? No,
it was Metallica, whatever.
Was it If Nothing Else Matters? I think it was the song that she covered recently, and it just
so good.
Yes, I want more of that. But then I want James and Lars covering "Party in the USA."
Dude, it would be
right. I want
jumped off the plane at LAX with a dream of a cardigan.
Ooh, came in like a wrecking ball. Give me that, please, sweet nectar.
It would be really good.
That is a great question. Do we have another question, Vanessa, before we wrap this?
Yeah, let me pull it up. Also, the intersection of something like that already exists. Nora Jones covered Black Hole Sun, and it rules.
Great. The on the piano,
amazing.
So good. There's also an a cappella group, like a bit of a choir covering Hurt, Trent Reznor's Hurt recently. So I'll share. Okay. We got to do a spot. Let's make a Spotify playlist that we can share with everybody, and everybody puts a song on it.
Yeah.
Let's never do this. Let's talk about doing this and never do this. We should have more dinners. Why don't we hang out more?
Let's go to the batting cages.
Why is there a line to the bathroom?
Yes, Postmodern Jukebox. Yes, I saw that in the chat.
That's it. Postmodern.
They're incredible.
Darn Good Stuff wants to know, is there a retro game you always find yourself going back to?
Yes.
And he's not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you. Sorry.
So, honestly, all these games. So these are my top 5, and I will play these till as long as the day is long. That's a weird way to say that. We got Mega Man 5.
Classic.
Regular Nintendo.
Yep.
The soundtrack. Again, so we talked off camera.
We were talking while we were doing our calisthenics during the break. We happened to talk about how a mediocre game can be infinitely playable if the soundtrack is a banger. But a game with a terrible soundtrack doesn't matter if it has the greatest mechanics of all time. It's out.
No. And Mega Man 5 is an incredible game with an incredible soundtrack, so I'm always in.
And that was only for the premium subscribers who heard that during the commercial. So if you haven't clicked the sub button or followed or done that, none of that matters.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it does matter. You should follow and do all that stuff. I should probably. That's best practices to tell people to do that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Please engage. We need it. Sorry, number 5. Mega Man 5.
If they can hear us during the break, I'm not going to be working here too much longer.
No, good. Number 4.
Mega Man 5. 4, we got River City Ransom.
Yes.
Another regular Nintendo game.
Yeah.
If you don't know what it is, kids, new booties at home, it's Double Dragon flipped. You're the bad guys going to get your girlfriend because the good guys finally stole her or kidnapped her. She's not property. You go across town, and it's just a great game. Then we got Nights into Dreams, Sega Saturn.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
one of the very few reasons to have that console, but a beautiful reason to have it.
Just a gorgeous game with a great message. We got Mario Kart Double Dash.
Yep.
Obviously. What was 5?
You had Mega Man 5, River City Ransom.
Oh, Mischief Makers.
Whoa.
On N64.
What?
You're a robot named Marina, and the professor has been kidnapped by Clancers.
I've seen the box art, but I did not know it. Is this a platformer?
Yes.
And the plot again, you are...
So you're a cyborg named Marina, and you are trying to save the professor from these evil, like these aliens called Clancers. Not all the Clancers are bad. It's actually a great, like in the intro to the game, like as you're playing the first couple of stages, you're going around, you're gonna kind of mess everybody up, but the Clancers are like, hey, wait, whoa. Just because we look like them doesn't mean we act like them. And it's like, wow, you kind of covered a little bit of racism too. This is really good.
People are spamming shake in chat. Is that from...
When she grabs it and you shake things to get Jim, she goes, shake. And it's like the cutest little thing. But I love
little
that game
mischief makers.
So much. So I love that game and Nights and this game called Windjammers.
Windjammers I know very well, yeah.
Incredible game. There's a video game musician, composer by the name of James Landino, who is one of, if not like my favorite composer out there. And I said, hey, is this weird? But is there any way that I could commission you to make like a 5-song Mischief Maker soundtrack? Because we're going to try to talk to the guy who has the license and see if that we can pretend there's a buzz going around, and then they'll give it to us so we can make the game, remake it. And so they made this soundtrack, and they did the same thing for Windjammers as well. And just like these incredible songs that are already good, they've made them 100 times better, and it's so cool.
I hear faint rustling, the sound of spurs or stirrups in the distance. Something. Oh no! You hate when he comes through. Austin, it's time to ride the promo pony as we take this show out to sunset.
Perfect.
So please, yourself, your friends, your frenemies, the floor is yours, good sir.
Let me see. Who do I want to talk about? I got a great friend by the name of Tyler Breeze. You catch him on Twitch at The Sweets Live. That's The Sweets with a Z. Got a fantastic friend by the name of Cesaro. He's not on Twitch right now, but you can check him out on Twitter. I think he's in the chat, Claudio's Cafe. Check him out there. And then we've got a friend by the name of Adam Cole, who is on Twitch as The Chugs, so check him out as well. Got a plethora of people in WWE that are fantastic, and they love video games, and you guys should just follow all of us. Come see us do the wrestles whenever we're in town. Watch it on TV. And
you're in town next week for the wrestles.
Yes, we're in town in LA at the Staples Center until January.
Yeah, and I can't say the new name of the stadium because I can't be trending on Twitter for the wrong reasons again. But for right now, it's the Staples Center where you're performing next week.
Yes. So if you're in the LA area, come check it out. But then as far as myself, you can check me out on all social platforms. That's at Austin Creed Wins. That's Instagram. That's Twitter. I made a TikTok so I can search through things, and then when I come here, I get the social team to just tell me what's popular and what's trending with the kids these days.
That's why you're doing frog squat jumps during the commercial breaks, of course.
That is why we're jumping. I'm trying to think what else. I feel like I put everything else to the side. Because I was like, hey.
Well, maybe you can give. We'll figure out how to give this away, but maybe you can do that on your socials.
Ooh.
I mean, you have. This is a one of one, friends.
Yeah. You got all of this action.
I'm full Dorothy mode
here.
Right now. I appreciate it.
And this is my actual handwriting. It's not great.
WWE superstar King Woods, aka Austin Creed. You are a gentleman. You're a literal scholar. If I may be presumptuous, I'm gonna say, yeah.
I'm gonna be at PAX Unplugged. Not this weekend, but next weekend. After we do that show in LA, I will then take a red-eye flight to Philadelphia.
The pony was off the screen. This was the sincere moment where I say I hope we're friends. But no, it's
okay.
Where else are you going to be at the Yuck Hut doing a tight five? Xavier, anything else you want to promote? Creed, huh?
Yeah, I'll be at PAX Unplugged Saturday, the 11th, I believe, of December. I'll be playing D&D with Acquisitions Incorporated on a stage. We got a lot of green flame. I play a barbarian by the name of Bobby, and I get paid in cheese because I love it. It's a play off of a character from a Goofy movie, and I completely just stole it and made it there because it makes me laugh.
That funk stank.
I think that's it.
I love it.
Oh, and I'm back tomorrow, I've been told. Yeah, so watch G4TV.
Hey, there he is.
That works.
Austin, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Really,
Pleasure's all
thank
mine.
you for making the time. Generous with his time and his tales, and a great message. Thank all of you for hanging out as well. Thank you for sending in your questions or comments, for indulging us on yet another attack of the show. Presents the Loop. Thank you to super producer Vanessa. Thank you to our wonderful crew in studio and in control rooms. Thank you to the whole G4 cast. And in fact, some of them are coming up right now. I believe it's Black Hokage and Frost. The Sophia and what did we say? What for Corey?
Between Sophia and Bros.
They're here with G4 After Dark, so you stay right there and enjoy more wonderful G4 content. But that is it for the Loop. Thank you all. Kisses, hugs, belly rubs. Goodbye.
What's going on, beautiful people? It is I, the Black Hokage, aka TBH, and to be honest, welcome to a special edition of freaking G4 After Dark. We're calling X-Play After Dark. Because fun fact, GB is supposed to be here, but I think he went over to Europe to check out some of the exotic scooters that they had.
He's going to Peru.
He's in Europe, just go with it.
Okay, Europe.
He's in Europe with a Speedo on, riding scooters, because he rides scooters to work. Just go with it. Anyways, I'm joined by the lovely Frost. Say what up to the people, man. Don't be too excited. So fun fact, this is actually the first time that me and her have gotten a chance to actually like shoot the shit, because on X-Play, you know, we got to sit there and be professional and talk video games, and like I'm very professional on that set. So I'm actually curious to get to know you, because she was actually just complaining behind the scenes that she hasn't gotten an interview from Karen Pereira. So if we can set this up, I don't know who we need to talk to.
Yeah, what? KP, you haven't interviewed either TBH or me.
I don't care, but you know.
I think he's interviewed Ovally.
Dang, bro. KP. And it's crazy. Now you have your own story because Gerard he just had his story about the whole we thing. Now you have your story how he played you too. Maybe we can reenact that next week.
Not with those wigs. I honestly didn't recognize Emily when I saw her wearing that wig, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that I've had that haircut. Am I allowed? What words can I say or not say?
You're on the internet.
Surfing on the internet.
It was a real softball wig, if you know what I mean. It was like very, very women's basketball, like very.
To be fair, I agree with you because she had pulled up to me and I had to do like a double take. Because I thought she was like a new employee or something like that. So like it was a really good wig. She was selling that.
My
thing.
favorite part was Vivi, who was sitting. Vivi's our talent manager, and she was sitting on the couch nearby, and. I guess didn't realize that Emily had a wig, and as soon as Emily revealed that it was a wig, that she hadn't gotten that haircut and that dye job, Vivi goes, "Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was gonna have to talk to you."
She thought she was going crazy. Yo, so what is? I don't think I've ever asked you. What does your name mean, Frosk?
Froskirin?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's Icelandic for the frog.
So you identify as a frog?
Do you identify as a ninja that rides a frog?
No, I identify as SpongeBob.
Oh.
That's what Kirby says.
Oh, you do look like SpongeBob.
Mr. Krabs.
Look, he's got the brown pants and the yellow top. Please tell me.
Told me not to get on the hook, so I should have listened.
Tell me this joke was 10 hours in the making. Did you wake up and decide to dress like SpongeBob today?
Nah, I just woke up today and I just feel like shining. So I was like, I put a bunch of colors on, a lot of times they be saying like black men walk around and they're just angry. I was like, I wanted to show that, I'm a colorful, vibrant man. I'm confident. I'm not the stereotypical just angry all black with Jordans on. I was like, I can switch it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you got you with all the black. So we switch places.
I need to redo my wardrobe. I'm experimenting. I wore my new pants on Boosted the other day, and chat was like, Frosk, I think I read the comment, Frosk looks bad today.
Oh, no.
And I was like, well, there goes my favorite pants.
We've been telling V we need to get the wardrobe and we need to get that in the budget, as well as the gym. We need to get a little bit of that in the budget.
We've got plenty of, so one of our producers said to me that we cut corners in the weirdest way. Like we have all of this office space, this like giant machine
Look at all these
chair
toys in the
with
background. We could have got dumbbells, bro.
I know, but we've got 4 sinks for the entire building. There's no fridge.
You know it's crazy? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen anybody use those sinks in the hallway.
That's what
like
I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah, like why is that there? Like that's a good point. We're gonna have to
Chat,
talk.
I washed my hair, you animals.
Wait, why are they? Why are they talking about whether or not you washed your hair? Wait,
Okay,
what?
so Ovly got upset. I'm right. You have natural oils
For sure.
on your hair.
For sure.
And when you wash them, you strip them.
Yeah.
And it makes my hair really, because my hair's super fine, just like flat and nothing. Mm-hmm. So I used to have a bad problem where I have really greasy skin and really greasy hair because my hair is so thin, it'd get greasy and it would just look really greasy. So I like went through the hard process of not washing it for it was like an entire summer. Like 3 months close to. But it trained my body because my body was producing more oil because I kept stripping it away with shampoo. And now I can go like a month without washing my hair. So if I wash my hair like twice a month, that's like pretty strange. And it's not that I don't rinse my hair, you animals. I rinse it, water goes through it. I just don't shampoo it and condition it.
The chat's like, please don't roast her. No, jokes aside, she's
so
actually
disgusting.
She's like,
no, wait. I'm allowed one fuck you.
That's her one for the stream. Mine's coming up now. Jokes aside, no, she actually is correct because when I used to work with kids, and like I actually learned from working with kids that like when your hair is too clean, because like we would have lice outbreaks in the building sometimes. I learned
it's easy for them to move around.
Yeah, the cleaner your hair is, the more likely you are to get lice. So it's like she's right. You need to keep those natural oils. You got to find that balance. I don't know. 1 a month is not enough for me personally, but if it works for you, I'm not judging. But
I lost the bet, and so now Ovely's like, you have to wash your hair every day for 2 weeks.
No.
I know.
Think about the crew. You're putting us all at risk. I don't know about that one.
What did you do with kids? That's a weird segue. What did you?
Yeah.
How did you work with children?
I needed a job like fresh out of college, and my mom used to work the front desk at a preschool.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. So like, I just needed a job, and she put in a word for me. So then, like, true story, I was in the shower, and I got a call from the actual building, and they were like, I did my interview in the shower. I was soaking wet. And they were like, "So what's your experience with kids?" I just lied my ass. Like, I love them kids, man. I love them. I give them a hug, and they're great. I got
Is that
hired
a
on the spot.
SpongeBob voice or a Bill
I did it.
Cosby
I
voice?
did it.
Because we
Yo,
are right on the line.
whoa. It was going SpongeBob. What's the name? Nah, I got the job. I ended up loving kids. I didn't even know if I liked them or not at first because I was really young. But I ended up finding out that I really liked kids, and they were fun to be around. So that's kind of where my experience came from with that.
Do you want kids then?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, that's so cute. I really want children, preferably more than one, but me and my wife, we keep trying. It's not happening. So
Oh, what issue are you having? Tell us about that, Frost.
So it's been a bit of a struggle, but I really want a kid because I'm just like, I dream of this day of, when they have like the carriers and you just like strap them to the front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I dream about going to a supermarket and just being like, here, Timmy, hold this. And
know
like
what's
having
crazy?
an extra pair of like 2 little T-Rex hands.
I be having those same exact thoughts. That's how I know I'm getting old and I'm washed. Cause like corny shit is like cool to me. Like I want to be the dad that like cosplays with their kid or whatever. Like I want to be
will be
Black
so
Panther
much
and my
fun.
daughter is like Shuri or something, Like that's cool to me. Or like you said, going to the grocery store, that's kind of like where I'm at mentally. So like I understand you.
Yeah.
What's the name? Going back to the frog stuff though, like you still didn't, what exactly you're like, I'm going to be a frog. What did you get to the point where, what made you pick that name?
Oh, so the woman that I was seeing at the time,
She was a frog?
Yes. Turned into it. No. She was a accountant. She used to work for the International Monetary Fund and then got a job at like a hedge fund. But she did her thesis on Iceland and its economic recovery. Fun fact, Iceland's one of the only countries to ever go bankrupt, declare bankruptcy and come back from it, and it has now one of the fastest growing and strongest economies. Very interesting from like an economic, if you really want to get like into that nerdy shit. But to move to Iceland and get a not a visa, but like residency, you have to know Icelandic, which only 500,000 people in the world know, and there's only 300,000 people in the country of Iceland.
I didn't even know they spoke their own, like that's how ignorant I am. I didn't know Icelandic was a thing.
But when I was picking my name, we were doing the animals, and so I just picked an Icelandic word. Bjorknin is bear, Koturinn is cat, Froskjörn is frog. Butterfly I can't say, it's really crazy. Technically, if you were to say frog, it'd be Froskjör, and then Froskjörn is the frog.
No, frog works for you because when GB disappeared to go look at those scooters in Europe, and they asked you to be in the show, you jumped right in and helped. So I mean that makes sense.
I think what actually happened.
Nah, hating. They forever hating on me, man. Whatever.
That is a crazy dad joke. But what actually happened is they came up to my desk and said, "Would you like to fill in for GB?" To which I said, "I should be your last choice." And yet here I am.
Miss Reliable.
Oh.
That's crazy. What's the name? So, how did you actually get started in the esports? I don't know a lot about esports. Like, how did you actually get started with all the on-stage stuff?
Yeah, the elevator pitch is that I went to uni I have a background in animation. Disney animators have an apprenticeship that they do, and my university was full of a bunch of Disney animators that had gotten laid off. This was kind of like right as The Princess and the Frog was, I think, coming out, and I remember my professor, who was like the lead animator for Lilo and Stitch, he was like the guy who did Stitch. He was just like, all of them were praying that The Princess and the Frog would do really well because it was like that really depressing thing where they no longer had jobs, and so they're like, hopefully this movie does well, so that way we can come back into the studio and get our jobs back. But I was really into video games since I was a fetus. Played them throughout my life and then got really into doing gaming and esports. My roommate at the time introduced me to a little cocaine drug called League of Legends.
I was wondering where you were going. I was really concerned. Where were you? Yeah, my roommate just, introduced me to a bump. Like, whoa.
And it was all downhill from there. I tried to go pro. It was never good enough. I played kind of like in the semi-amateur scene for a little bit, and then got into commentating. Coaching didn't exist at the time, and commentating didn't really exist, but I was like a high elo streamer, and then I would watch people play their games, and then I would kind of give them feedback on what they were doing, and I just called it like commentary, but now we would call it coaching. And I just made like this crazy list, and people that worked at ESL watched my stream. They asked me to try out to be a caster. They hired me on the spot, and then I decided that I would give myself a year to try to make it as a League of Legends caster that kind of existed at the time. Like Jat really.
What year was this?
2011, 2012, somewhere around there.
Okay, yeah, you've been in it.
Yeah, we've been in it for a while.
Trenches.
I know you've been in it for like 15 years. I'm coming on like my 8-9 year mark now.
Okay.
But yeah, and then eventually I ended up all over the world.
And what keeps you doing it? That's a good question. Huh? What keeps you doing it?
In all honesty, I never wanted to be an on-camera person.
I feel that.
I always wanted to go into like creative producing, or specifically like talent development. I felt really strongly, and I tried at Riot for a really long time to get them to hire me as like the talent development person to go out scout for amateur casters upcoming, and then like help them build out either now we would call it like academy, but basically like amateur tournaments, getting these casters, helping them figure out their skills, and then like creating a pipeline into the higher levels and kind of like working at the grassroots level. And I did that a lot when I worked in Australia, but didn't really turn out the right way as my career progressed. And when I got the call for G4, it was exciting to me because it was still so small at the time. And I was told that I would get to build the esports department kind of from the ground up. So I was like, hells yeah.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, you bringing up G4, I don't think I asked any castmate this. So you're going to be the first one I ask. How'd you actually end up on G4?
I had to do a casting tryout. And so my agent contacted me, asked me to send in a tape of a casting tryout for G4. I heard G4, which I had watched growing up like you, and I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. So I tried really hard, had like a full-on interview with the casting person. They weren't really interested. They kind of gave me an email that they were like, we think we'll do like some small things with you, but we think it's going to be a pass.
People will call your people.
Yeah, and I was about to take a job in China because I got asked to be the talent and cast lead for the English LPL that Riot was doing, which is kind of the league that I started in, which was cool because I'd been in a managerial position and kind of build a broadcast, but I didn't really want to go back to China and kind of rebuild. And then not 2 days later, suddenly G4 turned around and gave me a new email, and they're like, we would like you for a full-time position, and you need to move to LA, and you need to be here in 6 months. And I was like, whoa.
That is random. Yeah.
That is a strange turnaround. And from internal things, my producer and boss, Trey, guys, Trey is our showrunner for esports. If you ever want to flame anyone, flame Trey.
Shout out to White Trey. He's the first white person I've ever met named Trey. Let's go.
Trey and Avali really pushed for me.
The funny thing is, this morning when we were shooting, Trey actually pulled up to me because we were on set. I was humming the Sanford and Son theme. And he was like, were you humming Sanford and Son? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I love that show. I was like, I grew up watching it with my family. He's like, yeah, me too, man. And I was like, I know I made a joke about you being like the first like white Trey I ever met, but I was like, I think you might have been black in your past life because now you know Sanford and Son too. I'm like, okay, that's dope though. How I ended up at G. Oh, is it time? It's time to take a break.
And when we come back, we're gonna find out how the Black Hokage ended up at G4.
Welcome back to the special edition of G4 After Dark, aka X Play After Dark. I did not just have my phone in my hand. I was totally prepared to come back and talk to you guys. We were just talking about, before we went on break, about how we actually got involved in G4. Frost shared her story, so then I was going to get in and share mine. Mine's not that crazy. To the point where, like, I actually talked to Gerard a little bit. I take that back. I lied. He's the first person I asked, because he told me he went through, like, 20 different
yeah, they interviewed him for like a year.
Yeah, he said he went through like 20 different auditions or whatever, and then he asked me, he's like, how did you get into it? And I was like, oh, I got contracted for a video last year. They randomly reached out to me to do this commentary for an Animal Crossing video. And it was just supposed to be like a one-off thing, but then like after that they reached out to my agent and they wanted to hire me like full-time. So I was like, I just did a video, and they were like, we want you. And I was like, cool. And then we just went back and forth for like a year. The negotiations, they were a little rough because, like, you know, Vivi can be a tough businesswoman, but you know, she's just like, but she was so adamant about signing me. She was telling my agent had called me, and my agent was like, Corey, I don't know what you did at that little audition, but that lady Vivi, she called my phone. She was just like, Corey, oh my God, we need you. We need a big strong Hokage to come through to the network. So, I mean, she was really adamant, and I really appreciated the fact that, you know, she really believed in me. And that's why, you know, I do whatever she says.
15 years, though.
Yeah.
To this moment.
Yeah. Technically, it's 14. It'll be 15 in, like, January.
Do you feel like it's been 15 years?
Nah, because I'm only 31, so, like, I feel like a young vet. And I feel like I'm still getting better at, like, what I do, because I constantly reinvent myself. Because, like, the way I came in the game and where I'm at now, I think that's why a lot of people were, like, really excited when I signed with G4, because, like, what I represent. Because when I first started, I started off 2017. That was my first channel. And I was doing voiceovers of like cartoons and stuff like that. Like, you remember like I'm the Juggernaut bitch type shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing stuff like that. I didn't do that video, but it was stuff like that. I got that channel to like 60,000 subscribers, and then I started getting hit with copyright strikes. So then I peeled off in 2012 and then started doing my gaming channel, and I blew up from there. But like the type of content I was doing, I was just talking shit in like Call of Duty lobbies and shit, just being mad toxic. I was going after like, you know, racist people in lobbies and shit. People love that shit. So like coming from like that toxic stuff like that to where I kind of peeled off, I started my own gaming podcast, because one of the things I didn't like about that is like I do genuinely enjoy trolling people, especially Kirby. I genuinely do enjoy trolling people, but one thing I realized about the internet early on is like people only know what you put out there, so they create an entire narrative around you.
Isn't that so weird?
Yeah, because the way my brain works is I'm just talking shit and having fun in these lobbies, and like it's just entertainment. But like they really think that's who you are as a person. So I made the conscious decision, I don't know what year it was, to try to show more of my intelligence and like, yo, I really do this game and shit. So like I started like a gaming podcast with my friends called Gaming Illuminati. I started doing game reviews and stuff like that, and I started kind of pivoting away and trying to show, you know, the more intelligent side of me. And then eventually I just kind of stopped. Every once in a while, you know, I talk a little shit, but you know, for the most part, I've kind of peeled away from that. And all right, a lot, but what's a lot, but I've kind of rebranded from, you know, being like the toxic kind of angry gamer to being everybody says I'm like their big brother basically when I stream, and I think that's a better image that like I'd rather put out there, because you know you gotta get a hood hope and all that shit. But I don't know, I feel like a young vet.
I think I'm like in the transitionary period that you were in. Like I have a reputation, and I think a lot of people perceive me, at least coming from like my league background, is like just a bitch with a stick up her ass sideways. You know it's funny, when I first signed here, I don't know who told me, but they were like, oh, you'd probably get along with Frost really well. I think I had told you that, and like I didn't get that vibe from you the first time I met you, that you were a bitch. I got the vibe. Kirby's like what? Kirby, you said we could talk about anything. Stay over there.
This is After Dark, baby. I got the vibe that you just like to mind your business and like you're chill. And then I saw another side of you too, which is funny. It was like a week ago or whatever when you got into that motorcycle accident and your wife came through. And I was like, low-key, I think you're a little softy on the low. Because I met her wife, and her wife was like, I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't tell you this. Her wife was the sweetest woman. And after those two left, I was talking to Felicity, the makeup lady, and I was like, where do I get one of those, bro? I was like, yo, Shorty is so sweet. She was so helpful. I was like, yo, her wife was fucking. Well, there's my F.
Oh,
lovely. She was fucking lovely. I was like, she's a great woman. So shout out to her. I
Yeah.
think you a softie on the low.
Josie is lovely. If my wife's in chat, guys, be nice to her. She's the OG little one. Yeah, she has it on our key. This is the wettest thing about us. So we have leather key rings. I mean that in like I realize that's a British saying. So I think in American that would like mean something different.
In American.
Wait, no, because we find culture clash all the time. So in a British way to say something is wet is to say it's like sappy or like cutesy. And so like if you're
sappy, yeah, okay. Sappy would mean like sad to me.
like The Notebook, the movie,
Okay.
you'd be like, oh, that's a wet movie. But we have leather straps for our keys, and she got them engraved with like our nicknames. So I'm a big one and she's little one. And if you see us, it's because I'm like 2 feet taller than her.
Yo, my mind was in the gutter. I'm so glad
I
you finished that sentence, yo, because when she said leather strap, I was like, whoa. Like, this is a different level of After Dark, bro. I'm so glad you finished that. So, like, you said you feel like you're in that transition period, and you feel like you had kind of that stigma put on you. What do you feel like you're trying to transition to?
Because I wish that there's definitely a problem where like people perceive me to be a certain way, and I mean, I'm sure that you've experienced your fair share of like the community fandom and like how toxic that can be, especially when like things blow up. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm the G4 villain.
I've been the League community has tried to cancel me about I think 6 different times, and they probably feel that they were actually successful with it since I did leave, because I did like. I wanted to move on and get a different job that like tested me in different skills, because once you become a League of Legends commentator, as soon as you do the World Championship, there's nothing else, and that's why
There's a ceiling for it.
yeah, and so I knew that I wanted to go into like managerial things, and like there was like so much blowback and like so much harassment that I just remember talking to my wife, and I was like, you know, we could do another year in the LEC and like it would be fine. Like I had the contract ready to sign, and then I was like, but I don't think I'll survive it, because the life was just so toxic, and part of that is on me and not presenting like holistically who I am, because I don't think I'm like a cold, like stuck up, like very fierce person. I think I'm actually just like really introverted, socially anxious, and quite goofy.
I was actually surprised. Like, I was like, yo, Frost is actually funny. My mom actually talked about you to me. Like, she was talking about all the characters. She's like, yeah. She's like, I like that Frost chick. I said the same. I was like, yo, she was surprisingly funny to me. I thought you were just kind of chill and like you knew your games. But I was like, no, when she get in her bag, I was like, okay. I was like, I see why they picked her up.
That's kind.
In the draft. But yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from with like the ceiling stuff. That's kind of where I was at mentally. That's actually why I joined G4, because like truthfully, I didn't have to take this job. Like financially, I was doing fine. It was more so like I told the universe I wanted something to challenge me, because like streaming is boring to me. YouTube is boring to me. I've been doing it for so long and it comes to me so easily. I was like, all right, well, what else is there? And then they came knocking, and I had no reason to be in Florida. I was like, sure, why not? Let's try the TV thing.
Is there like a specific element of it that you want to do? Is it like the acting or the improv thing? Is it like the conversation? Are you more like, do you want to create your own content and shows? Because that was like one of the big things about G4 that I think excites a lot of people. Is like, yeah, we've gotten our legs now, but theoretically, it's like, what's possible? You know, what can we build here? What kind of shows? Is that what you're more interested in?
Yeah, creating on show, like having that budget behind you, like kind of that machine, but also being exposed to like different audiences as well. That's kind of one of the things is like people don't want to hear, but like the internet is very segregated, just like the real world. And then like most of my audience is Black and Hispanic, and I know this from going to conventions. That's what I always meet. So it was like I wanted to be exposed to like a different audience and show that like, hey, there are other different type of content creators out there. You know, try to put on and inspire people. That's kind of what keeps me motivated. I get a lot of tweets from people saying like, hey, like it really motivates me to see you doing that. Like I want to show people that like, hey, I look like you, and you can do this shit too. So that kind of keeps me motivated. But as far as the challenging stuff, yeah, the show. Also seeing if I could collab with different people like you, as well as like Gerard or like other people, like just bringing like a different energy. I feel like that inspires me. I go home and I feel like inspired now compared to when I was just, you're just sitting at home playing. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't take a lot of talent to stream. Like I'm sorry, streamers. I'm sorry. It doesn't, bro. Like you literally log into Twitch. you copy and paste your Twitch key, and then you press go live on OBS or whatever. And the difference between who's successful and who's not is whether or not you're entertaining, which is a totally different conversation that some people don't want to have.
It's so interesting. We were just talking about this before the stream about this idea that like there's like a card, and I've seen it change over the course of like being adjacent to Twitch. Like I would say that I'm not a big Twitch or YouTube user. You know, I really like going down YouTube holes of just like educational stuff, but like I'm not really into like the culture of YouTube.
For sure.
And then like I remember watching Twitch from, again, being adjacent on esports, of like watching it being like hardcore gaming, tournaments, and then the shift of when it changed into like just chatting streamers, and now you have like the blow up of like the Ludwigs and the Miz, and I'm probably saying their names wrong because I read their names on Reddit as I like try to keep in touch with a lot of this culture, but I'm just like, it's like a reality TV show. Twitch has become what happened to television in like the 90s to early 2000s, where it went from like sitcoms into reality TV into the Kardashians, and Twitch has done the exact same thing, and I'm just like wondering where it caps or collapses.
What's the
or
bubble?
If it just keeps happening.
For sure. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And my question is like, do you think that those people that are doing that type of content, do you feel like they need to evolve? Because I feel like they're making so much money.
No, but just the money that they're making is ridiculous. And I go and I've never watched these streamers, so sorry if I say something about like a streamer that's your favorite, guys, but like it's not like it's super high production value. It's very low lift. And so just to be frank and honest, that was kind of like one of my big questions. And I see all the time about G4 itself is that like, you know, why would you invest so heavily into a studio and the lights and the producers and the writers when Twitch has created a medium that is so low lift? There's not a lot of effort. It's not like these guys have like professional sets. Some of them don't even have professional microphones. If you're thinking about like Tyler One, it kind of goes with the shtick, but you get massive viewership. And in tandem, like their viewership versus our viewership on Twitch, you know, people are like, what the hell is G4 thinking? And I think it's, again, it's hard that we're trying to exist in this space that I think the culture has shifted so much, because to me it makes sense that the new iteration of G4 would come back right now, because people like you and I, especially people like you who've been a content creator for so long, like G4 exists now because it's finally time that the content creators came of age, you know, became 31, and that a big multi-million-dollar company was like, let's give you a lot of money and resources and see what you can do with it.
For sure. Like, cause yeah, I always say that like there's a difference between like being internet funny and like real life funny, or like internet entertaining in real life. It's different when you get on stage and you got to tell a joke. And I think that's what, like, it's really not the money. It's the mental stimulation for me. Literally standing on that stage and having to read that teleprompter and standing next to you and having to mesh well and create a synergy between us. That takes a certain level of skill that I don't think most people will do. And like to hear people say, oh, like you're a natural at it, that makes me feel good, and it makes me want to try new things. There's other things I want to get into as well. What about you? Like, is there anything that you want to get into besides like this type of stuff?
So like hilariously, I think every child wanted to be like an actor. Did you ever want to be an actor?
Actually, no, I don't like fame.
Best part.
I want to be a voice actor.
Oh, voice actor would be so much fun.
Yeah.
So when I was growing up, I really wanted to be a writer, and because I just like love telling stories, and I love that. And so when I got into gaming, I love story-based games most of the time. Like, you know, platformers and stuff are fun, but they're just not really my jam or my vibe. So getting to come onto G4, like the idea of doing something like Invitation to Party is so exciting to me, because I'll never be good enough to be an actor. I just can't do it. But I can do Invitation to Party.
It's a happy medium for you.
Yes. It's probably the closest that I'll ever get to living that dream. So anytime I do that show, if you guys are watching the show and you feel like my excitement and my happiness, like I just have to let you know, I will never get closer. That is literally me living my Ruby Rose Batwoman dream.
I just want you to know that I sat in on the taping of the last episode for the Dungeons and Dragons show. And I just want you to know I've never been more confused in my natural black life. Like,
we are also very confused.
I was like, it's so like they brought us into the crowd to like hype things up, and like I didn't know when to clap, and like I only clapped when everybody else started clapping. I was like, okay, I think this is the moment. They were using all this language. I'm like, what is this? What is that? But it was interesting. It was fun to watch. I was just lost. But that's don't sell yourself short. I think it's dope that you're doing that. Yeah, but we've been running our mouths way too long, Kirby says. So it's time to take a break and get a refreshing Dr. Pepper. We'll be back after this. G4. Welcome back to a special edition of G4 After Dark, X-Play After Dark, baby. So, I mean, you do X-Play with me, Frosk. Do you have any, like, interesting, like, gaming stories from, like, your childhood?
Gaming stories?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of gaming story?
Whatever. I mean, I'll give you one if you want to sit on it and think about it. I'll give you mine.
Yeah.
I told my dad that I was going to sell my soul for Banjo-Kazooie. So, like, this is a true story. This is a true story. So, like, I was 7 years old. I'll never forget this shit. And I was playing Banjo-Kazooie in my room, and I was playing that. I love that. I love platformers. Contrary to what the Reddit says, I'm not the shooter guy. I grew up playing platformers, and Banjo-Kazooie is one of my favorite ones. I was playing the game, and my dad comes in the room. He's like, man, son, he's like, you played the hell out of this game, man. He's like, what's going on with you? I was like, I love this shit. I love this shit. I said it just like that as a kid.
I like how your SpongeBob voice, your little kid voice, the exact same.
And he was like, you play it so much. He's like, man, would you sell your soul for this like this game or whatever? Because I think the new one had came out. I was playing the old one. And I was like, I didn't know what a soul was at that age. So I was like,
yes.
I was like, yeah, I'll sell my soul. And I just remember my dad looking at me like, and he just walked out the room. So, like, I guess I sold my soul to that bird, Kazooie or whatever.
It's that moment when he looks at the screen and, like, Banjo-Kazooie are just doing, like, their weird dance.
Well, I like to get jiggy with them jiggy pieces, man. It is what it is.
It's like the moment on GTA whenever your parents come in and they always come in on the screensaver with, like, the girl, like... and you're like, it's not what it looks like. Really, Mom? I was just trying to steal the car. Gaming story. So I guess my most iconic video game for me was Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
So like I played. My mom was she's an accountant and a CPA, but she learned a computer very early on. I think I was like one of the first people to ever have like a home computer, like back in the early 90s. Like they just weren't around that often. And she was taking night classes and kind of like figured out that computers and technology were really going to take off. So she wanted to train herself in them. And there's like photos of me playing the Zelda disc games when they were on PC, like some old.
Was that the one where he was like the cartoony one, the shitty one?
Yeah.
Ooh, that was your first Zelda?
Well, yes.
Whoa.
And then she got me like a Sega. I had a Dreamcast, and then I moved on into like Nintendo. But like the PlayStation was my first like No, I'm an adult now. I have a PlayStation. I got Final Fantasy VII. I'm gonna play the adult game. I just remember it rocking my world, and I couldn't really read before then.
Okay.
Like I could, but I just hated it. And then to play Final Fantasy VII with the cool guy with the sword, I had to learn how to read. So
I mean, that's a great motivator.
that's probably why I curse so much.
Yeah. Sephiroth will do that to you.
Sid and Barrett just running in there. God damn, Spiky.
Freaking my first console was the NES. Duck Hunt Mario. That was the first game that I ever
never
played.
got to play Duck Hunt. Did you
Yeah.
have the gun?
Yeah, there's actually literally a picture of me in my diapers with my afro shooting at the TV. That was and like I've been hooked ever since, and like I've owned pretty much every console at one point or another. I was always like the hustler kid, so like I would rake leaves, shovel snow or whatever, so like I have the money to get the games that I wanted to play. Even there were times where like I got really bad grades. I remember my dad threw my PS2 out. I got a job and I bought like a Game Boy Advance. I was playing Banjo-Kazooie on the Game Boy Advance. I would like hide under the covers. I was a fiend, man. I've always loved games. It's always kind of been like my escape. Because the real world sucks. I think we had this conversation this morning. We hate people.
Yeah, I hate people. There's always like after parties, and like League of Legends is notorious for after parties, and it's such an incestuous like club of who knows who. And I know I say that in like the same tandem of like, I'm really happy that Ovally helped me get a job. Nepotism worked that time. But like it's really important to go to those parties and to play the political game of like connecting. And it's also probably why I didn't do very well in that scene. I hate that. I don't drink. I'm very straight edge. Like I'll do edibles and legally smoke marijuana.
You know, I'm glad you said that because I almost caught you in a lie. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure you were on an edible at that dinner we were at a couple weeks ago.
Oh, Kirby, you haven't heard this? This is so good.
Yo, she was fried that night. She was fried that night, bro. I was like, hey, yo.
So, and here's the thing. I never go to those dinners, but we had one after the launch of G4 where like the president of G4 and like the owner of G4, like very important people are like, oh, we're having a dinner and we're inviting all of the talent and like, you have to come. And it was like Vivi comes up to you, is like, you must come to this dinner. It's very important. And I'm like, okay, I'll ride my bike home and then I'll take an edible to release my social anxiety, and then I'll stay in a corner, I'll just like talk to like Fiona and Ovally. That will be it. I'll like wave at my bosses, leave, no harm, no foul, don't need to do anything, it's fine. Anyway, I get there, I arrive slightly late because I had to ride my bike home. I arrive slightly late, everyone is already seated, and I find out that there are assigned seats. And it had been requested that the president of G4 wanted to sit next to me. And then on my other side is Kevin Pereira. So I sit down, the edible is kicking in. And across from me is the person who owns G4, the president of G4. And then Kevin looks to me and he's like, you're really high right now. I was like, and he goes, oh, this is gonna be fun. I ended up sobbing. I couldn't look at Fiona. Fiona was not allowed to look at me.
You when I showed up, you were just like red in the face and like mad giggly, and like nobody even, I could just tell. I was like, yo, Shorty is gone. Like you were like one of those little anime girls just blushing in the face. I'm like, because normally Frost is normally so like laid back. I'm like, yeah, she either drunk or she off something right now.
Man.
That was very interesting. I was like, I saw a different side.
It was like what's that meme when the LSD hits? Like where are you? It was the worst.
For sure. Favorite console or PC if that's your favorite.
Favorite console? Probably the PlayStation 2. The only nice thing that my father really ever did for me is he got me a PlayStation for Christmas. And I remember I had Final Fantasy X, and I can still remember that feeling and the sound of when it comes to the screen and there's all the cubes, and then playing in it wasn't the Xanarkin, no, it was the Xanarkin Ruins, and just like the song and that game, even though I really don't like Final Fantasy X, like I don't like any of those characters, that game will always have such a special part in my history because of like the age that I was when I had it. It was kind of like you're just coming on to a teenager because I'm 30. So it hit at the right time. And I go back and play it. I'm like, I hate you, Titus, and your stupid laugh. But I love this GF system, and I love the music, and I love all these maps.
Regan, I think the GameCube is probably my favorite It was a great console
That's
for.
a great pick.
Yeah, it was a great console for games. Super Smash Bros. Melee is one of my top 10 favorite games of all time. I love the GameCube because it was a finesse machine for you. Like I said, I was a hustler kid, so not only did I
What character?
I played Sheik.
Oh.
Yeah, I was a sweat. That was back when my reflexes were faster.
You can tell there's again, forget your zodiac sign. What you main in Smash Bros. is like it absolutely tells you who
You're like,
a person
he's
is.
toxic. He plays Sheik. Yo, the GameCube was great because it had Smash Bros, Luigi's Mansion, freaking Resident Evil 4.
It had Mario Kart Double Dash.
Yeah.
Sunshine, that's a good one.
I made a lot of money with the GameCube. I used to take it to school and play people for money, like after
Smash
school.
Bros?
Yeah. Because like the thing about Smash,
Chic player.
It's the ultimate finesse. And this is still a thing to this day. The thing about Smash Bros is everybody thinks they're good at that game.
Yeah.
And so I used to take advantage of people's confidence, and I used to beat their ass and then get money off of them. And then also, if you ever got into a fight, the GameCube was great too because you could use it as a weapon.
handle.
Yeah, the hook. Yeah, bop them upside the head. It was very durable. So it was a great console for tons of utility.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing with Double Dash. I grew up in Portland, Oregon, and there's a bunch of like conventions. We have like KomoriCon, SakuraCon, Comic Con, like the West Coast.
Wait, what is SakuraCon about?
It's the anime convention in Seattle.
Was it like the worst convention you've ever been to?
No, that's fine.
Well, because in Naruto, Sakura was worthless, so I was trying to figure out if it was a worthless convention.
Oh, no. I think it's because it happens in the spring.
My bad.
Rude. No, but I would do a bunch of Double Dash tournaments, and I was quite good at it. And then there was I don't know why this happened, but we were at a gaming bar in Australia, and all of my like college friends and all of my, basically everyone who ever plays Double Dash with me very quickly learns that they don't want to play Double Dash with me because I just hustle them. Mm-hmm. But we were at this gaming bar and we had Double Dash, and they got tired of me just like kicking their ass. But this dude comes over and he's like, he is down to clown. He is DTF. He is looking for the hookup. And I don't know what he thought about my haircut and how that was going to go for him. But he starts like trying to play like Mario Kart Double Dash with me. And I'm like, oh boy. And so he's being flirtatious, and he's like, do you like these games? Do you come here often? And I'm literally just destroying him over the course of this conversation.
Like, bro, pay attention. You're getting that ass beat.
And his confidence starts going down and down and down until eventually, without saying a word, he just leaves. He just...
that.
I know.
Double
We've
Dash?
talked about this with Creed. We need to play Double Dash together.
Big Double Dash stream. Big Double Dash.
It's the best one.
For sure. Yeah. I think that's that or the 64 one. It's between those two. Those are my favorites.
The next one's really hardcore.
Kirby says it's time to go to a break. We need to get her a mic. Hashtag get Kirby a mic.
Hashtag buy
be
Kirby
right
a
back.
mic.
Commercial break!
Woo! welcome back to a special edition of G4 After Dark, X-Play After Dark, baby. So we talked a little bit about gaming, our history, and some of our favorite things, but what do you like to do outside of gaming? What helps keep your mental health intact?
I'm a big cinephile. Is that the word?
What the hell does that mean?
Well, it's like being a
cinephile. What the? Look at I wish we do need to get them a mic. Just Krusty the Clown and Krusty the Clown 2 over here. No, you can see where the hyenas from Lion King. I gotta laugh at every god thing I don't know about. My ignorance is just so hilarious to everybody at G4. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Oh, they're telling me that it's correct. Yeah, it's movies. I love movies. I live right next to. I probably shouldn't. Too late. I live in the corresponding area next to a certain thing. There's a theater that's down the street from me, and it shows 35 millimeter. And I bought season passes to it, and it allows you to go to 2 free movies a
week,
a month.
A month, okay.
And they also had Beyond Fest, which it's kind of cool living in LA and being so near to where a lot of movies are made. But I got to see a lot of really cool independent movies. I love horror movies. I can make anyone love a horror movie. Even if you hate that genre, I can find you the perfect horror movie. And that's what I do outside of work. My wife, biggest scaredy cat. You've met her. Totally just like a coward, just like a shrimp. I've made her watch horror movies and now she enjoys them.
Okay. I'm not mad at that. Freaking I'm trying to figure out. I need a new hobby, bro, because gaming was my hobby and it became my job. And like, yeah, it starts to feel like a job sometimes. I still love it, but it's like, some days you're not.
Do you just pound back the anime? Are you a big anime person?
You know, it's funny. I'm a casual. No. I don't have a lot of time to watch TV. So like, but when I do find a good anime, I will finish it, but I don't watch a lot. Like Avali's like the hardcore anime person. Like Grace was asking me to do a show with her and I was like, I don't watch enough anime.
Mate, she just spent $2,000 on replica Bayonetta guns.
Yeah. I saw her little Bayonetta video when they announced Bayonetta 3. I'm like, and they said I was the wild one at G4. I'm like, she over here on the stripper pole for a video game. I'm like, she's wild.
That stripper pole is in her. It's in her living room.
Right.
So me and Josie went over to her house to help her like adultify her. It baffles my mind. We went over to her house to help her adultify it because she's like, I just want to really organize. My wife's a designer, usually for set and production, but she'll like help people with their interior design because she's a nice person. So she goes over. And we're like, my wife's like, Avali, what do you think about a different couch? And Alfie's like, I really like this couch. She's like, okay, what about shelves? Like trying to be really subtle and soft with it. Meanwhile, this bitch has a stripper pole in her living room and it is on the foundation part of her house. So it's on the most secure. And so she's like, yeah, we can't move it. It has to go there.
Did she state how often she uses it?
I mean, she uses it a lot, but can you imagine being in such a part in your life where like you don't have an active partner, you're not married, you don't have kids, you basically have a child as a dog, and then you are so sure in your commitment to your hobby of using a stripper pole that you've placed it in the middle of your house. So if you ever did want to get laid, she must open up the door. No, this is perfect. If you are Avali's potential date and you want to get laid, you must come in the front door, boom.
There's a stripper pole.
Figurines of every anime are at different angles. Most of them very nude boys. She likes the anime JoJo boys with like the crazy abs and like the crazy jackets. Then you turn left. You have this just massive TV and wall, and that's fine. Stripper pole, boom, right there. You're like, I can get over the anime figurines. I can get over, okay, the stripper pole, that's a little weird. Maybe she's into like, you go into the bedroom, boom. Printed sheets.
Does she have body pillows?
With anime body pillows.
Oh my god.
You're
reading her filth right now.
She is living on hard mode right now.
For some reason, I just imagine Avali just at home, just slowly twirling on her pole while she eats a bowl of cereal, watching anime, working on notes for Boosted. I'm like, what are you doing, bro?
But it's just so wild to me because Avali is like, she's funny, she's really nice, she's like the most hardworking, crazy, creative person I know, but her house is just, it's very, and she's like, she's really adult.
Come
like
on,
she gets her
it's time to
adult
grow
stuff.
up.
I don't know. I literally looked at my wife. I was like, I want to be Oddly when I grow up. I want to be so sure of just everything that I like that I'm basically like, screw everyone else. Like, if you don't like my anime figurines, my stripper pole, and my printed sheets, get out. Don't settle.
Hey, but she's living her best life, bro. I'm trying to. At least she has a hobby in collecting naked figurines. That's something.
There's at least 40 of them on a single table.
That's interesting. I never could get into collecting figurines. I don't know why.
I don't
it's like,
understand it.
They look nice. Like I can understand it from an artistic standpoint. Yeah, but it's like it takes up space. You know what I realized when I was moving? I was like, because I always wanted to be the YouTuber that had like a large video game collection in the background, like shelves of games. And I do. I still have all my PS4, Xbox 360. I have like the last maybe 3 or 4 generations, all my games, just hundreds in a box.
How many boxes did it take up to move?
It's probably like 6 boxes between all the things. And like when I was moving, I realized I was like, that's how I knew I was getting old. I was like, I think I want to sell this. I was like, it's just taking up space. I was like, it doesn't do anything for me. Like I download everything digitally now, and it's like it's not fun to move around when you get older, especially because I don't have a lovely wife like you. I don't have anybody to help me. So I'm like, I don't know. So like with the figurines too, it's like you got to move that stuff around when it's time to move.
And they're fragile.
Yeah, and they're fragile on top of that, bruh. But I mean, if it brings the person happiness, who am I to judge? Just not for me, I would say that.
GB also does it. He's also a figurine collector.
I thought he was a scooter collector.
Scooters and figurines.
Does he put the figurines on the scooter?
We were messing around with like a potential cold open for Boosted about like we wanted to do this great heist type of thing where Ovly, myself, and GB.
Are you giving the sauce away right now? What are you doing?
No, well, no, because we decided to do it for a different one, but
Okay.
like to steal the giant controller downstairs.
Okay.
In the lobby, and I was like, we should have GB be the getaway driver with like his scooter, and he just like rolls up with like Ovly, myself, all stacked on top of it.
That is great. Freaking didn't you say you had like 50 questions or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You want some relationship questions?
Oh sure, whatever. She had like a million questions, like relationship questions to bring up.
2 really great questions.
Go for it.
Which, at the top.
Our producer's telling us
the highlighted one.
Yeah.
So.
2 pinned messages.
Okay, so question for Frost: what horror movie directors should we watch their movie? Should we watch their movies that we may not know of? So I guess like a sleeper, basically a dark horse.
Let me make sure that I can pronounce his name correctly.
Do you have that streaming service for horror movies? What is it called?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're a tryhard.
I'm not a casual.
Yeah.
Black Noir.
Nah.
It was a documentary about black people in horror films. So good.
Yeah, we run when everybody else is running. What else is there to it? I see you running. I'm going too. I'll ask later. What are you talking about?
Like how prominent, like how meaningful Blackula was.
I've never seen Blackula. The thing I told you, I don't know if I told you, the thing about horror movies and like horror games is just like I don't want to pay to get my heart rate raised, so it's like for me. You feel me? Like life be stressing me out enough. So.
But the greatest part about horror as a genre is you get to explore a lot of different themes and motifs that other ones just can't explore. So my favorite example that I always go to is The Night of the Living Dead, which is by George Romero. And the thing is that it came out in the 60s, so you're right in the midst of the civil rights movement. You have a main character who is a white woman and a black man, and in the actual movie, the black man basically bitch slaps the white woman to like knock some sense into her
crime, yeah.
because they're trying to like stay alive. They're in this house, they've got it boarded up, and at the very end, they survive the night. The police show up and they shoot the black dude because they think he's a zombie. And like in a horror film, that is so meaningful, especially for like the cultural moment that it was made in.
Is it a purposeful metaphor?
Yeah, they make them purposeful like that. And
that is dope.
There's another really good one on Netflix called The Ritual that I always recommend. Like it's kind of like a baby horror movie to get into. The Ritual, for me, it's a British novel that takes place in Sweden, and it's basically like a haunted forest is like a general concept, like a monster movie. These guys that go through it, but it's a metaphor for the stages of grief.
So do you watch a lot of these horror movies with your wife?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like because that's something I thought about. I was like, am I not into horror, or do I not have I feel like I need a nice, just consistent young lady to just, you know, when she gets scared, hold me tight. You know, I think I would be a little bit more motivated to watch horror movies if I just had a little pretty young thing with me, you know. But I love
a little cuddle action.
Yeah. You know, I'm a thug, but you know, I do like a hug. I ain't gonna lie.
Are you the?
Your heart rate gets up when you watch a horror movie. So what
I mean, it's an excuse to be close. And then when you get close, you know what happened. Come on, bro.
Are you big spoon or little spoon? I say jetpack.
I alternate. I don't mind being out of the order.
Jetpack.
What does that mean? Hold on. What are you talking about? What's a jetpack?
Well, if I'm the little spoon, then Josie's on my back. She's a jetpack.
Yeah. I mean,
so
I guess
either I'm the jetpack or she's the jetpack.
no, that makes sense. I guess I would be a jetpack too, because usually I mean everybody's taller than me. I'm only 5'5", so like I look at a jetpack on every woman.
Is it actually hard being a short dude?
No, for me, no. So here's the funny thing.
He's like not with a face like this.
Not like that. It's the confidence, yo. Let me tell you something, fellas in the chat. A lot of women on the internet be bullshit. I only date dudes that 6 foot. Most of the women that I've dated and messed with, they're usually like almost 6 foot. And I've never had a problem.
You show
with
up,
that.
you're like, I have a job, I'm responsible, I'm funny, and I'm nice. To like, where can I sign?
Here's where a lot of dudes mess up, and it's they count themselves out before they're even in the game. But I understood at a young age because my dad was only 5'9". I knew I wasn't going to be tall. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make up every other place. That way I can build my confidence. I'm going to have a great personality. And you can attract women that way. So no, it's not hard in my opinion. And I'm not going to lie. I kind of like being short because when I be having these little Amazons with me, that should be making me feel like I like to climb trees. That's what I say.
I did once date a Olympic. I can't even get over it. I once dated an Olympic rugby player.
Okay.
She basically looked like Xena Warrior Princess, and so I resonate. That was the only time I'd ever dated someone larger, taller, stronger, faster.
It makes you feel good. It makes you feel like a conqueror. Shout out to everybody who climbed trees in the chat.
Shout out to all the koalas. Okay. Ooh. What's the that's a lame one. So guys, I pulled up these questions. This is literally from Women's Health, 100 relationship questions to get to know your SO better. So SO, what are 3 things on your bucket list?
Is that a sexual question?
I guess it.
I mean, because it's a relationship. I don't know. Like, it could be like bucket list travel to a country with your partner. I don't know. How freaky are we getting here? Like,
Your answer.
Let's keep it PG. I give you the one I said earlier. It would be nice to have kids eventually. Can you say loyalty? Can you put that on your bucket list? Like
loyalty?
Finding somebody who's loyal.
Oh yeah.
That's really hard nowadays. I would put that on the bucket list, and then how freaky can we get?
You can get freaky.
I like waking up to a little head action. Nothing wrong with that. Volunteer. I like that. When you just wake up, it's like, this is gonna be a good day.
I like how that's on the bucket list.
Someone who does it consistently.
Fair.
Like, wow.
Okay. What are the top 3 adventures you've had in your life?
Top 3 adventures? When I went to Sweden, but I mean, it doesn't count as a relationship, does it?
No, just it's an adventure.
Oh, you're just asking questions. Oh yeah. Yeah. When I went to Sweden, it was really dope. I learned how. That's when I got the travel bug. That was in 2018.
What were you doing in Sweden?
I got to play Anthem early. They invited. Did I tell you that story?
Oh no.
So yeah, EA invited me and a friend out to play Anthem early, and I got to play it like long before it ever came out. And we were there for like a week, and we gave tons of feedback. Like that, we signed all these NDAs, and we did like these multi-hour long sessions. They didn't listen to any of it, bro. And it sucks. My name's in the game, like as a developer, and I was like, don't put my. They didn't listen to because we were telling them that game wasn't good. But that's why I was there. I learned in Sweden we're really behind in terms of technology. And granted, America's bigger, so it's harder to improve the infrastructure. But it was Wi-Fi everywhere.
Yep.
That shit was lit. The trains are really cool. So like that, I got the travel bug from that. What was the question again? I lost my train of thought.
3 adventures.
3 adventures. That, the South was an adventure. So I went to college. I went to an HBCU. I went to University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. And I'm from DC, so like I'm from a big city. So like it was like a culture shock to me to go down there in Arkansas. I was in the most southern part of Arkansas. It was like right on the border of Louisiana. It's what we refer to as the sticks. Cause like, Dallas, Houston, Miami, those, major cities, that's not the South. When you leave them cities, that's when you in the South. And they're like, they would just ask like crazy questions that made you realize how like, I don't know, what's the word, blessed you are to grow up in a city. Cause like people would come up to you, they used to call me DC, and they'd be like, yo, DC, man, did y'all have them trains that went underground? I had one kid ask me that one time on a bus. He said it just like a runaway slave. He said, you got them trains that go underground? And I was like, yeah. He was like, we ride the train everywhere. He's like, I can't do that, bro. Like, I'd be scared, bro. So like just talking to those people and seeing like the small world that they come from, like that was definitely adventure. It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. They had one bus in the town that I was in, and if you missed it, you were standing there for 3-4 hours. Walmart was the only store in that town, and like it was so bad there. Walmart was the club. They used to play booty tag in Walmart every Friday night. I swear to God, this is a true story. No, I swear to God, if anybody is from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, the girls used to dress up and they would go to and play booty tag in Walmart. That's how dry it was in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I was woo. And then what's one more adventure that I had? I lived in Panama for a little while because my dad was in the Army. And like whenever it would rain there, like all the snakes would fall out of the tree. So then like the streets would be full of like snakes and stuff. And you couldn't go outside because you didn't know whether or not which ones were dead and which ones were alive. And you didn't want to step on them to find out. So living in Panama was definitely an adventure.
Jesus.
What about you?
I thought Australia was bad. We have to go to another break, guys. But on the other side of this, we'll talk more about adventures. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Welcome back to G4 After Dark Special Edition, X-Play Edition. Freaking Froska's in the bathroom, but while we wait for her, I'll talk to the chat. So like, I'm laughing because y'all still talk about booty tag in the chat because people would think that I'm making that shit up. Hashtag booty tag in the chat. So I see several people in the chat ask, "What is booty tag?" It's exactly what it sounds like, bruh. A group of consenting men and women get together. And then the guys chase after the girls, and they play with their booty, bruh. And then she be like, "Oh my God, I like that." And then if she really like it, you might go back to the dorm. But it's exactly what it is. It's no different than playing hide and go get it when we was kids. I don't know if kids still play that, but you know what hide and go get it is?
Do I know what?
Hide and go get it is.
Hiding.
So hide and go get it, So hide and go get it is a game we used to play as kids, and it was a group of boys and girls.
Hide and seek?
No, it's kind of like that. It's different. It's hide and seek. It's hide and seek for little perverts.
All I'm gonna say is Heidi Go Get It sounds like a drag queen's name.
What it actually is, a group of boys and girls get together consensually. The girls hide, and then the boys go and try to find them. And then if you find the girl, you get to grab it. It's like booty tag. You get to grab a booty and shit. You hide and go get it. And they'd be like, oh my God, I love that shit.
All this booty tag conversation has kicked off a hype train.
Hell yeah,
We have a
bro.
hype train for booty tag?
Booty tag hype train. They doing all them obstacle courses on Boosted. Maybe we should get a booty tag boosted obstacle course.
Well, the speed at GB's running, he's never going to catch anything. I saw him go through that obstacle course. He couldn't even fit in the dog thing.
Jokes aside, like I know that was supposed to be a joke, but when he came back from the obstacle course, he was dead ass sweating.
He
I'm
was,
like, bro.
he was out of breath.
I'm like, my man, he did the gym, bro. Freaking, but yo, let's get back to them questions. What was the,
It was,
your 3 adventures. What would be your 3 adventures?
Okay, so I had one time when I was in South Korea and I went out drinking with my friend Devin, who used to be my co-caster, and he got into a drinking contest with 2 dudes from Belgium, which I don't know why you would do that, but they saw the stupid American and they're like,
Are they know? I'm ignorant. Are Belgian people known for drinking?
oh yeah, it's
Okay.
like a crazy beer culture.
Okay. I thought it was the Irish, but it's them too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he gets absolutely sloshed and he wanders off to go to the bathroom, like stumbling. We continue on for the night, and I think maybe like 2 hours goes by before we notice that he never came back. And the dude who's running the bar comes to us, and again, we're in like a South Korean bar. We're in Seoul, but the bathroom's kind of like through an alleyway. It's kind of like a underground bar type of thing. And he's like, you need to go get your friend. We go around out into this like disgusting alley, down into this tiny little rickety bathroom, and pushing open the doors. And Pyra is basically, or Devin, his casting name was Pyrotechnics. He's got his pants around his ankles, and he's basically passed out on himself, and just there's vomit everywhere. And so the Belgian dude starts flicking water at him to try to get him to wake up, and he's like, no more soju, no more. And we were staying at a hostel for the 2014 World Championship, and so the Belgian dude was huge. Just picked up Pyra, threw him over his shoulder. His pants are still around his ankles.
I was gonna ask, did you grab him by the ankles and pull him home? Like,
so his ass is just hanging out everywhere. We hail a cab, and then the poor South Korean cab driver is just like this pasty white naked man. It's just laid down into the back of the cab, and I got into the back and had to put him to bed. But I'll just now every time I see Pyra, I always flick water at him, and it just like it's like instant trigger, like no more soju.
That was 2014. Let it go. That was when the Wii U was out.
But yeah, that's about it.
That's fun. Let's do another one. Another question.
Yeah, we've got. Ooh, where do you think you'll be living in the next 5 years?
In the next 5 years, I say that I will remain in LA as long as there's viable work. If this thing collapses tomorrow, which we hope it doesn't, you know, I'm not manifesting that, Kirby. But you know, you always got to be mindful. I said I would want to buy a house in Texas, because I can't see myself buying a house here. Unless I just could become like a gazillionaire. I just don't feel like LA.
You have to be a gazillionaire to buy in LA.
Like the average home is like 1.5 million or something like that. Like I just don't, and then I just don't see myself raising a family here. I don't feel like this is a very family centric type of area. So like I feel like I would go to Texas where I can get a house and just get a lot of land and just wither away in peace. Like did you ever play you play Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
Did you play what was the one with it had Altair and it had Ezio in it? It was, Revelations. Did you play Revelations? Do you mind if I spoil it?
No, you're fine.
At the end of Revelations, it ends with you finding not Ezio but Altair sitting with the apple of Eden in his hand. Ezio finds him because like the worlds collide or whatever, and he's just withered away, and that's just kind of how I want to be. I just want to sit in my chair one day and just wither away with the apple of Eden in my hand, and somebody finds it. Maybe like a future G4 cast member.
I feel like COVID has put me in the same type of like vibe. I keep telling Josie that I just want to buy a place with land, because that's the only shit that you can afford is you have to go somewhere where everything's like cheap to even buy a house, and just like get away from people. As long as I have a good internet connection, I will live out in the middle of nowhere and just
That's the most fascinating thing to me about like content creators like moving to LA, because like all you need is a good internet connection. I don't understand why they're so fascinated with moving. I moved here because of this job. I would have never came here. I hate this place.
I know.
That's why we get along.
LA sucks.
It freaking sucks, man.
I will say that the people are a lot nicer than I expected them to be.
LA people,
Yeah.
people who are actually from LA, they're usually a little bit nicer. It's the implants that I find that you gotta watch. Those are usually the fake ones because they all want to be famous, and it's funny because they're all broke. At least most of them.
Oh, so this just popped into my head. Speaking of that, so I do have a crazy story. Literally just the other night, me and my wife went to a place called Figaro, which if you guys are ever in, I will say it correctly, Los Feliz.
Los Feliz.
Los Feliz. Yeah. It's a really good French restaurant. Highly recommend it. They have steak and fries. It's perfect. Excellent. You should go. But we were there and we met this really funny dude who's from Yorkshire, which is where my wife is from. So she hears his accent and she's like, oh my God, another Yorkshire person. Then the two British people doing their thing and they're like talking a different language.
Doing
like,
their
back
thing.
and forth. But it turns out that he's an actor, which he showed us like a trailer of his film coming out, which looks pretty good. But like she went home and Googled him. This guy is wild. He dated Kate Moss. He tried to propose to her. I was like, I just had dinner with that dude. He was really nice, very eccentric. But it's just so weird that like LA does have that vibe where you walk into any room and there are really powerful people, but also like you're saying, a lot of leeches. Just like trying to like suck into that. And it's usually a mixture of both. And everyone's late for everything. The food is way overpriced and really shitty. Like, don't get me wrong, LA can have good food, but holy shit, is LA's food garbage compared to other cities. It's true. I'm sorry.
They have good Mexican
Yes,
food,
but
but
everyone
other
eats at
stuff is
Chipotle.
overrated. It's it's not as great as people make it out to be. Freaking I actually have like a sort of similar story when I was in Sweden. Me and my friend, he did the most American thing. We were in Sweden for maybe like 2 hours. We had just got out of customs. We was like, all right, we're hungry. Let's go do something. Let's walk around because the event wasn't until the next day. I was like, where you want to go to eat? He's like, I don't know. We walking around. He sees McDonald's. Let's go to McDonald's. I'm like, bro.
McDonald's Sweden though is so good.
All he got was fries though.
Oh God.
So I'm like, all right, that's the most American shit ever. We're in another country for the first time, and you go to McDonald's. So we're sitting there talking, and then somebody's walking past us, and then he stops and he looks behind us, and he says, "Hey," he's like, "Are you two from California?" And we both looked at each other like, no. And then he was like, where y'all from? You know, I was like, I'm from DC, and he was from Detroit. He's like, oh, I just thought y'all were from California because I heard y'all accents. He's like, I'm from America too. And I'm like, you just think everybody from America's from California? I was like, I don't think I sound like from California. What are you talking about, bro? But that was my one of those. He just laughed in the water. He's like, it was nice to meet y'all. I was like, bet. It was cool.
Oh.
Yeah, we did our American thing basically.
Well, I was on the subway in Shanghai, and there was like one other white dude and me and this like tourist white dude, and then everyone else is Chinese.
Can you define what a tourist white dude looks like?
Like wearing like the crazy shirt and
the FBI hat.
No, but you know, like I can't say the word on air, but the F boys.
Yes.
They look like one of them. Like you got like the polo with like the nice jeans and like the low loafers, the jeans cuffed up. It's like very tight on the bicep here, just totally looking like he's looking for a club. He's on the subway and he's really loudly, and he notices the other white dude who's just like sitting and minding his own business, reading his book, and he starts to yell at him in like angry British, like trying to get him to talk to him. He's like, oh yeah, talk to me, come on, we English people, we gotta stay together, speak English with me. And the dude opens his mouth and says in like the thickest Beijing accent, and the Beijing accent is like very different than the Shanghai accent. It's like really difficult to understand, and he's just like, no, you F-wit. I don't speak English. I'm from Beijing. And then just starts yelling at him in Chinese. And it was hilarious to watch this guy's brain melt, as he probably met like the one white dude from Beijing and just assumed that he would know how to speak to him.
I watch a lot of like travel videos, like where people talk about their experiences dealing with people from like other countries. And one of the reoccurring themes that I see from people like from different countries dealing with Americans when they come to their country, they always talk about how loud we are.
Yep.
Is that something you notice in your travels?
Yep.
That's crazy. That's embarrassing.
My wife complains about it all the time. Anytime we go back past a cafe and someone's like talking loudly where we're sitting down, you can like overhear people talking. She's like, "This is why people hate Americans."
For sure. This is this is too much, basically. What y'all talking about in the chat? They just commented.
Loud, af, and proud is what they say.
Halo is out in G4 back in 2006. Let's go. True. It does feel like the early 2000s. Halo and G4 are back.
Somebody asked, where is the best place to get number sauce wings in Washington, D.C. for the Black Friday?
If you ask
Wait,
somebody
the
that,
question first is, where's the best place to get what?
mumbo sauce.
Oh,
It's a special sauce you can only get in DC.
It's soul food, isn't it?
Yeah.
The soul food in DC is amazing. There's one restaurant that does like famous for their chicken and waffles, and it's like all black with like these really dark sofas that have like the buttons. Let me Google. I'm gonna find the name. I know it's like famous in DC, and I went there once. It was so good.
Busboys and Poets. That's where you been there before? Yeah, that's where you take. Yeah, that's where you take a nice young lady, some poetry, get some vegan food. Listen, I can't tell you what's the best place to get a mumbo sauce in DC because everybody's gonna give you like a different answer, and like I never had like a go-to spot. And then everybody's recipe was different, like all the different Chinese spots or whatever. So I would always tell you like whenever you're at a Chinese spot, just ask for it on the side. But there's a brand you can buy on Amazon. All my friends when I put them onto, I think it's called Capital Mumbo. They all like it. If you want to get like an import, and it's a mom and pop joint. They make it out of their kitchen. Somebody said, "What frat did you do? Fraternity? You mean?" Yeah. I feel insulted, bro. What? I never would join no fraternity, bro. I had a frat ask me to join, the ones with the purple jackets. I don't know which one that is. I think that's what somebody said, the Qs or whatever. But like I have it's World War fraternities for me. I would never like wear baby oil and Speedos and bark like a dog for attention. I'm good off that, man.
Oh, is that,
I don't know how to say it.
Scotage. I don't know that one.
This is I went here in Washington
good,
DC.
though.
It was so good.
It looks good.
My mind was melted.
The Ethiopian food was where it's at in DC.
There's surprisingly a lot of Ethiopian food in Portland, Oregon.
In Oregon?
Yeah, I don't know
Really?
why.
Okay, that is random.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Ethiopian community. I got some beautiful women.
Some more questions, but we're gonna go for break.
We have another break already?
Sheesh. All right, we're gonna take some questions from you guys, but first we gotta play some of these ads because we got bills to pay. So we will be right back after this. And welcome back to a special edition of G4 After Dark, X-Play After Dark. Whoop, 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 whoop. Kwani over here was asking me about, still asking me about, like, wow, they really went to Walmart as the club, like in Arkansas. And it made me think about, like, where my hatred of New Yorkers came from, and it actually came in Arkansas. So like when I went to school down there, if you were from the big city, like everybody just instantly loved you, especially like the women, and they would call you by your city. So like everybody on campus called me DC. There was another dude, he was from New York, he's specifically Harlem, so everybody called him Harlem. So me and him were like the two cool dudes on the campus or whatever. But I used to hate him because he was a little liar, man. Like the thing about New Yorkers is they swear they've invented everything. And I remember I don't remember what year it was, but I don't know if you remember when Wale came out with that Nike Boots song. Nike Boots was big. DC made Nike Boots big. And like I remember I had a pair on. And he was like, the Harlem dude was just like, yeah, you know, Harlem, we invented Nike boots. We did this, that, and the third. And everybody in Arkansas just believed, really? Wow, I think it did come from New York. I'm like, bro, like Wale literally has the anthem for this song. Like DC, he's like, nah, them DC dudes, they always copy in New York. And he would always do that shit to me. And then he would look at me and he would smirk because he knew they would take his word. Because New York is like, you know, when you're from the country, New York is the ultimate cool. So I was like, I think that's where my hatred for New Yorkers came from, that dude. And sometimes I wonder where that Harlem dude is at now. Is he still lying his ass off?
I remember after that fad too, like places in DC would like have signs that would be like, oh, dress like a certain way, and if you had like boots on, like you called out as like no boots allowed.
No boots allowed.
What is a Nike boot?
It's a boot by Nike.
Like just like a normal boot.
It was. I had a black pair. I don't remember them being anything special. It was just Nikes. It was just a fad at one point.
Oh.
He had a whole song about it.
Uh-huh.
We got some really interesting questions.
Ooh.
Oh, Jesus, that's a long one.
Go ahead. You got that, Frost. Go ahead. Show them prompter reading skills.
Okay, so the question is, you mentioned wanting to pursue a role helping up-and-coming talent get into the league casting scene. In your opinion, do you feel esports, can be Riot Circuit or general esports based on your own others' experiences, have been doing a good job at growing casting broadcast talent in the last few years? Is there anything you'd love to see change in the esports broadcast world overall to help make things better, easier for tomorrow's talent? Yeah, I pull no punches. Absolutely not. No one has done a great job. In fact, they have been actively detrimental because they've removed a lot of the amateur tournaments, and this is one of the biggest complaints when Riot closed down ESL from running League of Legends in their events. So like now ESL won't run a League of Legends event. They do like exclusively CSGO and other titles like that. And it means that casters that aren't within the Riot circuit aren't getting experience casting, because normally you would cast the ESL events or the Go for Lols, and those just don't exist anymore. And now they're actually starting to find a problem, whereas casters are retiring and moving on, that you're short-staffed. They got really, really fortunate that some players, like Cadrill's a really good example. He just joined the LEC. He's a very talented color caster, used to be a professional player, retired, and is now like smurfing his craft. But, you know, most, especially pro players, and especially in North America, won't become casters because there's just no money in it because of the streaming world. Why would you ever want to be a caster when you could just stop being a pro player and start being a streamer? And then also not every pro player has the ability to turn into a caster. It's like you said, you know, you can't just like sit down and like have those broadcast skills, even if you have all of that information. Like you try interviewing some pro players and it's like trying to bleed a stone. It's impossible to get anything out of them. So Riot got really lucky with Cadrill at the right time, and they keep getting really lucky with this, but it's starting to fall really short. Like the LPL doesn't have enough casters. The LEC definitely doesn't have enough casters. If one person gets sick, it fucks up the entire broadcast, because you then have to start pulling people. People have to do double duty. They get really run down and overworked. So I think that they need to be reaching out more to the amateur scene, helping those casters, getting them on the main broadcasts. And they need to do this in every esport, because those people won't level up. Like when I was an amateur caster coming up, if I wasn't going to Worlds or going on massive broadcasts, I didn't get better because no one was around to give me the proper feedback. And I just like hit a ceiling without those resources. There hasn't been any need for it because they haven't had their hand forced.
What do you think is like because like how do you find a balance in that, right? Because there's only so many games that you can cast. There's only so many tournaments. That's another argument. It's like how many casters, like how often would you like to see casters shifted out of positions and seeing new faces?
Culture Junkie,
Shout
thank
out to
you.
Culture Junkie. Woo, woo, woo.
In terms of like transferring esports titles or even broadcast skills, it's really difficult. So I don't want to like explain things to you that you already know. But in casting, there's two different roles. There's the color caster and the play-by-play caster. For chat, the play-by-play caster is the what is happening on screen.
The knowledgeable one.
Yeah, the 10, the 5, touchdown! And then the color caster is the why it's happening on screen.
Okay.
The knowledgeable one where he's like, there's holes in their defense and they're able to just dump it down. And if you're a play-by-play caster, your technical skills are usually going to be your vocal control, your dynamic range, your word choice. They'll usually have that like beautiful buttery voice. Like Captain Flowers is probably the most famous caster for League of Legends, or most beloved, and he just has the perfect voice, and his word and his craft is just so nice. But color casters, it's much harder for us to transfer from title to title because you have to have such defined knowledge about a specific game that you then have to almost kind of start over when you go to another game. It's easier if you're like a CSGO color caster moving over to something like Valorant because a lot of the strategy is shared, but going from like League of Legends to Dota, even though they're both MOBAs, you're screwed. You can't do anything. So play-by-play casters can be like hosts. They usually have more traditional broadcast experience. They can go be play-by-play for multiple games. Color casters, you're just screwed.
I thought you said hoes for a second.
Oh, hoes? They're definitely
they
that
hoes?
too.
Like, what? So somebody asked, will G4 get into competitive gaming? Can we even answer that? I don't know.
I mean, we do our esports show, and we have, I think last week they had the ESL tournament on TV where they basically cut up, because like, right now, the esports vertical in G4, and what we do with Boosted is it's for like the esports curious. So we don't want to get too sweaty on you guys because we know that it scares you normies when we start getting really intense. We want to kind of like slowly, those drops of like heroin and cocaine just like get you hooked, and then we get really sweaty on you. Listen.
It's a hell of a drug. I feel like that was kind of his like slick way of like asking, is G4 Arena coming back? Like,
I would love to bring Arena back.
I feel like it could work in a format with like content creators as well as bringing actual bring 100 Thieves in versus another team and like do like a small little tournament like for charity or something like that. I feel like that could be fun.
Yep.
But what else we got in the chat? Drops of vitamin C. I don't understand that reference. Apparently. Why is it referred to
Kirby,
vitamin
why
C?
do you know that?
Yeah.
It was a joke from the stream with Fiona and
Ah, I see.
Okay.
This question says, do either Frosk or TBH like to watch FGC tourneys?
The only thing I'll watch is I've watched Evo a handful of times and I've watched Combo Breaker. But like, I don't know, man. I've kind of fallen out of love with Street Fighter. It's a laggy mess, so like I don't really want to support it from like a competitive standpoint. I wish Guilty Gear would get bigger because that's my favorite fighter right now. I'm hoping that Project L takes off so they can hand the L to Street Fighter. But like, yeah, I casually watch it. What about you?
Like I said, I'll watch Evo and I keep tabs on it. So what I do for Boosted is I'm subscribed to every like competitive game subreddit and I just like temperature check and check their communities. And that's how I like try to stay up to date with all of the news going on. And I feel like with the FGC, there's only two types of people. There's literally like the nicest, most loving type of people, or there's like child murderers. There's no in between. And I'm like, what is happening over in that community? It is wild out there.
Yeah, there's no regulation on it. I don't get that. I wish that community would uplift more games and compete in other stuff. But I guess the viewership is just mainly between Street Fighter, Tekken, and then like NetherRealm fighters, whatever one's in rotation between Mortal Kombat and Injustice. I feel like those are the big things. Although Dragon Ball kind of took off over the last few years. Yeah, that's been fun to watch and refreshing because it is new. I wish they would actually make like a Naruto version of Dragon Ball.
FGC is literally so kind, or literal predator. That is so true. Anytime we cover the FGC on Boosted, it's always like, well, who got sexually harassed today?
Wait, what does that mean in the chat? I forgot Austin Creed said TBH was in the Golden Girls. What does that mean?
Are you a Golden Girl?
I don't even know. Isn't that the show about the mole women?
Yeah. The Golden Girls is a classic.
But what does that have to do with me? I'm lost on the joke.
What do you think about Luke for Street Fighter V?
I saw there was like a trailer. I haven't seen it. Like I saw like the community talking about it, but I haven't seen it, so I can't even form an opinion on that person.
somebody asked earlier, with you and your wife, who proposed to who? And if you proposed, how did you do it? And they also said, too, did you have rings and
Ooh. And how did you? I always ask people this. How did you know she was the one too?
How did I know that she was the one? Do you want our love story?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, we've got time. So we met in China.
China?
Yeah, Tinder is banned in China, so we had to use a VPN to get on it. So like
Allegedly.
You better make sure that first photo, it has to be a banger because it's you are not spending time going through multiple photos. That is like a one-hit wonder and go. And she swiped on me first, so I swiped and we had already matched. I was like, ooh, this one's Kino. To be honest, her profile picture was so nice. I was like, bot, totally a bot.
Wait, you said this was through Tinder?
Yeah.
Wow, somebody you found, bruh. Not only is your wife amazing, but you found her through Tinder.
I know.
You are a lucky lady. Okay.
It's a different game in China though, because all the expats are on Tinder, and it's like you don't use it as like hookup because it just loads too slow. You'd use like a Chinese app for that. So, or just go to the bar and get like a booty call. Anyway, we exchanged WeChats. Our very first date was at a coffee place called Bread, which is, that joke's funny to me because there's so many restaurants in China that have just like the most stereotypical like white names.
Noodle.
And it was like the quintessential. So we go to this coffee shop and I show up maybe like 2 hours early because I'm super nervous, and I drink accidentally 5 coffees. And so by the time she gets there, I am so jacked up on caffeine.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and I haven't like taken anything into, and I'm starving. I had to go to broadcast later on, but I hadn't had breakfast. So I was like, it's fine. Like when she gets here, we'll find like a window, and I'll go and get like a croissant. I'll just like even this out. Anyway, we end up like engrossed in conversation. I never eat. I tell her like I've got to go. I'm gonna grab a croissant, and then I just like walk the wrong way to exit. And I was like, I can't go back. I'll look stupid in front of her. So I just left without eating. Went the entire day just jacked up on coffee, like straight into broadcast without having anything in my stomach. I thought for sure I was gonna die. But it went really well. She then decides to leave to the UK because she got signed on to a like internship special training program for her design school. So like we date for 2 weeks. It's super hot and heavy, very, very fast, like crazy. And then she's like,
shit was hot.
and then she's like, I've got to go to Scotland. Bye. And on a whim, this is actually the only time I've ever played a power move.
I don't know why, but in my head, the way that play, because this shit sounds like it was hot, it was heavy for 2 weeks, and then out of nowhere she had to go to Scotland. And in my head, I hear, babe, I have to go to Scotland. I'll be back.
She goes to Scotland, and I go to my boss at the time, and I was like the face of the LPL English product, and so I did have like some weight, and I totally don't normally do this. This was the only time I did it. But I went to my boss. I was like, I need to take 2 weeks off because I've been working to the bone and I'm just really tired and I need to go be with this woman that I'm falling in love with. And he was like, no. To which then I said, or I quit.
Ooh, that's ballsy.
Yeah, and I hadn't taken a vacation in 5 years.
Okay.
So they allowed me to go on the vacation. I left and I met her in Scotland. We went all over the UK together. I met her parents on that trip. Her mom walked in on us. That was really fun. And then we decided to move to Berlin together, but she got a internship on a play called The Inheritance. And so we like came back to Shanghai for a little bit, fell even more madly in love. She said, I love you first to me. And my response was, I know.
Okay. On your Star Wars shit. Okay.
And then she leaves to the UK to do her internship on this West End play. And then she's like, you can stay in my Shanghai house and then you can meet me in Berlin. I'll go from London to meet you in Berlin when we move in together. But can you pack up my Shanghai place? And that was awful. That was horrific. I packed and moved all of her shit. I'd known her maybe like 4 weeks tops.
That's how you know you loved her though. You was down.
Lesbians call this the U-Haul. It was a straight U-Haul. We live in Berlin. We picked out our rings together. We picked out our rings in, we didn't get engaged until like years later. We've been together for years. But we picked out our rings in a shop that her sister and her partner got their rings from. And it's in a place called York. And York is like magical. It looks like Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is famous for being based off of a place in York called the Shambles. And it looks exactly like that. So you feel like you're in Hogsmeade, basically, or Harry Potter. And the rings that we picked... Here you go.
Ooh, fancy.
They're antiques. My ring is Edwardian, so it's over 100 years old, and it's from the UK.
You mind if we try to scratch something with it?
Yeah, sure.
See if it, no, I'm messing with you.
And her ring's from New York, so the idea is that my ring's from New York or from the UK, and hers is from America. We picked them out together. She was like, I do not trust you to pick out a ring for me. I will pick out my ring. Hers is also very old. And then she sneakily took the rings from me. Sneakily. She took the rings from me, and then we went to a place called Betty's, which is very famous in New York. It's like a tea shop, and it's very like old Victorian. Like they wear like crazy Victorian clothes, and they serve you like these scones and lovely tea. And we went upstairs and got a nice room by the window. And she had told the waitress that she was going to propose to me in Betty's. And so they brought over like a special cake, and then she got down on one knee and proposed to me. And to this day, I have never proposed to her.
I never would have guessed that you're a real life romantic comedy. Like
Yeah.
that's crazy. Shout out to you, man. I'm glad someone hearing stuff like that gives me hope, man. Because my love life is depressing.
Aww.
Nah, we're gonna change the topic. I think I'm in the mood to drink some Dr. Pepper. Let's take a break. Hey, welcome back to G4 at the Dark X-Play Edition.
Next
Go ahead and read
crash,
that.
screw you.
Oh my goodness, we just got done talking about love. Fun fact, I just looked at my phone and I love the fact that my mother says my grandma is watching. So shout out to Granny. I'm glad you were able to see this. I know you like my fit. They said I look like Arthur because of the yellow shirt, so you know. Then you DWs in the chat, you know what's going on.
You look like SpongeBob. It's the perfect color coordination.
Somebody gotta do it, man.
My wife's right in the middle of our screen.
Hey, shout out to Josie. Josie and the Pussycats. You know that show?
Yeah, she
that show.
hates that though.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's
my bad. Freaking. But no, this has been fun. I actually didn't know where this show was gonna go tonight, but it definitely was.
You didn't expect it to end here?
No. What do you mean in here?
Like to land on this moment?
Yeah. I honestly didn't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how any of these streamer blocks are gonna go until I get here, and I always I feel like I overthink it, and then I end up just having a good time and like talking to people and shooting the shit. You said what? What do you mean I don't trust you? I do trust you, Kwani. I trust that you're gonna make. How are you gonna say I don't trust you? How are you gonna? Kwani is over here, the producer, saying that I don't trust her. I do trust you. You remember when I said to you in the Slack, you said, "What do you want to name the stream?" I said, "Name it 90 Minutes in Heaven with a Hokage." And what did you do?
That's so good. That's so good.
I was just joking, and she really did that. That's when I was like, I could trust her. That's a good person right there. Now Kirby, on the other hand.
Yeah, Kirby.
She just threatened to, we do need to get her a mic so HR can hear that.
I do need to compliment Kirby's got some mad shoe game. Are those, they're not Doc Martens, but you have some, are they Doc Martens? No, but they've got some nice leather, but you've really accessorized them with the shoelaces. And accessorizing with shoelaces is a, I know, I noticed it matched your little scarf.
Yeah, what shoes are you guys wearing?
He's wearing Pumas.
Pumas, yeah.
Which I respect. So I've already said this, but I'll say it for Twitch chat because you guys could all take notes from Hokage here. Is that Hokage has a really fire sneaker game, but it's like the subtle heat. It's like the heat that keeps giving. It's very easy to just grab like a sneaker that everyone wears and put it on your foot and like everyone's all about it. But this guy takes like the sneakers that get overlooked all the time, that are the hidden gems, and then you coordinate and match them to your outfit.
Yo, I appreciate that you be paying attention to that, bro, because I do this for America's Daughters. Yo, no, fun fact, for the fellas in the chat, man, listen, when it comes to dressing, you really don't have to be that fancy. Just get in shape and you can keep it simple. What it really comes down to is a nice cologne and your shoe game. I got a nice young lady's phone number yesterday in the elevator. She was like, oh, she's like, I really like your shoes or whatever. We started talking. I got her phone number. Like, I get so many, it's an icebreaker. So I'm telling you, fellas, get your shoe game up. Focus on that. But yours is on point too, because I always comment on your shoe game too. I always be like, yo, Frost got the best sneaker game out of everybody in the cast.
I collect a lot of sneakers. I never will buy resale for them. Screw you, scalpers. I won't buy it for the PS5 either. These are a YouTuber's collection. I'll put them sideways so you guys can see them. These are a YouTuber's collection. I believe the YouTuber's name is Calix. I don't know. I don't actually watch him, but.
Wait, so how did you find the sneaker then?
So, because I'm a big fan of R Sneakers on Reddit, and he made a like a post about these shoes dropping.
That's where you be finding the fire at?
That's where I found it. Yeah.
What's the name of the Reddit?
R Sneakers.
R Sneakers.
See, I love it because you can tell that it's so heavily male dominated, but there's something to me so I follow men's fashion, men's streetwear, men's leather, and men's sneakers, and like. I just feel like I'm a secret agent, just like this one woman in just like a sea of sausages. But there's something so wholesome about watching these like bro dudes just like get really nitty gritty on like the fine craftsmanship of this sole.
You could be a nerd about anything.
I know, it's so wonderful. And then, okay, I love it. Shout out to those subreddits. But this is an independent shoe. So the guy's whole emphasis on this is that he wanted to elevate and make a streetwear style sneaker, but he didn't want it to cost an arm and a leg. So I believe that these are 60 pounds. They're entirely waterproof. They're super comfortable. I wear them as slip-ons. They're probably one of the most comfortable shoes that I own. And despite being super bulky and heavy, they kind of got like a triple S type of silhouette to them. They're really light.
I don't like the shoelaces on it, but I do like the design on them. They look comfortable too.
Yeah, and this is probably the worst colorway. They have like a really nice like tan and white colorway.
So what do you prefer when it comes to your sneakers? Do you love comfort, style, a mix of both, or just straight style?
I kind of grab up some sneakers for everything. Like I have some really just terribly uncomfortable sneakers, but they're just so cool that I love them. One of my favorite pairs that is really comfortable is the Yeezy 500 highs. And most people will have like the 500 lows are pretty popular.
I think most Yeezys are ugly.
Well, that's like, yes.
That's the thing though?
I love this shoe. It looks like Batman's shoe. And every time I'm wearing it, I just feel like I'm Batman. I just feel like Batman, and it feels like walking on clouds. I love those shoes.
Okay. I think I go for like the mix between like style and comfort. That's why I like Pumas. I think Pumas are really underrated. It gives a good mix if
They're
you want a
so underrated.
That looks good.
And Puma do so many good collabs.
What's the name is underrated too? New Balance. I be seeing the Cassim. He be wearing the New Balances too. His colorways be looking nice too. I think Jordans are actually pretty overrated. There's only like a handful of them that I like. Most of them are mad uncomfortable.
Because this is also like this is the sneaker game. They land on Yeezys. It used to be that like the F-boy shoe was the M&Ds, the Nomads from Adidas. Everyone, you like throw a rock into a club, you're gonna hit someone wearing those shoes. But now it has shifted over into the Yeezy 350s, and that's now like what all the F-boys wear. And everyone's got the 350s. But then you hit your Yeezy moment, and then you go over and you have your Jordan moment. This is the trajectory of all sneakerheads. And then they realize that New Balance is really nice, and so they get really into the New Balances. And then they're like, but I can wear anything. They got over the hype shit, and then they're like, Puma. Puma's actually really nice. They got a nice collab. So you just like skipped all the bullshit. You didn't have to go through owning 7 different colorways of the same shoe in Air Jordan.
I think I have 3 pairs of Jordans. I'm about to get my first pair of ones because I feel bad that I don't own a pair because I do like them. I just haven't
What
gotten
colorway
them,
did you get?
I want to get the mocha ones. I was looking at them on StockX, but the price on them is like $500. I was like, ugh. Like, I don't know. The other colorways are only like 170. It's not too bad. But the way I pick shoes, I literally walk into the store. I'll go into the mall, Foot Locker or whatever. I'll just buy whatever I like. I do not care what brand it is. I have Chinese brand shoes too, and like people be surprised. I'd be like, I don't care as long as it look good. It's about how you carry it. So enjoy what you like. Enjoy what you like, guys.
Dress it up. Shoe game also very important, guys.
That's the first thing that the ladies I notice they pay attention to.
It's
what
also
your shoe game is like.
It's super easy to gravitate. As someone who hits on women frequently, it's the easiest thing as an icebreaker of being like, I love your shoes. Sorry, Kirby, I wasn't flirting with you, but
you know, it's funny. I did not even interpret it that way, but okay.
oh no.
I feel like low-key that could be like a G4 show sneaker talk with you and me somehow.
Skechers get the girls? No, obviously wear Skechers.
I don't know about that.
I just want to burn them.
Why we wear Heelys while we're at it? Freaking fun fact. Do you know what Shacks are?
No.
Shacks.
Oh wait, are those the ones that he put in Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do know. That's so nice.
That's why I have such tough skin. I had to wear Shacks. My parents sent me to school my 7th and 8th grade year in middle school with a pair of Shacks. And I went to a predominantly black and Hispanic school. They mostly wore Air Forces, Jordans. So I came to school with the Walmart shoes, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it pretty bad. I got roasted to hell and back, and that's why I have such thick skin. So I actually thank my parents for buying me the Shacks because I'm not soft because of it. I'm not encouraging kids to do that, but it is what it is.
If you guys don't know, Shaquille O'Neal partnered with Walmart to make shoes affordable that were more so in kind of like the basketball streetwear type of vibe. But obviously, because that's how kids are and they're vicious, they see you wearing the knockoff Jordan and they just go straight for the throat. But
The funny thing about the Shacks, at least the pair that I had, it was a simple black and white pair. Like, it wasn't even an ugly shoe, but because it wasn't Jordan, people just roasted you. But now those Starberries, do you remember Starberries? Those were ugly. It was Stephon Marbury sneaker. Them things was ugly. Yeah, you could only get those at Iverson Mall. You ever been to Iverson Mall in the DMV? Woo, child ghetto. Yeah. Woo. Anybody in the DMV know what I'm talking about, boy. Vans are badass. Vans are a cool, like, casual shoe, like when you got like some shorts on, but like I don't like them that much.
I think that they're just cheap, which is nice because they're like really good for the price point, and you can get some really cool colorways. And I feel like Vans are a really good entry point shoe for guys that want to experiment with their style but are a little bit scared, and so you can just get like a fun patterned shoe.
It's a very safe shoe.
Yeah.
I prefer to wear some Chuck Taylors over Vans.
But always pay extra for the Chucks. They come in 2 different price points, and there's actually a really big difference in the technology of the sole of paying just $20 more. Your feet will thank you. Do not get the $60 ones. Go for the $80 ones. They will last you so much longer, and they will not mess your feet up.
Somebody said in the chat, I wear a size 16. My options is limited. I thought I was the big step up in here. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Oh my goodness. Yo, the sneaker talk, they're low-key kind of vibing with it, which is the crazy part. Lugs are different. You ever owned a pair of Timbs?
No.
I got a pair of Timbs. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a superhero when I put them shits on.
I can't fit my feet into them. For whatever reason, my feet are too long. My wife has some, and I just rip the back of my thumb just trying to get my foot into it. Also, I'm going to be honest. If I wear Timberlands, it's a bit too dykey.
Can we say that? Like,
stop me!
I did not say that. I would have got canceled if I said that shit, bro.
Guys, it's okay. I'm gay.
Yo, my brain just buffered for a second. Like, wait a minute, yo.
I can never tell if that's a bad word because I hang out with all my lesbian friends, and it's like obviously I'm not gonna be just dropping F words. But I that one's always on the line for me. It's a bend in, my wife always says, it's so beautiful that we're 2 dykes because we're like a bend in water.
Oh my goodness, bro. Nah, I think they look. I think Tims look great with jeans on, bro. And I'm only 5'5". When I wear my Tims, I'm 5'6", bro. I feel like a superhero.
But let me tell you who wears Tims: gorgeous black men or gorgeous lesbians. That is the two demographics.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I see that.
Yep.
When I think about it, I don't really see white men with like Tims on. When I
They
think
don't.
About it.
They don't wear them. Sometimes they will, but it's
It's because they work construction or something like that. But like, yeah, it's not for like fashion. That makes sense.
What does the water bending mean? A bend in water is called a dike.
Water bender. Come on, guys. You know
The
what that
producer's
is.
like, stop saying it.
The Southern Water Tribe. Come on, guys. Oh my goodness. So
We have 5 minutes, guys. You have 5 minutes to get your questions in. Remember, you can use little Q. Get Sessler a pair of Tims now. It would break his ankles.
Yo, that would be so funny. I don't know why that's so funny to see him in Tims. That or get Sessler some black Air Forces, bro. And make
So he's
him wear
gonna
during
rob a
X-Play.
house?
Yeah. He's gonna steal all the views. Like that's what we're gonna say on X-Play. Sessler's wearing a pair of black Air Forces because he's gonna steal America's heart. The outer five. We like that.
What was Frost's indie shoe brand again? They're called No Two Ways, guys. And heavy shout out to them. I think they have 5 colorways right now. And even on resale price, they're not like ridiculously crazy yet. But buying them retail is really nice.
You gotta send me the link on Slack. I want to look at the other colorways.
Oh, the white colorway is really fire.
Lit?
Yeah.
Okay. You said they was only 60 too, right?
Yeah, they're really
That's what
inexpensive.
I love, bro. I'd rather get a bunch of cheap sneakers that look good. I don't care, bro.
Completely waterproof. I wear these during the Berlin winter because they look like hiking shoes and nothing gets through them. You can drink a beer out of these shoes.
It's all about how you carry this stuff. Like I remember I wore this necklace right here to the Arcane premiere event with my turtleneck, and I got so many compliments. So many women were like, "Where'd you?" $20 off Amazon, bro. It doesn't matter. Just as long as you make it look good, is how you carry yourself, man. So don't get too caught up in brands. Like what you like. What's been your best experience so far since starting to work for G4? I mean, I think the launch event was like a highlight for like everybody. I think
Not real then.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie. When I got to like the beach house, I was like, it didn't really like hit me for a lot of different reasons. Yo. Because when I got to the beach house, they put me in front of the camera and they had me doing like all this Attack of the Show stuff, and I was like, I thought I was here to talk about games. I was like, what is this shit, bro? Like, but you know, when the launch event happened, it was cool because I didn't know how it was gonna go because we rehearsed everything out of sync. But then once everything came together, it was like an energy in the room during the launch event that wasn't there during the rehearsals. Like everybody's like, "Oh shit, we're doing it," and everybody was really excited. And then once it ended, everybody was hugging. I remember Emily was like crying. She hugged me like 6 times. I think she was drunk too. So it was like an energy in the room. And then I remember Danny turned to me. And he was like, yo, he's like, he was drunk too. He's like, I'm not trying to be
Why is everyone drunk?
That man was gone. He's like, I'm not trying to be sappy, bro. But he's like, look, man. He's like, I just need you to know. He's like, you did a great job on stage. And he's like, you remember how you said how you looked up to Sessler when you was a kid? He's like, that's what you gonna be to a lot of those little black boys and girls as a kid. I'm not gonna lie. I got a little teary and I was like, dog, you can't say that shit to me, bro. I was like, I'm trying to be a thug over here. I was like, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
There's a really cute story. Oh, but I'm gonna forget the player's name now. Oh. Anyway, 2 minutes. Oh, so
2 minute warning.
In esports, there was I think it was BDD and it was Score. If I get this wrong, I'm so sorry, LCK fans. There was a player named Score who had just never won. He was like always one of the players that was like the best players that just never got the title or got the cup. And he played for so long that BDD was another mid laner who like watched him as a kid and was like, I want to be that when I grow up. And then they ended up on a team together. And he said to the older guy, he's like, I'm going to make sure that you win. And he did. And it's just like, you know, that is like
full circle. Yeah, it feels good.
And so when people ask me like, why do I like esports? It's like, it's that. Like, it's the sweaty stuff too, but there's just like so many good stories like that are just like so beautiful. And they're everywhere in esports because it is such a young sport.
It's all about the human interaction. That's what we do it for.
Speed run in the chat. Questions up here.
Y'all not funny in the chat. Can we? Yo, did you do that, Kirby? Yo, Kirby pinned that on purpose. Yo, we gonna. Yo, I swear to God. Yo, since I've gotten to this G4 office, Kirby has called me the G4 bully, but this woman harasses me every goddamn day. She said, she pinned that comment saying, I'll look like Shaggy if I get a green shirt. I'm gonna get a green shirt and come in with some brown pants now, baby.
They do look like Shaggy's pants. You can rock a bell bottom.
If you play D&D, what preferred class and race? I don't even understand that question. I'm so out of the loop with D&D. What are you talking about, bro? I don't know. A level 12 paladin? I don't know.
So clearly that question wasn't for you. It was for Sarah.
Oh, it was?
Oh, was
my bad.
it? If I play D&D, what would be my class and race? So normally I'm a bard. So Octavia, before she came on to Invitation to Party, was a Disney princess that was like quite stuck up. And I play the guitar, and I used to play the guitar and like sing Disney songs for covers for my bard songs. And then I was like, I never get to play a rogue. And I was rolling for my character, and I was like, I want to be a rogue who's like so incompetent at everything. And then I just kept rolling 18, which is like the highest you can get. So my rogue is like, her stats are stupidly OP, and I just can't even be bad. Like, I just roll the dice, and it doesn't matter because I just get +7 like every single time. So now Octavia is like a badass rogue that basically just drags the dead weight of Fiona and Cassim across the finish line.
They're just there to make weird noises and faces. It's all good.
When I got stuck in the spider's web, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Okay, last question, and then we will tie everything up with a little bow. Right up here.
If Frost and TBH were superheroes, which one of you would be a sidekick?
I'm the sidekick.
Honestly, I wouldn't care. Like, we're doing good. We're superheroes.
And sidekicks are always the better.
Really?
Yeah. Robin?
You like Robin over Batman?
Look at his butt. I'm gay, and still, that is like the finest ass in...
He doesn't even have an ass. Can we pull up a picture of Robin?
Nightwing has an ass. Grayson
You
is...
said Robin, not Nightwing.
That's the same.
No, Nightwing is
Grayson-
thick. I'll give it to you. Nightwing is thick. You said Robin.
Dick Grayson is thick.
Okay. Are we talking about Robin or Nightwing?
I agree with that, though.
I'll give you Nightwing. He does look good in the suit. I'll give you
He
Nightwing.
was Robin.
Matter of fact, can we change the subject? Because we're talking about like little boys' asses and shit. That is weird. Yo, next topic.
Next topic is what's happening tomorrow?
What is happening tomorrow?
I have a stream block tomorrow. I think I'm playing GTA again. So I'll be chilling with the chat playing GTA San Andreas because I never played it before.
Are you playing the I think I've asked you this. Are you playing the definitive edition?
Yeah, I started a couple weeks ago. So then I guess I'm playing that again, and I'll be talking to the chat, shooting the shit.
I know that there's like polarization over it, people hating it. How do you feel about it?
In terms, I can see why people like it from like the story and the narrative and stuff. It is just like a little buggy, but like I like it for what it is. It seems like a good game so far. It's fun, and the chat's really been enjoying me playing it.
Thick Grayson is
Thick
what's
Grayson.
pinned.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Attack comes back? Guys, Attack of the Show's on tomorrow.
The shade. That's right. They are here. That's crazy. You know, X Play's back just hurts, doesn't
They
it?
didn't get canceled.
Where can everybody see the both of you on together on Friday?
X Play.
Yeah.
We're from 12 to 2. PST.
No, I do have PTSD.
That's a little bit accurate.
I have a 6:30 a.m. call time because of X-Play.
Word?
Yeah.
Is that tomorrow?
I think it's on Friday.
On Friday?
Because we start taping at 8.
I gotta look and see if mine is 6 too, because I don't know. I didn't look at the schedule.
Guys, X-Play is wild because we do both the television show and then the streaming one. And the television show, if you guys haven't watched it, it's like kind of vastly different. So we do like these tapings where it's basically us just like reading a prompter, like, check out this thing on X-Play.
Intros and outros to each like segment, and yeah, so like we do the show on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, like my time was to be here at 8, but I'm up at 6 because like I gotta get dressed and all that stuff. So yeah, it's like we do a little bit more extra work, man. So hit the like button when y'all see that.
Yes, that's the big thing. I actually, before we end this, because I see this comment all the time, guys, the stream block is just different types of content. Because there seems to be like this repetitive thing that they wish like the X-Play was like the same type of like VOD content. But you guys have to recognize how much effort. It's the time to play the game, to get your thoughts coherently on how you're reviewing the game, to make that into a script, to get the assets, to pull the footage, to edit it all together, to release. Like, those VODs are so well polished and go through so many different people, our writers, our producers, the talent themselves. And so to do an X-Play live stream for 2 hours, to just have that would take weeks to prepare for a single one. It's the equivalent of 4 X-Play TV episodes. That doesn't mean that that content doesn't exist. It just exists on YouTube and on TV. The content that you get on Twitch is different. It's extra. It's not taken away from you. It's just giving you that little cherry on top where we get to talk about anime titties when we really want to talk about food and games. And I don't know how you pulled that one off.
Also, and to be fair too, because like I seen some criticism on the Reddit saying that like they only wanted to do the tape stuff, and it's like, you guys got to keep in mind, like, it's kind of slow right now with games. Things I think are going to really heat up like in February.
Yeah.
And all the games, you're going to start to see more content from X-Play. So it's like we are kind of grasping for straws in terms of things to talk about because
And
it's kind of dry.
We're also still always changing the show and like evolving things, but the streaming
It's
block will always stay kind of its unique thing. And the reviews will always exist, but they exist on YouTube if you want to watch them, and on TV where we're doing the intros and the outros. And Gex was losing his mind today in intros and outros. I've never seen him so animated.
Yeah, he was into it. He was pressed up against the glass. And to answer one last thing in the chat, because somebody said, so there's exclusive content on the television version? Yes. And that's what we'd be shooting the day after the live stream version.
The exclusive content is us going like, check out X-Play
Pretty
right
much.
after this break. But the reviews themselves, exactly the same.
Hey, there's jokes in there. Little
What-
quips. You.
Oh no! You did not just do that to her.
You're too good at this shit, bro. I'm too good at this. I love you, yo. I'm so sorry. I love you, Kirby. And ladies and gentlemen, this has
Kirby,
been G4 After Dark.
You walked straight into that.
Yo, I need the social media team to please clip that part, please. This has been G4 After Dark, the X-Play edition. I appreciate you joining me. Frost, any last words?
No, thanks, guys. You can catch me at Foreskin over on Twitter, so at FROSKIN.
For sure. And you can follow me on social media, Twitter at the Black Hokage. We'll see you guys later. I am about to go nap in a blanket of Pizza Hut pizza.
That sounds
Bye.
delicious.